Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は約20日目です。It is day 120. Today is one of our low days before our second peak, including tomorrow. I think we're 3 days off. So right now we're kind of in a in-between area. So we're not gonna make it to 6. Just 10 reviews. It's one of those you're gonna miss it if you blink days, right? So let's go quickly hop in. Got a lot to do today. Yeah, be really quick today. So I have four things to go over from yesterday. Correct fix, right? Correct fix. Oof. Shaky hands, shaky hands. 正直。正直 is honestly, or honest. And 取れる takes a bit for my hand to warm up. This is torn and ruined, which is the new mnemonic I'm using to come off. Ate. This is as one pleases, which may be a problem later on too. I didn't think of anything. I mean, the victor goes to spoils as one pleases, I suppose. The victor does as one pleases with the spoils. And then the absurd one. The meh, very meh mnemonic. Arakajime, which is beforehand. All right. That's it for today. Quickly hop into our review, do our stuff, and move right along. I'm decided to squeeze in my candid conclusions for so to speak. I have a lot on my mind. Don't really want it to linger too long. It's kind of a management mental health kind of thing. Let's get right into it. So what do we have in this group? Oh, it's probably the beginning of yesterday's group, only I digressed 10 words in, right? Was chatting, sharing a lot of fun things that I'd like to talk about with Procall yesterday. So that's probably what we have today. Jōkyū. Tsukau. Oh, not really. Huh. Oops. Oh. Um. Interesting.
返事。
返事。今日はメールの返事が来なかった。Okay.
成功。
成功。
歌う。
歌う。
伝わる。
伝わる。Yep, that's it. Not too bad. Go over our not to be expected after 3 days. After a 3 pip point. Let's go over our monics. Early, younger brother, someone, Asia, crab, yoga, jackhammer, excuse, together, beforehand, business, request, tofu, and fix. Do our reads. Okay. Hi. Soku. On. あれ。流。小。大。い。in 島と所属 in と妖怪サムあon you と着I get stuck on this one so often. I need a vocabulary word soon. Oh wait, but those are probably gonna be kun ones. An sen go. Alright, that's it. That's a wrap for WaniKani. WaniKani in Japanese Day. I feel like this is kind of what people think. This is the impression that I get a lot of times about people's learning sessions. Like they want to like low-key feel that language learning would be something like this, where it would be around 10 minutes or 15 minutes a day, and even more lax than this, probably. Like no construction, no organization, just if you do your reviews and you end in 5 or 10 minutes, you're good to go, kind of thing. I wonder, I should really use that as a icebreaker, like what, after asking them like what they're currently doing, and then ask people what do they envision, what did they originally envision and or currently envision their steady state language learning part and then the practice part look like. It'd be an interesting information. It would be very important information for me. Anyways, that's the end of WaniKani in Japanese today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. You're more than welcome to follow along. Give WaniKani a try as well. Right. Or stop on by, drop a question, stay for the discussion. I'm gonna change straight into HanziHero now. Thank you. Alright folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第113天。It is day 113. Let's get right into it. We had one that stuck out. Completely lost. Actually, yes, this one's a complete loss. So, what can we gather from this? 自愿 if I wish to do it myself, like if myself wishes to do so, or volunteering to volunteer, I think that's okay. Yeah. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into our lessons and review.
初次
first time. Yeah, 初次见面 apart, appear. Oh, this is climb something.
初次登台
登台 appear for the first time on stage. Maybe this is like climb stage or on stage, get on and then stage. 登台 台 sounds like a board or a floor or something. So 登台 what? Oh,
初次
初次
配送
配送 distribute, send, distribution. Refers to distribution and delivering of goods. Okay. 配送我们公司 no idea. No. Responsible. 配送
我们公司负责配送
负责配送 okay. 负责 responsible. Why bundle and road. It just looks like quite to me. Quite 配送服务
快速配送服务，
Oh, 快速. Okay. 快速配送服务. 快速. Do I know Sue? Superman bundle? Nope.
配送
In due time. In due time.
双向
双向. Air orientation. Two ways. Okay. Or direction or towards bidirectional. Yeah. Something that is... I'm gonna say... both directions as well. Something that is two-way has a pair of roads, each which have a different orientation. Yeah. 方向行车双向行车
双向行车，
双向三车道三车道
双向三车道，
3-lane road makes sense. 3-car road, 3-car length road with
双向
双向
否定
否定. Oh, we got our first full. Or, yeah, 否定. To deny, negate, determine, to deny. Something to have a set. Oh, yeah, and yeah, determine or set view or opinion that negates its entirety. To deny, to negate still. Okay. 你不能否定他的话. Yeah, that brings me back to my digression yesterday. Having someone say you can't deny something. 我不想否定你们的长 achievement. I have this. Yeah, 成绩.
我不想否定你们的成绩，
否定
仍然
Okay, so still so, which is still so. Yeah, still so is still so. Mole. Like mole in Japanese. 他有这么多钱，仍然不满脚满 Oh no, I actually not sure if I know it as a standalone.
他有这么多钱，仍然不满足，
No, not yet. 满足 Man is full and 足 for foot. Satisfied? 仍然 is that makes your mouth so open. 仍然 let's see. 我仍然相信你。我仍然相信你。他仍然很no. It's like bui, right? But bo, I don't know. Pang? Oh no, this is pang. 很胖。
他仍然很胖，
很胖. Oh, it's 4. Okay, 很胖。仍然 oh. Okay. Okay. And it's gone.
初次、
初次。Oops.
配送、
配送。
仍然、
仍然。
双向、
方向。
否定、
否定。诶，另外 another outside. Yeah. Another refers to another thing which is outside of what we just mentioned. Additional. Another in addition. Yeah. I think in addition is fine too. And another is good. And other. These are just turn of phrases for my own self. Or no. That's fine. Turn of phrases for my own reminder. Again, when I hear Chinese, I don't think about proper English grammar. I think about the closest English plugins. So the phrases and like stuff might not be standalone words. They could be phrases to describe like the feeling. Another can suggest and another, or an alternative or another. So in this case, 另外 is more like and another as opposed to or another. It's not an alternative, it's in addition. Right? So that's kind of why I wrote and another. Well, 我还要 Oh, this one is always a little. 我还要跟你 chat. Oh, I remember this from yesterday, right? It's not 真 an Thai. It's either 真 or Thai. I think. Let's say Thai. Thai 另外一件事情。
我还要跟你谈另外一件事情。
Heck it, it's time. Dang it. I had the wrong tone anyways as well. Oh yeah, that's what hi. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Hi is the other read for Huan. 我还有跟你谈另外一件事情 matter 事情. I'm not sure if I have 事情 yet. 你可以换 right? Yes, 你可以换另外一个什么? Oh, 商品. Yeah, you can exchange it with another product. Okay. 另外一个问题. Another question, yeah. another than the counter question. Okay.
另外，
另外，
初级，
初级 first level or beginner level, beginner rank, beginner, yeah, beginner level, elementary. Okay. 初级中文，初级中文课 beanstalk, mouth, and maybe a spool of thread.
初级中文课程，
课程 Charlie Brown inside the English Manor with the beanstalk. No, got nothing on that. 我要初级水平的中文。Yeah, 水平 is level. I know this is beginner, but beginner level is still beginner level. 这本书什么 suitable？ 这本书适合初级学生。Okay. This counter book is suitable for beginner students. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay.
初级，分配，
分配 to distribute parts. It's a collection of goods is first split into parts and then distributed. Ah, okay. Going from left to right is nice. 分配 land 地土地 Oh man, I should know 土 just by sound. 土地 If I'm thinking about soil, I should be thinking about 土地 What the heck is that supposed to be? Evenly? 分配工作 What's that?
均匀分配工作，
均匀分配工作 Interesting. 均匀 even
分配，是否，
是否 is denied or is negated whether or not. So what is or what isn't. To be or not to be. Whether or not. I think to be or not to be is good enough as well. Even yes or no. We do have a right and wrong, but this is more like or. Yeah, 是否. To determine whether or not something is true, you must equally consider that it be or the opposite, not to be, that is not true. Yeah, the negation of be. So, to be or not to be. Or is not. Uh, 我是否能来？还不一定。So I don't know whether or not. It's like don't know. I don't know whether or not I'm able to come, or like to come to whatever the invitation is. And then I haven't decided. It is still not certain. Yeah, that's a little bit more on the nose. It's still not certain. Obviously, I talked about this in So to Speak. Regardless of what the English literal translation I'm using, interpretively, I will still understand what this means, provided that I'm not even directly translating everything. This is just telling me, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to come. I I don't know if I'm going to be able to come to the party or something, and I haven't decided. That's the way I would phrase it in my head. But it is really he, whether or not ability to come, still not decided, right? Which is, or still, actually still not certain is better, because this is coming off as a set or certainty as opposed to decision. It's funny. It's fun looking at how far you can stretch. I think, in my opinion, when you start stretching and start turning different phrases and you start thinking about it, I think that's one of the wonderful things about getting closer and more comfortable with a target language, especially reading it. Like, immediately when I was reading it, I did not have this. This is not the phrasing for this sentence, but they still elicit very similar feelings. Is it exact? Not really. Language is one of our few constructs to capture what we feel and think. 是否这是什么bamboo caliper and Slender Man? That doesn't seem familiar. Interesting, suitable with this. Conform. I see. And then 十 Hills, alter. I think one feels familiar. Moon, stall, altar. Oh, incense. Oh, 祭. 实际.
是否符合实际？
不合不 That would be photo, bakery, inside, bamboo caliper, and Slenderman. That doesn't sound familiar. 是否符合实际？实际 is a weak one. G is a weak one. Incense is a weak one. A component.
是否双边
双边 And of course, I'm using relative terms. So weak meaning it's probably okay in a sentence, relatively speaking. But weak as in I take longer than a second, or more, weak as in relative to the average, my average, which is pretty nebulous. 双边 unless someone's really tracking me or something. 双边 so both sides, bilateral. Both borders, bilateral. I don't really know what lateral. Okay. A pair of countries that share a border often have bilateral discussions and agreements. I'm not even sure how English is interpreted as bilateral. Oh, I need some bilateral. Okay. 双边会谈.
双边会谈
Two-sided. I think two-sided works quite well, actually. Yeah, a bilateral agreement. Okay. 双边 something 定.
双边协定
协定. Oh, 协定. That type of 协定. Written agreement. There are other ways to express agreement that isn't this. Like, I think 会定 might be okay. Meeting agreement. Or like maybe speak 说定, or I could kind of see this pivoting the nature of the agreement. Not that I know for sure.
双边
On bien, just filling out. Bilateral, huh?
"另外
另外
双边
双边 What was the word that they use? Is this the bilateral one? Give it a sec.
"初级
初级
是否
是否分配
分配
close to our
不义
characters. 不义 Yeah. No, 不义 What did you just say? Did you say 不义? This 不义
不义
I'll probably end up saying 不义 But it could be a special exception because 不义 kind of laps with something else that's very common. I don't know. But 不义不义不义something 快
不易解决，
解 Oh yeah 解决 Oh my gosh, do I have 解 What does 解 mean? Julius electricity inside 解 Oh man 解决 There's no change either. It's simplified as well. 解决 I was thinking of like 办法 like a solution or something like that.
不易解决，
解决来 no, that's not lie. Something 不易
来之不易，
来自 Oh, that is lie. What am I doing? 来自 I need you. 来自不易 And now it says 不易
来之不易，
Yeah, 不易 I think this is incorrect.
不义
不易 But I'm not that like I don't really I understand that I should like write this like, oh hey, can you adjust this and regenerate this because it's 不易 But at the same time, if you are able to, this is my like complacent thing. Maybe it's an excuse, but I think by the time you get to this point, 不易 should be something that like, oh, I see a 4-4 with 不. That's 不易. Now it is nice to have it
不义
say 不易, but at the same time, I'm not. Let's just call it a selfish thing. I don't go out of my way. I actually trust people. Maybe that's how I want to say it. I trust people to know. And if someone, I'm sure someone has mentioned it, someone else, diffusion of responsibility, folks. But when it comes to typos, grammatical things, and they're like things that I think in the grand scheme of things, you should know, I leave it up to those people. I'm sure there's someone out there writing every single English grammatical mistake and stuff and reporting it to Kevin. But 不义 would definitely be one here. This is not generated correctly. Let's see. So 来自 right? 来自
来之不易，
来之不易。跟他相 something 相 something 可不易
跟他相处可不易，
相处 another 处相处 a slightly different 处相处 and when I say another 处 I mean it's not always, it's maybe like I'm gonna say 30 to 40% of the time so far when a character looks like another character, there's a chance they have the same root, the same initial and final, but a different tone. And that's what I mean by another 处. Because the closest, I'm keeping track of all the initials and finals in groups. So 处 is the thing I'm thinking of, and this is 处. But when I say it's a little bit different, is the bottom is these two radicals. I'm keeping track of similarities. I devote a lot more of my stamina, not that it's harder or easier per se, but I devote more of my stamina to look at the subtle differences than the startling differences. So the similarities and the differences on these.
不易
Yeah, 不易
最初
最初 initial or the very beginning, initially first. Let's say probably still take beginning, honestly.最初的路 impression 路 maybe 想
最初的印象，
印象 oh 印象 not 度印象 imprint 像 don't have this particular 像 but it's related to 像 elephant. Yeah, we only got elephant. The Xiang with the Slender Man is also resembles. So print resemblance is still fairly close to impressions. 最初的印象 Ying, I need more yings here. I think I have a few, like 2 maybe. 最初我不习什么 so 习惯我不习惯那里的生活initial I don't habit there, so I don't accustom or get used to that the life there. Okay, initially I was not used to the life there. Oh, okay.
最初组建
组建 group build a group to organize, fair enough, or to form, to set up, to establish. Oh my gosh, oh no, they're all in there, it's fine. organize, to establish, to form, to set up. Yep. Yep. 组建什么 Whoa, you look pretty.
组建政党，
政党 政党 another done. It kind of looks like done. They swapped up the done for black. The rice field for black. 政党组建政党组建老年合唱It reminds me of 对 but it's not 对. Like I would put 对 there at some point.
组建老年合唱团，
Fun. So it's like it deals with group too, but 对 is a team. An elderly chorus, yeah, that kind of makes sense. 唱 Did I say 唱 唱 to sing 唱 合唱 Oh, this has group actually as well. What the heck is this is group? Oh no, this is fitting. Sorry, this is fitting. That's fine. So old years fitting suitable singing or fit together singing group. But I think that's what
组建
组建 organize
羊
there's sheep. All right, once again Yoshi's doing the sheeping. Yoshi is inside the apple. Yoshi will generally always do the sheeping because Yoshi is Y. Yoshi is inside the chapel, which have been infested with sheep. That's a bad situation. Which makes sense at this, as this is the chapel of the holy sheep. Okay, so we have holy sheep, chapel of the holy sheep. Nailed it. And who else would deal with holy sheeps than Yoshi, right? It's pretty whimsical. I think that checks out. He starts eating them one by one. All right, that's kind of a Yoshi thing. And pooping each one into an egg to help clean things up. All right, I got you. Yang Gao. Oh, Yang Gao. Mutton. Yang Rou. Xiang Yang. A mountain goat. Xiang Yang. I like how, yeah, the goats. A ram. I wonder what the left one is. Soil cow. Dirt cow. Dirt cow sheep. Ram. What's up? Mu Yang. Could be Mu Yang, but kinda looks like Mu Yang.
羊飞
Fei. Oh, and cafe. Alright. That's kind of funny. This Fei defaults to coffee. It doesn't only mean coffee, but that's I don't think it only means coffee. But that's kind of funny that it's so iconic. Use. I like chocolate. Chocolate we have 2 of them now. Ke is still missing, I think. Chocolate, yeah, just qiao and li still. Frodo, alright, Frodo is in the front of the beach house. By the bay where he's feeling tired. He lies in the sand, beach, yawning when all of a sudden a prisoner came up to him with a cup of coffee. Oh, how nice. Before he can even get up, the prisoner drops the coffee, down on his mouth. Some dropping the sand, waking Frodo up. I mean, Coffee. That would definitely wake him up. Not the coffee part, but okay, Frodo. Cafe. Yeah. Cafe. Cafe ting. Alright. Cafe ting. Yeah, cafe ting. Coffee. Oh, cafe guan. Is there cafe guan? Oh my gosh, they even add he cafe. It's a right. Brew. Ooh, cafe. Interesting. Alright.
飞
Everything to do with coffee. It's fine. Oh, wait. Oh yeah.
不易
不易
组建
组建
最初
最初
飞
飞
扬
yang. Okay. Alright, now we have 5 characters left because we didn't get any components. And then Ka, yeah, Cafe. So what is Kermit the Frog doing in front of the auditorium? Feeling tired as well. His coworker, a muscular arm. Okay, so instead of a prisoner, a muscular arm just hops on over and hits him in the mouth twice, opening his jaw, then forces some coffee down his throat. Wake him up. So we have 2 situations where a coffee is being forced down by a let's say a mythical encounter. Yep, all the same. A curry. Oh, Kali. Yeah, Kali. How do we go? Gadi, Gadi for curry. Although I feel like Gadi also means garlic. They're on top of each other, but I didn't realize. Kadi for curry. Yeah, Gadi. Okay.
咖汁
Juice makes sense. Checks out with Japanese. Alright. But we gotta remember. Okay. Can slightly be confused with zhi or ji, which is to calculate. James Bond is in front of the house on a special mission. Okay. He takes out an orange and stabs it with a sharp cross. He then takes out the cross and sprays the bright orange juice into the door, using the juice to paint a cross. Finished, he calls it into HQ. I've marked the target with an orange cross of juice. Begin the operation. Oh, that's good. That's resourceful. Special mission. So James Bond. How many people do we have missions for? Not really. It's just largely James Bond. So mission check. House, marking a cross or an X cross, and juice, orange juice cross. I got it. That's pretty good, man. Yeah. 果汁 huh. Oh, 橙汁 actual orange juice, and 果汁 fruit juice. Yep. Okay.
之
Alright.
山
Shan, yeah. Shan for shirt. Shan, Shrek is in front of the pawn shop where he just bought a shirt made of silky smooth hair. Okay. He rips off his suit and puts on the shirt instead. Happy with his new purchase, he tosses the pieces of suit onto the side. Maybe he should have pawned it instead. Yeah, at the pawn shop. I mean, honestly, I see what they're doing. Shrek is Shrek, so he's being a little bit of a tomfoolery there's a bit of a tomfoolery with Shrek. Instead of like making the mnemonic, oh, Shrek pawned his suit. Yeah, I mean that's kind of weird too. Maybe multiple shirts. Shrek pawned it with a silky, Shrek pawned his suit for silky, a pair or a couple silky smooth shirts. Silky smooth hair, made of silky smooth hair. Done. Outside though. Oh, he's outside, but he's inside the pawn shop. He just bought a. Okay. All right. We're okay. Yeah, Chen Shan. Man, Chen is a lot more complicated. Chen Shan. Changshan. Long gown. Changshan. Okay.
山
Shan.
台
Hi. Platform. Or machine. Kind of. I might end up confusing this for machine. At some point. But Tai, yeah, like Jan Tai. Tarzan, okay, Tarzan, oh, high school again. Tarzan is inside a high school classroom, right? Putting on a somewhat educational show for the students. He stands on a platform and pulls elbows out of his mouth. The platform itself is actually made of a bunch of interlocked elbows piled up. The students stare in disgust as the half-naked king of the jungle. What the heck? Elbows. Oh, what was the alternative? Private mouth. Yeah, mouth ones are weird. And so is elbow. Alright. Let's imagine it. We'll think of it as like a weird... I don't know. Because we have magic peeps too. We have like Harry Potter and Gandalf and Dumbledore. So, this one is gonna slip my mind. Not that we'll have problems. Ping Tai. Platform? Ping Tai. Yeah, okay. Jan Tai. The rail platform. Lecture platform. Yang Tai, yeah, lecture and platform. Windowsill. Chuan Tai. So window, platform, that makes sense, windowsill. Gui Tai, counter. Alright.
台 Ming
Ming, alright, we finally got Ming. Just people. Alright. Alright, Ming. Mickey Mouse, second Mickey Mouse in a while. Yesterday we got a Mickey Mouse too. Mickey Mouse is inside the sick ward of the infirmary. Alright. On top of a bed. Right. Infirmary. Beds. Trying to protect his coat of arms. Right. That is a coat of arms, huh? He is surrounded by countless people who are swarming him from all sides, each trying to bite the coat of arms, which depicts a giant piece of cheese. Mickey Mouse, alright, I got you. With their mouths. I was thinking maybe it could be a flag. Mouths. The doctors stand aside watching and doing nothing. Okay. Cheese, coat of arm, fighting, infirmary, Mickey Mouse. I got you. Yep. What was... Chunming. Bungming. I don't have farm yet, but let's guess. 陈明. No, 农民. Dang it. It's related. No. 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 农民. Okay, 农民 masses. 众. Alright. What the heck is renmi? What the 人民币? 人民币. Is this like a place? Or is that a... Oh, it's a currency. Oh. Oh, it's the official name of the currency. Oh, I didn't know this at all, actually. I had no idea that they had a different principal unit outside the yuan. CNY, RMB, 人民币. Dang. The more you know. 人民币. I had no idea. Uncultured.
明
Ming. Alright.
他明
These are pretty okay. We have a lot of legacy here. So don't really need too much. Except for this one. Sort of.
山
Maybe not. Yeah, those are free passes. We still got more Duolingo backlog to cover up to this point. Yeah, it's we're already post HSKT 3. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's lock in. Okay.
雨 动作
舞蹈动作
Oops. I missed the O.
有着
我们有着共同的历史
Still have. Can I like write still have or continue to have? I don't think the phrasing is gonna be.
记
Oh,
日报
北京日报
脑书 懂事
他虽然年纪小，但是很懂事。
or sensible. Yeah. Know stuff. You're sensible.
惯 排练
今天几点排练？
吃饱
我吃饱了。
It's kind of like possess, but I think still have is good, and to still possess is fine too, actually. Or you could type have or possess. I think there's a little bit more to it. Because you can say have and possess instead of yo. Adding yo.
改变，
他改变了主意。
It is to transform, but that's to alter, change into, maybe like to reorganize or change, still to alter, to change. I think that's good. That's fine.
10
uh-oh.
时钟，
时钟坏了，
手，
Okay.
中秋节，
中秋节是一家团圆的日子。
Oh no, I typed the wrong thing.
木，相让，
在合作中，相让是很重要的。
Second armpit. Ah. Oh. Oops. Wait. What? Oh, oh, oh. Fine. Keep telling myself Ying Tian. Right? Or is it Ying Tian? Huh.
水饺，
水饺是一种中国传统食品。
颜面，
它的颜面充满了温暖。
洗澡，
我每天早上洗澡。
And help. Oh no. I don't remember.
表
Okay.
示
Okay.
表示愤慨，
Yo, shi fan kai. I just used. I'm like, how do you say express? Or yeah, still express, but maybe it's too. Yeah. It's like, how do you say express? 表示
带
So what am I missing here? Probably Ying Tian and could have sworn it was. Oh wait. So what am I confusing it with? Yeah, there are no hills in that one, huh? Yeah, so I'm confusing it with something else. Something that also deals with clouds. I think. Hmm.
藏 骑马
你会骑马吗？
换 阴天
今天是阴天，没有太阳。
Yeah, that's the clock and cloud on the hills thing, the negativity. Then what is yin for? Hmm.
节 只好
下雨了，我们只好回家。
女朋友
我有女朋友，
准备
你准备好了吗？
骑 后来
你后来做了什么？
下周
他放假放到下周。
汉语
汉语水平，
一再
小孩一再问同样的问题。
药水
不要喝太多药水。
推 高贵
高贵的品味。
Oops, accidentally hit. Is that it was either high class or first class? Accidentally hit the mute button. One.
还原
还原原始状态。
因子
2和3都是6的因子。
以大声
他大声说话。
铁路
地下铁路。
Man, Tetsu is hard to look at. It takes a bit. Yeah. Very difficult to mistake, but also lots of things going on.
脸红
一见陌生人就脸红。
Oh, dude, flush. Dude, flush. Like, I was thinking of being flushed. Like, not.
感情
你要理解他的感情。
缘可地铁站
地铁站关闭了。
What? What? Oh, I didn't finish the thought before moving on.
选票
2/3的选票。
需求
人们的需求。
父母
他父母住在瑞士。
Don't screw this up.
因
Immaculate, you know, the immaculate lawn, right? Okay. Okay. I remember you.
好像
这个问题好像很难。
轻易
他不轻易饶人。
The heck? What? So we have a beret and like a mane. I legitimately have no idea what this is. Huh. Or it could be no, that's definitely a beret. No, not a beret. Yeah. It's not that. It's not that either. Not that. What the heck is this? I'll give it a few shots. It's not a beret. I'm thinking of something else. Was it like Barrett? A beret. Oh, it's about the same though. The beret. But what does that have to do with the mane? We'll give it a few shots, but that is gone. There's nothing there.
流血，
你的鼻子流血了。
I typed long because it kind of reminds me of long, but not. I don't even. I can't. What character has that component in it? Oh. That doesn't help though. Morning? Chun might have that. But that doesn't help at all.
经济，
我对经济完全不懂。
HanziHero is free. It's not. But it is free to try for the first 100 characters. So you can spend the first month. It will be on average a month for the first 100 characters. So technically free up to the first 100 characters. And then it's subscription based. It also offers a lifetime license for a hefty price. Oh. 经济 This is
香水，
喷香水，
铁定，
铁定的事实，
见，集合，
在规定的地点集合。
Okay, let's try again. Alright, what else do I have? Maybe like a cliff with a claw and a beret. It's not kick. We don't kick here. It could be a tiara. No. So what it, you're placing a beret. Hmm. Know what a tiara looks like? Nah, I got nothing. I'm not gonna even try again. It is ornament. Oh no. I should have just pulled the trigger on ornament. And it's part of Chan. Yeah. Chan. And it's the ornament that wakes up. Nah, I'm okay. I'm okay. This is fine. It's a component. We're fine. I didn't try ornament. I didn't guess ornament. Like, I was thinking ornament was different. But it's part of the mnemonic in Chun. Charlie Brown is resting in the infirmary and he's really depressed. So he went to the infirmary being really depressed, but he got woke up early in the morning because of the sun beaming off of an ornament and slapping him in the face with sunlight. And I was like, I think ornament was something else, but it was ornament. And then landslide, yeah, it was WaniKani's landslide. That's why I added landslide. I'm disappointed. That's okay. It was there. I was telling myself, nah, I don't want to guess it a couple more times. I got things to do. Okay.
接济，
老人的生活费用全靠亲友接济。
坏事，
坏事可以变成好事。
动物园，
动物园里有很多动物。
Zoological.
手机，
我的手机在哪里？
Celular. Necesito.
需要，
病人需要安静。
集体，
集体的智慧。
Grupo. Grupo. That one's kind of tough. We'll go with wa instead. Wa, but style. Stereo. Steel. Okay.
是，
Cambiar. We got cambiar. Coming up.
画，
Oh, right. They use something different than change for this. No idea how to say temple. Yeah.
“争论，
他们的争论还没有停止。
Don't know how to say debate. What? What? Wrong one. Wrong one. It's fine. Trying to pull the gun to pull the trigger too quickly. Here.
争取，
机会靠你自己去争取。
Oh, try 4, not 2. Oh, I got a new mnemonic for this one, so it'll be fine. Ah! Oh, it's Yeah, you steal your heart. You aspire. And then steal the heart.
智
This is the clawing. Wait. Patrick? Wait, what happened to you, Patrick? Are you in front? Yeah, you're out. You're in front of... Oh no, it's not Patrick. Not Patrick. That's not Patrick.
巧
Qiao. What did you do with Qiao? Oh. It's accomplishment. Achievement. Oh, skill. Skill. Well, they want skill. Fine.
才
0. This is
抓
grab. And
迷
lose or lost? Lost. I meant lost. That's an English thing. Bad English. Oh, here we go.
结
Redemption.
合
结
理论
合.
与实践相结合，
文化
文学是文化的一部分。
How did I screw this up?
存在
那个问题已经不存在了。
I don't actually remember what I typed first.
村筷子
你会用筷子吗？
困
Oh, hey. Our daily Twitch bot reminding me I'm also live on Twitch. Boyish motorist. What a name. And then some random characters. Hey, Procom.
报 不够
10块美金根本不够。
Yeah, that's also erroneous right there. It's bugo, but for the generated voice, just the generated. But you have to, at this point, most of the things you have to be familiar with Sandi rules at this point.
观点
希望你公开自己的观点。
Ah! Did I hit 2 or what? It's fine. Sometimes after there's a lot of bans, so there's an algorithm in place on Twitch where if it's a new Twitch bot user, like name that they generated, and it gets banned multiple times by multiple content creators, they're flagged for likely ban evaders or restricted, so it doesn't show up for public chat. Additionally, if the name is very suspiciously random, which this one has a lot of random characters at the end, it can be restricted as well, but it's not a bad thing. So there are a few things that prevent a message from showing up that I can see, and I still can ban them. Now, if it's like now bot accounts, like bot runners, those like entrepreneurs, if you will, they can also resurrect and buy accounts from other people, which then those accounts have old names, full names, and they have like, they were created like 7 years ago and stuff. Those can show up. Those things will show up, and then you have to ban them. So occasionally you'll see messages from companies that acquired old names that people don't want anymore. So clearly some people have sold those names, because otherwise they would delete them and they would go back in the pool and have a new establishment thing. So they wouldn't have like Twitch icons and convention icons attached to them. So those are probably the most disappointing ones, where someone would like either vendored their old account or they just simply lost their account. So it's disappointing, right? That kind of thing. But in this case, this one, it says boyish motorists, and then it has some random characters at the end. So it's flagged. It was flagged, and then it tells you, Twitch actually tells you, likely ban evader, and it's restricted. So then it wouldn't show up by automatic. Good to see there's some effort put in to help reduce the amount of bots coming out. It's one a day, it's my gag at this point. Oops. Wait. Did I type the same thing twice? I think I typed the same thing.
蓝图，
绘制蓝图。
Also wanted to ask if you had a chance to play the new Battleground season. Yesterday, there wasn't a new Battleground season. Like, I play in the evening, so it refreshed at 1 o'clock today for stateside. Yeah. So you guys are ahead by a couple hours. It would have been possible if I was in the same time zone, because I would have still been up. But it isn't. So it's refreshed at 1 p.m. in local time, 1 p.m. So it was after I've already went to bed and get up, so I wouldn't have the time. Did you play the new thing? The new season yet?
7月，
我们7月去海边玩。
Oh. Repeatedly once again. Could have sworn.
"穿鞋，
请不要在室内穿鞋。
What did I type twice? I might have typed 3 twice. I don't know why I would do that, but it happens. Attention to be like that sometimes.
其实，
其实情况不是那样。
其实情是那样。I want to say like this one's a little bit rough. Like actually, I wanted to add honestly. Yeah, honest. That feels more, but actually is fine too. 其实, like actually, that's fine. Or honestly. Yeah, it came out 6 p.m. for you, so you played a few games as soon as it came out. Made a load of mistakes, but very exciting to see the new builds you can make. I see. I'll have to catch up on that sometime
夏
this
天
evening.，
这里的夏天特别热。
拉票，
他们正在街头拉票。
The heck 拉票 That took a little bit.
遍地，
遍地都是死人。
Okay, so what did they want here? Oh. Wait. Like transform? Okay.
成，
Turn into? Sometimes I wonder how I'm organizing this stuff in my head. Yeah, we're fine. All the stuff is fine. I'm a little disappointed in myself in not saying just ornament right off the bat, but that's okay. Ornament right off the bat is... We'll be a little bit more vigorous with that. Do you generally save leisure activities for later in the day? I do. I do. I do this thing. Like my days are like whoop. And so everything's set according to this. Optimal time is here. When I used to eat like 2 meals a day or something, it would be something like whoop, and it would be a bump here. So I would do like 2 sets of high frequency things. So I learn and study and do things that are productive or maybe mandatory at my peak areas, and then I lean back in. So if you're curious to the order that I have, yes, Japanese takes the most quote unquote stamina, but then Chinese, and then Spanish is where they are currently goes down. And then all the talking that we do, you know, like the stuff that we talk about and stuff, that's the lowest effort. So I generally put like reviews and writing summaries and stuff at the end. And then there are also mini stags. So if I had to break it down even further, in one activity, it's also structured this way. So like within all of these, this is kind of like a mathematical thing. Now imagine at every area, so it would look more like this in actuality. Whoops. That's what my day would look like. So however many activities, this is too many activities because I would run out of time, but like this is activity 1, 2, 3, 4, however many it would be. So 2 would be HanziHero, right? So this would be when I start the session, and this is where review happens, and then recall happens here first, and then the learning session climbs down. So that's why in the beginning of each session, I'm trying to recall what the mistake was. from yesterday that requires the most effort, the most like construction effort, because it's all dependent on me from my memory. And then at the end of the day, I do the thing that I'm just about to do now, which is to review all the things that has already happened, which is technically recall the way I'm doing it, but it's recall but fresh in my mind, so it requires the least amount of effort. And then I do that subsequently for everything. Now, how hard something is relative to the actual task. So it's not suggesting that Spanish is easier than Chinese and it's easier than Japanese. It requires more stamina based on how much I arbitrarily contribute to my purpose. So when people think about, in my opinion, personally, when people phrase like, oh, if they see this graph, right, of my 3 things, so this is WaniKani, this is HanziHero, and this is Duolingo Spanish. When they're thinking about like relatives, they're talking about maximalists. This is maximalist thinking, which is in order to say, oh, that means Spanish is easier for me than HanziHero, then WaniKani. WaniKani is the hardest. No, you're thinking about it as max, as in I'm working at max here, and I'm working as hard as possible here, and I'm working as hard as possible here. That's not true. My max is way off the charts. It's nowhere near. It's actually, my max is closer if you view it this way. My max is everything under the curve put together. So my energy is all of this combined and more for the day. And notice I start up here because there's still energy that I leave as a bottom line across. So no, I don't typically operate at my max every single time. If something comes up, then that'll be a problem. This extra energy that I leave outside is my happy dollars, right? My backup happy dollars. And then this is my designated happy dollars. So all the happy dollars that I know I can use already. So every day I know I'm expending this much. And then I always keep backup. So this is an impression that I think people would mistake all the time, where it's not me, it's them. As in, they like to always work at maximum output. But I think of all of these things as one thing. So all of this is connected. So I'm taking pools of the same thing, my same resource. Now, what does that mean? That also means that my progress in WaniKani and HanziHero and Duolingo would be split. So I'm not a power lifter, for example. I don't work on a single thing and then max out that, right? This is like equivalent to you doing a one rem max, one repeat max on all of these on the same day, which would be like someone saying, I'm going to do 4 chest exercises at 1 max and expect that all the progressions would not be impacted by each other. Well, that's probably the easiest way to go about talking about. And then leisure activity is the lowest amount of effort. So if WaniKani, if my day starts here, leisure activity kind of starts somewhere around here. And leisure activity is net positive. Net positive, not net negative. So it actually restores happy dollar. So if I'm like playing a video game, it increases my happy dollars. It does not decrease my happy dollars. So if I had to complete the thing, my days look like this. Actually, in this area is where sleep happens, and leisure activity happens here. Like, I have to sleep. Like, I have to try to sleep. But most of the time, I could keep going. If I splash in leisure activity, I can just keep going until my body gives out. But usually, I tend to sleep. So that's why it plateaus. And then we start the day again. This would be the rest of the day again, and then we repeat. And how far this dips is how long I'll go. But generally, it doesn't ever tank to 0. Like, I rarely ever push myself so hard that it tanks to 0. It's gotten close, like here-ish, every once in a while. But you bounce right back up very, very quickly. Because you spend time in the comfort zone, right? The comfort zone. I spend minor time at peak performance. Like super peak. Like, even if I'm at peak performance, I don't push myself like 200% each day. It's a risk. But occasionally I dip, you know, the thing that we were talking about, like pushing a little bit beyond. I do it temporarily in the day, but it would be like a small fraction of the day. It would be like 5% of the day in scope. And then I wouldn't drop all the way below to be complacent. Yeah, so that's kind of the idea. Do you have to use your backup happy dollars much, or is it rare? It's super rare that I have to use my backup happy dollars. I rarely finish the day saying I can't talk anymore. The downside of this is happy dollars. Happy dollars is mental. So I called it happy dollars because this is my mental resource. Now, my physical resource looks very different. My physical resource rarely has a change. It's actually very negative. So, like, on a good day, my physical resource would, you know, and then it would go back up. And then this would be bumpy. Sometimes it doesn't go back up to the top. It would go back down here. Because I have respiratory problems, so like I wake up with allergies or interrupted sleep. So we're not talking about that stuff. And this is the limiting factor. I end streams and whatnot because my voice gives out. Like, I can no longer talk, or my eyes hurt and stuff. So it's the physical dollars that have a problem. But in terms of like mental acuity and stuff, it's very rare that I ever get to a point where I stop thinking, which may or may not seem like a good thing. I think for those who understand what it's like to be high functioning, it's not a good thing most of the time, largely because you feel awful. Like, yeah, I must do my due diligence, so I try to go to sleep as best as I can. Because I think this is where high functioning in ADHD is misunderstood. For those who think that doing less is evidence of high function, it's not. You're compulsorily high functioning. So the problem with being compulsorily high functioning is your body sucks. So at some point, your body's gonna complain. You're gonna like lose weight or develop an eating disorder, or you have mania and whatnot, and it keeps your body from recovering. So over time, you waste away quite a bit, and that can lead to fatigue. But the manifestation of what I usually refer to as like ADHD, this is not professional criticism or like knowing other people. Me personally, this is anecdotal. So being high functioning or associated with ADHD means that you're constantly stimulated, even if you're bored, because you have things to think about. You're constantly fixated and you're constantly thinking about things. So once you get bored, you think about something else. That's what I consider as high functioning ADHD, where, okay, I'm bored. Let's go think about something else. Because everything is interesting. You don't sustain enough attention before you snap to the next best thing. So those who are bored, when they say they're bored and they have nothing to do, that's not the same, in my opinion, as high functioning. Now, it is related to a different type of ADHD. Yes, because ADHD is very spectral, right? There's a lot of spectrums. But for me, it's usually because your body sucks and eventually you get so fatigued that despite being high functioning, your body prevents you from doing the thing. So rarely, in my opinion, a high functioning person is saying, I'm bored. As in, I have nothing to do, nothing interests me. It's more like I have too many things, in my opinion. My personal, you have too many interests. And your body sucks. As in, you have to sleep, but you can't sleep because you have too many things to think about. Like, why just, like, why can't I just stay up all the time? So then you crank back caffeine. So this does sound familiar to a lot of people, but the boredom thing is not the same. It's a telltale sign, in my opinion, that distinguishes between perhaps a different type of ADHD and a high functioning one. For me, it would be very, very easy to slip back to throwing back like 400 mgs of caffeine or 800 mgs of caffeine throughout the day in order for me to perform at peak over and over again. But I can earnestly say that my 40-year-old body, my soon-to-be 40-year-old body, is not going to handle that well. And the fallout is fantastically awful. So I would say, when you say, do I ever run out of backup happy dolls? Discipline. Discipline is what keeps me from looking like, potentially, I don't self-diagnose, but if the things I'm describing sounds very relatable, like I'm high functioning, but somehow I'm happy and have discipline, is largely because it's discipline. Discipline is what makes my life more functional. And that takes lots of years of discovery and whatnot. And I think there are people who are very high functioning that do categorize in that. But boredom is definitely not the word that is used for other people who believe that nothing interests them. I think high functioning, low attention span tend to lead to an inability to negotiate how many things would capture their attention. That's where the lack of attention comes from, like, in my opinion. Do you have any metaphorical loan with happy dollars? No, not anymore. I used to have it, the metaphorical loan, the happy loan. What does happy loans look like? A happy loan sometimes look like, oh, I'm going to pick up os. This is a real anecdote. I'm going to pick up os. And if I double my efforts, so if you exceed your limitations of 100%, right? So you're doubling your efforts. You hope that this thing brings back dividends. Like, you hope that it increases in return per time. And then at some point it provides a lot of your maintenance and it pays back. But oftentimes what happens when you play a video game is that it demands more and more, and the return decreases over time. So what does that look like when it comes to me, anecdotally? Helping people can be that. So you put in more, you invest in people, right? So you invest in people. And what happens when you start going on a loan is you expect them to pay back. And if this sounds familiar, you don't have to be high functioning, and or you can be average. This is the expectant. So if you want a great relatable way of what a happy dollar loan looks like is whenever you help someone or you invest in something expecting a return. That's how I would view it. And for a really long time, it's not that I don't want to. I made a loan because I wanted to expand. I was young. Expand with money I don't have. And this is figurative money. I've always had money. Like, we're not talking about literal money. I think to me, literal money is, for lack of a better word, not. I can appreciate that there are a lot of people out there who still, like, who is not in a privileged position, who have not earned enough money for financial security. For myself, once you acquire this, the figurative money is it trivializes what literal money is. So it's one of those things, you need this before you experience this, so that's understandable if people don't assimilate with this. But I find that making money or literal money is second to dealing with expending money you don't have. That's trust, trust your lifestyle. There are things that are not quantifiable to me that makes making money way easier if you have them managed. But the problem oftentimes is this comes first. So oftentimes when I think about the money issue, it'd be awesome to circumvent this in order to demonstrate. So it goes back to the thing that I used to say, like, you need money to make money, or it feels like it feels like you need money to make money. And actually for me it's a little deeper than that. You need literal money a lot of times because of life and real reality things, right? You need literal money to make literal money in order to have a chance at making happy dollars. There's a easier way to say this, obviously. For some people, like, you need money to be happy, right? You need money to eventually be happy. But that is cutting out everything in here. So everything in here is missing, right? And for myself, I cursorily added an extra step, right? And that is one of the realities. And then how does this relate to everything else about leisure activity and stuff? My activity is this, and then I do leisure. So I'm expending in order to be rewarded with leisure, and that leisure leads to more expenditure. So in terms of the realm of happy dollars, I try every day to make sure that my input, regardless of what it is a balance in which by the end of the day, when I engage in leisure, my output, or sorry, not in wrong direction for this. My output is less and or equal to my input, as in how much happy dollars am I getting, right? I'm spending this much, but hopefully I'm getting back more. And the way I've made this far more sustainable is that my input becomes less and less reliant on loans. And that's integrating all the questions together. So loan less, make more. And it takes a very long time. You take a little bit here, you work on it a little bit here. Like, okay, how do I be less needy, right? But it's perfectly all right if you have a loving friend and family and stuff. I live alone, like I'm alone, right? I don't live alone, but I'm alone in this. So most of the time, until I have someone around me, which is great, because if you have support, family, friends, significant others, this loan is not seen more as a loan, but more as a permanent fixture in your life. I do not have anyone of like that in the sense of the day-to-day. So my thing that I did over the last 10 or so years is to reduce the amount of active loans that I have. And then that's how I get up every morning feeling as good as the previous day or better. Usually it's very negligible. It goes up slightly, right? The starting point goes up slightly. And then sometimes it goes back down because of stuff. But ultimately, over the last couple years, my threshold went up. So like over the last 10 years, this starting threshold has gone up. And that's due to the maintenance of the morning routine, and then my leisure activities. How I leisurely do things and rest. And then to maximize output on the tasks that I have that gives me potential to get more input in terms of happy dollars is I do all my things at the most opportunistic points. So when someone says that, yeah, that's right, that's what I do, you know, I get up, I do the quote unquote hard stuff, the stuff you have to spend the most currency at any time. And it doesn't have to look like this. Some people are like this in the day. Some people are like this in the day. I just happen to be this. So you think of your peaks and you line them up. What happens then is, in my opinion, this is not professional advice again, what happens then is you are more likely to stay consistent. More likely. You can still stay consistent when you're suboptimal. Like what I mean is, you can still do your hardest thing here. Like I can too. The idea is you're shuffling things around until there are opportunities for you to shuffle things around. And you don't have to operate at your max. None of these things are suggesting you're at your max. The idea is the amount of expenditure of your energy through the day does not exceed your max. If you consistently exceed your max, you're on loan. So at some point, you have to pay it back. Or someone has to pay it back. Or something has to pay it back. What does that look like? Friendships have to pay it back. So if you lose a friend, too much loans. Now, if you have a beautiful, wonderful friend who's like counterbalancing you, because like, for example, if I have extra happy dollars, I can support another friend who's in deficit for the moment. But then when that person is not in deficit and I happen to be in deficit, they can pick me up. So that's kind of one of the nice things of having a support system, or a lot of people a support system, because lots of people are in different places in their lives when it comes to management of their stuff. So you can help people while also other people can help you when your periods are not, because these are only snapshots in time. So that's probably the metaphor that I'm going for right now when it comes to making it a fun analogy. I would say most self-improvement gurus out there, the people who write and do self-guru things, like I mentioned a lot about Atomic Habits and stuff, they have their own versions of how to depict this. I just happen to like saying happy dollars, and the idea of using currency metaphorically is incredibly relatable and can be a useful. It can be also negative as well, like being attached to a dollar, because literal dollars is a very, very pertinent thing. However, I think once you get to a point where you say you have enough literal dollars to sustain something, and working on yourself in a way, on your metaphorical stuff, it can make the relative amount of making money less daunting, because literal money has realities, they have consistencies, they have sort of guarantees, are far more consistent baked in guarantees. Your happy dollars do not. You can't plan. You're planning and you're trying to work on making yourself consistently happy for the day. That's something people do. They're doing both at the same time. Most people are doing both at the same time. Like, how do you look forward to work? Right? Look forward to work. And oftentimes the loan that people are taking out of their happy dollars is bolstered by the literal dollars they get, which sounds very familiar. What does that sound like in a nutshell, in English, in plain American English? At least I get paid. Or it puts food on the table. Right? So many people, I would say, I think the vast majority of people have to do both at the same time. Now the question is, which one takes more priority? And to me, this might come from a privilege. A privilege. I didn't always have privileges before, but now I would say when you have to pick on where you can possibly gain more ground in a time that's under your control, it's probably how to get more happy dollars. Because it's very difficult. Not literal dollars is consistent, and it's also not as malleable. As in, you're not gonna suddenly go from making 5 figures to 6 figures overnight. There are rules and consistencies. So for its good stuff, which you get paid, when you do something, you get paid. For its consistencies, it also doesn't change by leaps and bounds. So oftentimes when I'm thinking about someone saying, okay, you're in this state, at least you get paid. It's like, yeah, I don't like my job, but it pays the bills, right? That's great, because that also means it's sustainable. Now, where can you make your job feel less miserable, more sustainable, and possibly even less difficult? Go find some happy dollars. Happy dollars are invaluable. They make it so that one day you look at your job and it's like, let me just crank this out. No problems. When I crank this out, it means I can go work on my happy dollars. And it's a different phase. And the problem with the phase is most people, unlike myself for now, temporarily for now, because I don't have a job. So I want to make that clear. I do not have a job or an obligation to do any of this. I'm actually, if someone is telling me this looks like hard work, it's not. I'm not obligated to do any of this stuff. I can just sit there and lounge and be a vegetable if I want it. But metaphorically, I'm also repeating and replicating what it is like to have a job, even though I don't have a job. So I'd be prepared to have a job at any time. I think most people, what they do is, the curve that I have, which is this, Most people's curve is even bigger than this. There's a curve before this, and it's their work curve, which it would be like there would be a spike generally, and then it would just tank, and then eventually they hit leisure, and then do this. And they would already run out of energy. So not only can they not, in my opinion, work on themselves, right? This is what I would consider as someone like myself who do not have obligations yet. This is obligations. Without, when one removes a lot of obligations, usually it's literally money, that they can work on themselves. There's a chance that they can work on themselves. But if your obligations are destroying, right? You're trying to squeeze out as much chances to work on yourself as possible. And oftentimes these little things add up to making this decline less extreme. So when you slowly work on yourself here and there, start adding some up so that you can recover, right? Instead of constantly loaning, eventually this stuff ends up picking up all of that too. And this little area here, in my opinion, is very akin to atomic habits. How do you slowly iterate on little things over time so that your energy level and your ability to tackle things that require so much energy and obligatorily more efficiently and spry and whatnot? You can hate a job, but you can be excellent and very good at a job. I disliked many of the things that I do today habitually. Talking publicly, worried about people's ridicule, constantly under pressure, or putting myself under the pressure of my own pressure, right? Peer pressure and peer review and whatnot. All those things become far trivial when your tolerance level and your ability is so much higher than everything else. So like, how ready am I to go back to the workforce and take on more pressures? Probably pretty reasonable. I wouldn't say that I can anticipate most things, but the thing is, I have the energy to do so, right? That's like kind of going on vacation, right? I've been on vacation technically, but this is what I look like on vacation. All this talking, all this theorizing, this graphic, this is what I do on vacation. So if you're thinking about what do I do at work, imagine doing more than this. If I had to do something, like if someone told me, here's $100,000, get this off the ground, and I would agree to it, right? I would agree to it emphatically by a share of interest. I would work at least 5 or 6 times harder than I currently am. It's not even a competition. So oftentimes when I hear people say, oh yeah, you know, I really find it very flattering where like, thanks for the grind, like you really inspired me to work harder and whatnot. It's like, I'm very happy. That's fantastic. For myself, I don't think I push myself all that hard because it's voluntary. And it takes a lot of effort to push yourself hard when you don't have to. So learning Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish, I can do more. Like I'm constantly telling myself I can do more, but it takes time. So I'm building up, right? Before I only learned Japanese and I only like did one activity. It was Duolingo, and then I did 2 things, and then 3 things, and 4 things. So eventually maybe I'll hit my max again occasionally, and then I scale back down and then continue to do so. So I don't think there has been a time since my last burnout, which was like 8 or 9 years ago, that anything has come close or even touching that. Like, we have to keep it in mind. Like, I slept like 8 hours a day. I worked out twice a day. And each session's about 2 hours. I juggled like 10 people's obligations. I had classes. Multiple, like, I had side hustles. And then obviously I was in graduate school. So all this stuff destroyed me. Like, absolutely destroyed me. And even then, when I sit down to think about it, what actually destroyed me? Food, diet, sleep, eyes, legs, like the things that you can't control. And it's the most frustrating thing about, if I had to say what is the worst thing about what I would say being high functioning, the most infuriating thing about being high functioning is your biology sucks. Ironically, like, some people constantly say like, oh, it must be great to like, things come easy to you, right? Things come easy to you. And I think relatively that's true, right? Or, oh, you can make things work so you don't understand. For example, here's one that no one so far have challenged me when I started language learning. Like, a person hasn't come out and said, well, you know, there's a problem to your theories and whatnot. It's like, what if you're the special person, right? And I tend to downplay that, and, you know, imposter syndrome and whatnot. What if you're special? So all the things you say are irrelevant because things come easy. You make things work. So whatever you say sounds like it works. And I totally understand that. That's one of the dangers of suggesting that I know better. I probably don't know as well as I probably am not qualified to say a lot of these things as facts or advice or professional advice. Because if I make things work, then I might not be able to appreciate why HanziHero doesn't work. Right? So instead, I've chosen to spend most of my time now to demonstrate what I do, and then let anyone else figure out if it works for them. So I rarely ever say, do what I do and expect it to work. The idea is to give observational data so that something like Duolingo Spanish is not because it works or doesn't. Is there enough information for this person to demonstrate it did work, but did they make it work, as opposed to someone who's looking for a loan? The loan in learning is so high. Like, if there's any deficit, you know, we talk about, especially the United States, the UK and the United States. I don't think I'm stretching too much. We talk about money matters a lot of times, right? Loans, debt. I think one of the biggest loans when it comes to not literal money is effort. And especially effort in learning. One of the biggest deficits. And how do I know this is the biggest deficit, one of the biggest deficits? Apps make the most money, literal money, and figurative money, feeding off this deficit. How do you sell a product to someone? Make sure to mention easy at least 50 times in like a minute. not telling you that making it easy means you learn less. One of the biggest deficits outside of, and it's still, and we're talking about humans have both. Now you make it cheap. Now we're getting somewhere. This is the internet now. You attack the deficit in effort, and you also attack cost. So now your apps are most attractive based on literal money and figurative money. So what are the most attractive instruments and apps that you get? What are the things that you subscribe to most often? Cheap, affordable subscription plans that look like they're cheap, right? If you don't look at it as like $500 a year, you look at it as like $12 a month. That doesn't check out. 500 divided by 12, that's or something, right? Like a monthly payment of that is literally, but not really literally, what it looks like. It literally looks cheaper, and then it figuratively looks like it's easier to consume, right? So that to me is why apps are very successful. Now, I'm not saying that Kevin, right, the developer of HanziHero, these developers are motivated by something else. At least the products that I have invested, they don't give like an overarching predatorial message. Some people might even argue, well, that's what Duolingo looks like. Like, no. Like, nah, that's, in my opinion, personally, I don't want to deflate other people's country. That's not what predatorial things look like. Trying to address a learning deficit. Learning deficit is far from addressing a predatorial thing. Like, you could, there are far more now. It's not a competition. Like, there are things that's what it preys on, but I think it's more a consequence of their design than the business end. Like, for example, streaks, consecutive things. These things are deficits, because consistency that they're talking about when it comes to consecutive and streaks is the deficit in effort, not the deficit in literal money. It's less so. I'm going to say about 80%, 80-20 split. So when someone looks at a streak, it's like, oh yeah, I logged in and I did one lesson every single day. What does that add up to in literal money? You don't know, because it's addressing some people don't consider all the time you spent adding up to the streak, but it seems so effortless or a lot more cathartic because the return is based on this deficit. But you can think of it a different way. What if you decided to braid, like say you buy ropes and then you braid them by hand. Each day you can braid about, I don't know, 10 centimeters of a rope. And then every time you hit 100 centimeters, you sell it. That's a streak. But now this is integrating literal money with effort money. And to me, when I read like the next fad, like the next financial observer or the next person who's selling their like side hustle of choice, in my opinion, they kind of do talk about the underlying behavior, sort of, but they really mask it with literal money, a lot of them. So like, here's my trade, do this. But ultimately, what I see underneath most of the time, not that I'm not that special, right? I like to think this part is not that special. You understand that it's kind of the learning lesson from taking their courses and stuff is understanding the underlying method. And oftentimes when someone is talking a lot about what they enjoy, their context, it does not reveal underlying methods. It's far more apparent to someone who can see the method already. Like I gave a really simple example, but guess what? Somebody actually does this. In fact, they started this and they're like, what happens if I got 3 machines to do this? So then what else can I do if the machines are doing this? Well, let's go get a distributor. And you scale up. So what started as an entrepreneur for like, I like braiding stuff, turns into a expandable side hustle. This is the stuff that you'll hear many iterations on based on that person's passion. So that person is like an investor, a finance investor. It would be geared and revolving around that. But for myself personally, if someone likes to, let's say someone likes to learn from self-help books, or they have a lot of money to spend on master classes. You go into many master classes and you compare and contrast them. And in my opinion, I would take a wager, maybe like 70% to 30%, that the underlying method deals with a lot of the stuff that people who write self-help books all typically agree in its fundamentals. But the self-help book, what makes the self-help book elevated is there's also context. So when you find a self-help book, the context can make it even more powerful. Like, you relate to this person because this person's situation is very relatable. So that's, in my opinion, how there are a lot more self-help books. There are more popular self-help books, so they're more relatable. And then there are less relatable self-help books. Like, for example, my life is not that relatable, but I can choose to try to make it relatable. Like, we already talked about how the rarity of going to graduate school is, and then finishing graduate school, and then suddenly finding yourself not working in the field that you contribute. It's very low, right? However, when there's a way to frame all these, so I take a step back and I look at the methods, and the methods sound very reasonable. And before someone comes at me and say, well, it depends. Not this, not methods, in my opinion. Again, 70 to 30%. The method does not depend. The context depends. So if you're into finance, the method, the underlying method, gets dressed up by the context. So we're talking about things like the bottom-up approach, right? The method is down here. And I have been largely talking about this most of the time. So a lot of time, it sounds like I'm saying the same thing all the time, right? And I am when I'm talking about the method. However, I can choose whatever context to frame the method. And for that, I chose happy dollars. right? Happy dollars, and then literal dollars. And to me, when someone says, "Oh, you read self-help books, right?" Like, or I like this self-help book, or I like this interest. Would you be interested? It's like, yeah, of course. Because in my opinion, when you understand the methods, for me, I naturally am interested in how the context varies with the method. So I often get this feeling when someone tells me something, I can relate to them, because if I don't understand the context, I can rely on the underlying things to frame it in a way that sounds like I understand what you're coming from, right? And this is my tackling approach to solving problems. Problems are at the top most of the time. Like, it's multifaceted, it's really complex. So what do? You take the problem, you ask the proper questions to ascertain the methods to approaching how to talk to someone or talk about complex topic. And I mean, without saying too much, the punchline is this is science, quote unquote science mindset, like the scientific mindset, right? Applying what I do before with like evidence and observations and whatnot, but more so life, right? Now it's kind of like a mix of fun pseudo science until it's understandable, and then using the approach that I've learned all the time in my life. Yeah. All right. With that, let's go through our review, and then we're gonna hop into Spanish. I was thinking I could squeeze in. Yeah, we'll be able to. Pretty sure. Thanks for the opportunity, Procol. Good questions. Or opportune questions. Fei Yan Ming Ai Zhi Shan. You couldn't reply as you were in a game, but you were listening to. Oh yeah, no worries. I'm looking forward to playing the new season. We can't stream Hearthstone yet, okay? I did stream a few Hearthstone games before. It wasn't it was okay. We weren't sensational, like always complaining about being unlucky. It actually started with Hearthstone. Hearthstone was the last thing before I started streaming. Like it was the thing, like back in the day of like Trump and Kuporian and stuff. How does this work?初次 背诵 仍然 方向 否定否定 I can sword mouth. 另外方便双边初级是否分配 oops 不易 oops 不易主见最初 You were watching a Hearth stream earlier, and with deck tracker, you can add an overlay on the stream. Yes, that can help. Yeah, we did all of that. Yeah, we used to do all that. It was an experimental time. Again, low effort. Learning deficit, deck trackers. Learning deficit. It wasn't the same back then. Like if you use a deck tracker, you can like do other things on top of it. And streaming kind of wanted them to be interactive and all that. So not that there aren't transformative ways to use tools, right? What was also, you had a question that you can answer later, but I want to write it in case you forget. Do you think the likelihood of me interacting with someone that has a similar way of answering questions as you do, mostly in terms of long form answer, is more likely to find on Twitch or more likely to find in person? This is gonna sound like a cop-out, but let's start with the selection factor. I think there are a lot of selection factors that happen. This is a checklist, and then you use the likelihood, right? Checklists. PhD. That's a pretty decent one, right? Exclusively long format. That's a pretty big one. I'm basically writing things that would self-select me into a group. So the more things that are checked off. Right, so I'm trying to go at the highest stuff, right? Probably multicultural. Not reactive. Not very reactive. Older, probably. Age does play quite a... I'm gonna say lightly millennial plus. Prior profession. Or existing, or a concurrent profession. Now, this is a stickler because this can make it exclusively long format not possible. So these two things are kind of antagonistic to each other if they have a concurrent profession. But if they have a prior profession, that can be helpful in a profession in which it's a public profession, especially a service one. A service profession. Very specific that it has to be a service possession. Education. Education background. Focus on learning. I'm basically writing as quickly as possible the things that would identify me, and then you find out if that is what you see on Twitch, because Twitch is big enough, in my opinion. Twitch is big enough to have microcosms. So like, there are people that think Twitch is something while being completely exclusive to something else that someone else thinks. Right? Like, it's big enough. It's kind of like YouTube. You can still think of YouTube as one thing, but it's not one thing to most people. Like, for me, YouTube is not Minecraft. Right? It's not Minecraft. It's not Fortnite. Like, I don't consume any of these things. In fact, if they didn't exist, I wouldn't be cognizant of them. I am aware they exist, but they are not part of my immediate environment. So if you can find these things, your odds would go up on Twitch. So you can look around and see, these are open. These would be like openly visible. You can confirm multiculturalism. You can confirm long format. You can even confirm professional, because they're usually in the about section. So the thing about universities and professionalism, often when you have a prior profession or like a PhD or something, they typically want to disclose these things. There's a lot of disclosure. So you're looking at disclosure professionalism, which is not evident in a lot of streamers, right? Because they have other focuses. It's not better or worse, it's increasing your odds, right? And not reactive is something very big. And I think this is one of the biggest reasons why Twitch would not be a place to find someone that answers questions like me. Because reactionary, the vast majority of streamers are selected for reactionaries, and their exposure is nearly proportional to their reactionary brand, their reactionary brand. So even their craft, entertainment, not for entertainment focus, right? And then there's also long answers dealing with monetization. So if I had to take a guess, what do I think the likelihood of you interacting with someone that's similar to me, mostly in terms of long format answers, if you're more likely to find it on Twitch? There are various fundamental things that Twitch do not want or desire or support. So therefore people would not use Twitch to do it. PhD, exclusively long format, multiculturalism, not reactive, usually not old. They do not have prior professions. They don't have educational backgrounds, and they do not focus on learning. This is why it's just you and me. You can take it as a social anecdote, a case study, but the idea is, if you and I are the only ones talking now, and this is the interaction you want, the odds are a platform that supports any of these things would likely be the case. So what is a great platform like that? Like something that deals with one-on-one meetups. A closed interest group. And this interest would have to be a common interest. And there are places for this. However, public places can be tough, like subreddit. You are more likely to bump into someone like me, you know, in your common interest in a subreddit, or even a personalized Discord. So yeah, these things would be way higher than Twitch. Way higher than Twitch. And honestly, if the common interest lines up with Twitch, which is like gaming focused, you're still more likely than YouTube. YouTube is even less likely. The nice thing about YouTube is, though, the materials remain. So yeah, you won't have the chance of answering questions, but you might be able to observe, like answer questions, but you might be able to observe them. You're less likely to observe Twitch. You have no chance, in my opinion. And I would call this like a statistical anomaly. Much like me, like think about the odds here, right? If we took an average Twitch streamer, well, we'll use some statistics to rationalize this. The average Twitch streamer. I would say the average Twitch streamer, even with 0 viewers or below 5 viewers, concurrent viewers, they would at least get an impression 10 times to 100 times higher than mine. And what are impressions? Impressions are someone clicked on your channel and then it counted as one. That's what I call impressions, because that's what YouTube use. I use YouTube's. So even the average Twitch streamer would have a higher poll on that. So if you're wondering if whatever identifies me as having long format answers, which I listed a couple of those long format answers, the odds are very low. You would have to target them. So instead, I wrote that list of things is because it provides you with targets. So now you can go around, instead of looking on Twitch or YouTube, you can even look on Twitch and you can target the things. So the longer your list gets, right, the more targets you have. And then if 1 is a coincidence, 3 is definitely not a coincidence, and 4 is most definitely not a coincidence, then the odds are you can probably approach it. This is how I use quote unquote profiling to use conversation or conversationalism. And this is again a presumption. So I use my understandings to presume things, and I do this every day, like nonstop. This is automatic for me. For instance, like a conversation, it doesn't even have to be a person. It could be an idea. It could be a discussion topic. I'm gonna be honest with you. I make up metaphors on the spot. So whenever someone says something, it gets integrated into the idea right away. So that type of thing, probably not. No one has time for that, honestly. Like, if I have to be very realistic, Twitch would fail to make money. Like, we have to take it from a Twitch side of things. Twitch would fail to make money if the target audience they have are long format answering trained or former trained professionals. It would not scale. It would be a terrible scaling business model. Like, you're talking about an average of 3 or 4 people talking to per streamer. That's like expecting a university, for example. That's like expecting a university to be able to offer like 1 professor for 3 students. You might even get possibly 10 students at a super high level. Like, what I mean is, like, occasionally some of the super high classes might have like around 10. But in an ideal world, when you want intimate, long format conversations and whatnot, it's not good for business. There's a scalability problem. You know what's funny about that? Here's a really fun hot take. How are they solving this scalability problem? Is it gonna work? I don't know. We'll find out in the next 10 years. I hope I live long enough to find out if they're able to do it. How do people solve the scalability problem for themselves? They're replacing it with AI. There are people who prefer to find intimacy in long conversations by talking to a language model than talking to someone like me. And that is the reality. This is reality. There's such a deficit. There's such a deficit for conversation online or even in real life, IRL. Like, people lack so much support system around the stuff that they're doing now that when this came around, when LLM came around and became more publicly accessible, even locally hostable, so they're not trackable, right? You can have the computational privacy of a personal server to host LLMs. There's a massive, unequivocal surge and interest in development of AI for human interaction, or supplements or replacements for human interaction. And to me, that's more like addressing a symptom than having a permanent sustainable solution, right? Personally, it's a little bit of a hot take for now, but I could be wrong, right? AI, you know, human ingenuity has incredible leaps and bounds. And I totally forgot that I was writing something else. That's fine. I think we need to go over this, and then let's go over our... Oh, we'll do it one more time. We'll do it one more time. They Yang Ka Ming. I won't do the vocabulary again, it's fine. I Zhi and Chen. Alright, then let's do the mnemonics for these. It also seems like a somewhat runaway cycle where on places like Twitch they naturally push towards short form content. Human condition, which then creators generally play into it, which then worsens, or yeah, desirable for those who are seeking others, right? I think the system naturally plays in its infancy, right? I'm not gonna write off that compensation happens, right? Moderation will likely happen. Like, for example, YouTube's average length of consumption kind of is not constantly pressing towards short form anymore, right? So I think early days, these are the early days. Optimization, then expansion, optimization, then expansion. Humans go through cycles of optimization, then expansion. So when something becomes too hyperly optimized, then there'll be pushback for exploration, right? The MCU was a well-oiled machine until it was not. creatively speaking. And then, you know, TikTok was an all well good thing until it was not. So hyper optimization. Popular music continues to change because once it becomes formulaic and optimized, it goes through a period, a renaissance period for expansion or reinvention. Not even in the sense of producing novel or emergent things, but a reinvention happens through cycles as well. So we're in the days where it's still optimizing. When until that optimization becomes no longer sufficient, I think we're getting pretty close. Like, what is a great example? It looks really processed. Oh man, all of this stuff is scripted. That's optimization. And now you have like a resurgence of handycam, raw footage, unedited pieces, reviews that are unedited, and it's shown as a selling point. Like, for example, I literally heard this in a review recently where someone's like, oh, hey, you know, I like this part of the game, and I was like, blah, 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 blah. I totally forgot the word, but hey, at least you know this is live now. That type of thing. So it ebbs and flows. And I think we've spent quite a lot of time in 3 or 4 years of the post-internet world optimizing. Now the question is, how is AI going to either optimize that or not optimize it? The funny thing is, AI so far has only unoptimized the internet. Things have become more complicated with AI, not less complicated. So that's kind of a neat thing, right? The irony here is a lot of people think AI is making convenience happen. Like, oh, hey, here's the answer. But that answer comes with a lot of complications now. So this is more of an experimental expansion period. And then they'll be optimized. And then we'll see what happens after LLMs and AI and stuff gets optimized. But right now, AI looks incredibly messy. And who knows? A long form format may be possible because AI assisted editing and stuff makes it possible, and the scalability problem becomes less concerning because now you can host many things and do many operations without needing the manpower to do so. Of course, that comes with so many other caveats, but in terms of content creation, it is possible to say, oh yeah, now it costs less to manage all these things because we've offloaded with AI, but that also means less people get to work. So there's that whole question of what if we optimize all your pipelines to handle server problems, bug fixing, server maintenance and stuff off to AI. Then we can have those people oversee the AI, so every one person can oversee like 30 different trained models on optimizing a server. So then the cost of labor and expansion goes down. Then you can, on someone's good graces, this is assuming the business model is like, yeah, we need more long format things, so we'll pay and redistribute the money you save on labor and expansion to promote long format content creation. Now, what would that long format content creation look like? Well, if AI exists, then it would crosstalk with that too. So then you might not be getting the same type of interaction. Like, for example, answering your questions. I'm gonna sell this. Take this with a grain of salt. I think my long format answers can be potentially equivocated by an LLM. And not only can it be equivocated by an LLM, the LLM is always available. I am not always available. So it is sentimentalism that promotes the potential that someone like me could do this for a living, which they can't. Not in a long shot. I absolutely disagree if you think you can find an example of what I'm doing and say they're like, oh, okay, we just do that for a living. It's rewarding all in itself. It's not. I don't want to give anyone the impression that if I ask myself, oh, would you want to do this professionally? The answer is absolutely not, based on the current situation. So the reality is, Twitch is awful, and YouTube is awful for this type of thing. But the nice thing I have is that I'm not doing it for that reason. So it's mutual. It's a mutual relationship. Not necessarily a symbiotic one, right? It's not, it's a mutualistic one. I use something that is really wonderful, and I thank Twitch and YouTube for the opportunity to be able to do this. It's extra. I'm not on loan right now, but if you want more people to do this, they have to feel like they're incentivized to do this. And there are a few out there that do at some exchange, at some expense. Like one of my favorite ones that I like to watch, it actually kind of like flatteringly or soberingly annoys me that they deliberately or intentionally release all their videos in 30-minute sessions when it's all part of a single session. Now, I could do that too. Like, think about how many more videos people will get inundated online if I separated all my things into 30-minute continuums. And I know because I watch this person's content of games that I do not have time to play, and I know that they're uploading deliberately in 30 minutes. And they're great people. Like, actually, it's probably their editor that's doing this, because they are the content creator, but they are not the editor. They have a whole group, and the person is very loving. They're balancing the system, right? Like, I know what I could do to work the system, and I choose not to. And I know that there are people who deliberately know how to make this compromise. I'm uncompromisable. Like this particular thing, this particular sticking detail is uncompromisable. I do not compromise on this. For them, it is. Does it make them any less enjoyable to me? No, not really. And it makes them more enjoyable to a lot of people. It also comes with consequences, that why I don't compromise this. If I separate my things into 30 minutes, it will likely be so enormous that it might end up just being detrimental in the first place. So what you have to do to offset this is what this guy does a lot, or a few of these guys, is they do a lot of hot takes. They do clips. They spend a lot of time doing summaries, being okay with doing summaries, spending 10 minutes describing a 700-hour video game session, that type of thing. Those are the compromises that they make, and they enjoy it. And I don't. I find it an incredible disservice for myself, not for them. I still listen to their summaries and their way of going about it, and I haven't been inspired to do so. And that's one of the things that you have to juggle. If I had to do something for a living, I get a job that isn't in content creation. In fact, I kid you not, if I have to pay the bills now, I would sign up an application and work as a barista at Starbucks. I don't know. Sign up as a Walmart greeter at a Walmart and put in my time. Like they're quite they're I've been asked this question a lot when someone asks like a younger, it's usually a younger person. They ask like, so like do you have a job? Like do you make money? And I'm like, no, I don't make money. It's like I don't have it, and I usually say I don't have an active income. And they're like, so how do you like pay or live? And I'm like, passive income, investments. And they're like, oh, okay, but how does that work? I'm like, you give money, you make money available to other people, and because that money was available to that other people, they were able to make money. So they put a cut for you because you support them. And like, okay, well that kind of makes sense in a money sense. It's like, well, it also makes sense in a mental and happy dollar way. You invest in people and they are more likely to help you in return. And that's where I build most of mine. Like when someone says, don't you want to like accrue money or like build and buy more fancy toys and like buy a mansion or drive Lambos? It's like, no, I want to add one more person each month to my list of people that I have potentially tried to leave an impressive memory on. So when they go on and do their thing and they become like 60 and 70, and when I pass away, they'd be like, I still remember that one time where there was this guy who just sat there and we talked for like 4 hours. And that's all. That's worth more to me than monetization. And and then we're back to our present day now, right? Like, is it more important for me to finish up my review here or continue adding more value to this discussion? It's no contest. It's not even no contest whatsoever. Now, last disclaimer. As my life become more specialized, I have worked with less and less number of people. So those, in order to professionally and sentimentally be successful in that situation, you are more and more inclined to create behavior that supports that. So the way I talk to like you, Procol, is the way I talk to my colleagues. It's a consequence of being specialized. So when someone tells me, oh yeah, you don't understand what it's like to be special, or you don't understand what it likes to be like different and no one can understand you, or like only a few people can understand you, I'm like, I do understand that. But the thing is, I try not to be that when it's inappropriate. So on stream, I don't sound like some eccentric who thinks they have a god complex and they're super special. Watch me now because I'm very special. I'm no longer special because I'm a Twitch streamer and I'm streaming on YouTube, and there are a lot of them. I don't go around and say, oh, hey guys, I'm special because I have a PhD. Not relevant to this yet. How often do you see that on Twitch streamer? Well, their brand is to make sure that they sound special, and that works. That's what makes YouTube and Twitch really work, and I don't do that. So that, is it easy to do that? Not for me, but it might sound very, very easy for other people. Like I could sit down and say, hey guys, let me give you my hot take. A former virologist from a top university hot take on their own university's hot take on the current situation with pandemics, or Like, here's a real virologist commenting on reacting to the TED Talk on virology, or what would a real virologist react to a germaphobe viral clip. That's what sells. It makes you special. And honestly, I sometimes consider what maybe I might be not as great for this, but I typically want to make people feel like they're special, but not in a sense of they're special in the sense people can't relate to them, but more like elevate their position to understand that you aren't talking to someone who is different from you. You are talking to someone who can relate to you, regardless of how different they are. So most of my topics I talk about, pretty much anyone can talk about, honestly. The irony here is it's not a common thing anymore. Like, when was the last time someone said, like, hey, if you want someone to just chat about how life sucks, I can do that. Like, well, you can talk about how life sucks with anyone. Like, well, not with the people who are popular and being successful on Twitch. They don't talk about that stuff. They talk about what makes them special. Not what makes them mundane. So the irony here is the vast purpose of my experience in YouTube and recording is to show how average someone, quote unquote, may be special in something, but they are clearly very average and relatable. But relatable is boring on Twitch and YouTube. You're not looking for boring. You're looking for extraordinary. Now, older people will be like, oh, but I love watching people who they're grounded and they're so chill and stuff. It's like, yeah, no, you don't. Most of the time you're watching some extraordinary thing. Like, what I mean is even I do that. Like, what am I watching right now? I'm watching the most popular shows, the shows that people like, the extraordinary shows, the high quality stuff. I do that. I understand that. So if your whole brand is to normalize things, you have to somehow spin it so that it is extraordinary while being normalized. And I haven't really done that yet. This is off topic, sorry, but you mentioning hot takes make me think of the recent online debate about who would win in 100. Oh, I saw that. The 100 men versus one gorilla. Yeah, where the statement alone 100 men would win and the one gorilla would win are both hot takes. Yeah. I saw, I didn't watch anything, but I saw a video that was titled 100 men versus one gorilla on the, yeah, that's exactly it. And hear me out. In order to make it special, you make yeah, that is unfortunate how strong the desire to consume extreme content online is. Yeah. So, here's another extreme. How do I take an average thing to the extreme? That's what I'm asking myself. So here's the metagame. And I don't know if this metagame is going to pay out. The nice thing is I don't need it to pay out. But how long format can I get until it's too extreme? And you know what's funny about that? That's the only reason why, in my opinion, there were subscribers on YouTube and Twitch. The only reason that I ever encountered something of compliment is how long I've committed to something. Isn't it interesting that the most average thing, when taken to the extreme, is also attractive? But the downside about that is it's very difficult to do it, which makes it extreme. What is very extreme about using Duolingo for 9 hours? Because most people don't use Duolingo for 9 hours. And that's what you become known for over time. Is that okay? I don't. It doesn't bother me. Like that's fine. In the early days when I only used Duolingo, right? To language learn, the most common comment is like, dude, how do you not like, how does your mind not melt from the boredom and whatnot? And that became the normal thing. I'm like, well, that's extreme. And nowadays, the most common comment on my videos are, wow, like, how are you not dead after studying 9 hours straight? And then I have to explain it because that's what I'm going to do most of the time. It's like, well, I'm not really studying 9 hours straight. This was actually the most recent video comment that I replied to. Like, you could think of it as playing lots of video games or different video games throughout a 9-hour period, because I've made it so that the things I do are very different. It can be seen from the outside like doing the same thing for 9 hours straight. Like right now we're chatting, and we've been chatting for like the last 1.5 hours, right? I was blitzing through this until we started chatting, and that's kind of one of those things. Like, yeah, it can seem extreme from the outside, so I don't know if that's gonna pick up or anything, but I think it picks up enough. That's where YouTube comes in. You don't have to know what's in the 8 hours to know it's extreme when you see a video and it says 8 hours on it. That's as close as I can get to working the system, right? Big numbers go up. 100 men versus 1 gorilla. Those are extremes. 100 men, very extreme. 1 gorilla, very extreme in the other end. So then you get on and you're like, someone sees a video and they click on it and say, dude, what the heck? This is like 16 hours long. And then you click on the related videos and you realize you see this guy doing it for 8 to 9 hours every single day. And then you get the comment. And then you become known for that. So what have I become known for recently? Apparently it was a Reddit post somewhere, someone linked or whatnot, where they used a like snapshot of one of the videos that was writing and whatnot, and it was tagged for being long-winded. I'm like, yeah, well, that's what happens. So if someone ever, for every one person that may appreciate these things, there's at least hundreds to thousands of people who do the opposite. They would mock it instead. I think extreme behavior is great to attract attention. However, there's also a luck factor of being trendy. So you can be extreme and be untrendy, and you can be extreme and being trendy. And one of the things that are not trendy right now for sure is having to make effort connecting ideas together without explicitly explaining it. And it's got to be a hot take. It's got to be short. It's got to be fast. Not going to happen anytime soon. I try though. I try. There was a time when my YouTube video had shorts on them. I tried to take a hot take, like one of my sentences out of context, and then place them in shorts, and I made like 4 each day of an old video where I took the essential sentence out. It was a disaster. As in, like, it got lots of views for sure, and then had lots of comments, but it also elicited far more questions that did not spark an equivalent interest in knowing what the context was. So it didn't work, which was what I was expecting. I was very well aware it wasn't going to work, but I was going to try anyways to see if I'm not talking out of my butt. Yeah, one of them was one that was received very negatively was oftentimes you can practice things in preparation for things. So if you're having trouble like having a relationship with someone, trying to have relationships that aren't as serious as a form of practice and mutual respect for each other is a great way to prepare for when it matters. So that became very contentious because some people say like, well, if you do that, wouldn't you just leave a trail of bodies? I'm like, well, would you prefer to have the one chance in a lifetime and you would gamble on it? And some people say yes. So it raised a lot of controversy. But the reason why that person rebutted is because the sentence didn't cover me talking about the opposites and all the others. I actually talked about many combinations of approach to preparing for life's obligations, but the one sentence was not enough. It was too short. Short format content, not sufficient. Much like the video of the person like making a meme of me being long-winded, and I'm like, there's a difference between long-winded as in constantly repeating the same thing and long-winded as in it's essential to establish all the information. You could say, I'm really good, I'm the best, headshot, headshot, headshot for like 7 hours and be long-winded versus having a conversation that doesn't overlap for like 7 hours straight. Those are two different things. Unfortunately, in the eye of the beholder and the vast majority of internet goers, there's no difference because they wouldn't watch it anyways, or unlikely to watch it anyways. Reality, right? Reality. I have an example for language learning. It's not about what you did along the way and all the things you learn that makes you successful, is if your level is higher than mine. That's it. That's all you need. If your number is bigger than mine, then you're more successful than me. That's how you summarize. Like, here's a great example. Someone comes in and they're like, oh, hey, where are you at now? Instead of saying where are you at now, it's like, what level are you on? And then you would say the level and they peace out. It's like, ah, yeah, okay, I know you. Like, I'm on level 16, you're on level 22. Let's go check back in another 3 years. Like, that explains anything. It does explain a lot of things per se for other people. It rarely explains anything. Like when someone says, oh man, you've been streaming for 9 hours, right? Today. Are you the least bit curious what I did for that 9 hours? It's like, no, I know you're studying. Like, no, I didn't only study, but that's not that wouldn't be my place to. They weren't curious about it, so I'm not going to provide it, right? If they don't ask, I'm not going to answer. Or something like, here's one that pretty much terminated the last person that I was talking to for a while. The person found out that the way they want to play a video game, I brought this up before, that the way they want to play a video game, they discovered that other people play the video game different. And therefore, they lost all purpose of wanting to play that video game. I'm like, what does it matter how the other person dictated? It's like, well, they never asked me how I obtained mine. And it's like, well, why does that matter? You know how you obtained it. If they ask, then you can tell them how you obtained it. And they would not be equivalent to you anymore. So if there's anything that would be interesting in the future that I can say as a hot take is, someone will ask me, oh, hey, you learned a lot of Chinese, like before you started HanziHero. How did you do that? Duolingo Chinese. Like, wait, I thought like Duolingo Chinese sucked. Like you couldn't learn anything. I was told that no one can learn anything. In fact, it makes you worse at Chinese. Like I don't know. It's not like I'm trying to lie to you. Do you want to see it? I mean, there's 2400 hours of Duolingo Chinese that you can look at if you want. It's there. Like if you want to know. Like I know it might not work for everyone, but there you go. Like it's not like I'm lying. I don't want to convince you. And by the way, I didn't say I recommend it. And it would be like, oh, but do you recommend Duolingo Chinese? Like I don't know. You got to watch it for yourself. Godspeed. Good luck. Unless you're really here to listen to me talk for 4 to 5 hours, which I've added every once in a while. So that's what I'm building, I guess. This is what I'm building here. All our long discussions, you bet it's gonna come up again. You're some mischievous mastermind trying to trick people into going Duolingo. So hear me out. Hear me out, Procall. I'll give you an example, an anecdote of how this backfires too, or like is terrible. Someone once got really, really angry at me and got very, very like righteous, higher moral ground against me. Said that no, you can't just use Duolingo for yourself and pretend like you're not influencing other people. Because they said that they hated me because if I made Duolingo work for me and I had fun doing Duolingo and doing all of this, it would encourage other people to fall in the false sense of security for using Duolingo and thinking it would work the same as me. And then we had a cogent argument, and then it was very pleasant and very negotiable. But then at the very end, this person said like, you didn't like, just so you know, this doesn't stop me from going to every other Duolingo streamer and telling them how Duolingo is crap and it's a very greedy business and you're not changing my mission. I'm like, I'm not here to change your mission. Just like how you're trying to convince me that I had some sort of agenda to trick people into using Duolingo. Those words don't ever even come out of my mouth. I tell you what Duolingo does. For me, how I use Duolingo and what I do with Duolingo. You think that everyone has a hidden agenda to motivate them to do things. Not only did I not try to change this person's mind, I already knew this person made up their mind before they even talked to me. And this was a real thing that happened in the first month of Duolingo. It happened in 4 different ways, but this very particular one was great because it stuck out. We had a mutual ground. We set our ground, and he's like, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna go on and go do the thing the right way. It's like, okay, that's great. Just keep in mind that I'm not here to convince anyone to do something. Most of the time, when you do something and you do something well, it is the responsibility of the other person to exercise critical thinking and problem solving. I don't go around saying this is the best thing that I've ever done. I go around saying this is how I did this. That is not a hidden agenda. I do things smilingly, happily, and energetically because I do them, not because someone is telling me to convince other people to do them. So that's the world we kind of live in now. People no longer oftentimes distinguish between the difference of enjoying to do something because they can versus ulterior motives. Like if Babbel comes up to me and say, we will sponsor you for like 6 months to use Babbel for those 6 months and do the same project, a different project that I did for Duolingo, I would say yes. Sure, why not? And then someone could interpret it as, hey, guess what? This guy is sponsored by Babbel. He's probably here trying to convince you. He'll probably have kickbacks to Babbel every time sponsorship. It's like, well, the nice thing about me is that I probably disclose most of that beforehand because there's no need to like hide that or anything, right? That's the difference, in my opinion. I disclose most things. Like, for example, I'm probably not going to do this today. I'm skipping the last thing I have to do today, but tomorrow I'll do it. The candid conclusion today, when I play video games, and most people are like, oh, what's your review on the video game, right? What is your review of this? Does this work? Do you like this? To this day, the disclaimer that I have to make each time, the difference is, when I choose to do something, I'm a very structured person. So if I choose to do something, I will like it. So that means that when you ask me, do I like something? It's not going to change. To this day, there has not been someone who had the courage or organization, a person or organization, who have incentivized me to evaluate their product as a non-targeted representative of being human. So what I mean by that is, all the things that I have done up to this day will have positive reviews, positive facts, and as comprehensive as I can to account for other people's perspective. But it will legitimately be positive because I have voluntarily chose to do those things. And since I'm arguably very well self-aware of many things that I like and don't like, typically when I choose to do something, it starts with the things I will most unequivocally like and find interesting before not. So until the day that someone comes up to me and say, hey, I didn't watch anything about your video. We like your critical thinking skills and your problem solving skills, but we know we have no evidence that you've played these type of video games or used these type of things. Would you evaluate our product? And we give you non-disclosed access. Then, and only then, probably, you will probably find me say that, and there's a chance I would give a mediocre review or like score or not recommend it. But up to that time, the closest thing we got is targeted products. So I've been targeted 3 times so far. And those 3 times are targeted reviews. So if I'm not choosing something that's interested, the only other time that comes up is what the world we live in now, which is targeted. So the only way that I would ever get a quote-unquote sponsorship or a solicitation is that it's based on existing data. So if Babbel comes up to me, of course I'll like Babbel. It's a targeted solicitation. It's usually, that's safe. If someone comes up and say, hey, would you evaluate our French learning app using immersion only, now we're talking about situations where it can come up mixed, because I have no experience so far with immersion and I know nothing about French. So when I go and do the so to speak thing, which I guess I'm not doing today because I like this type of opportunity, it's going to be a positive review. Like, we're going to talk about all the things it does and all the things it doesn't and see where the compromise is. Try to guesstimate the targeted audience this product is for, and then say how I'm not the target audience. But even if I'm not the target audience, it is a good product that I would recommend for the target audience. So rarely do I have something negative to say, in the sense that I'm consuming a product to understand what the product is targeting. If I don't understand what the product is targeting, then there might be a chance that I would be like a little confused. But generally speaking, everything I choose voluntarily, I would disclose if it's not voluntarily. And there's nothing. So whenever someone says, "Oh, how you liking WaniKani?" It's great. How you liking HanziHero? It's great. So how do you or what do you think is going to be like when you finish? It's great. And then someone may ask, well, how do you know it's going to be great? It's because I'm going to make it work, because I chose it. I don't live a life of regrets. Everything I choose to do up to this point, when I voluntarily choose it, I start with the highest level of success. I don't grasp for straws. Like there's too many interesting things in life to say, oh, what are you going to do with your free time? The best things I can think about at the moment. And then you have someone walk in and it's like, dude, why are you wasting your time with this? You're not going to enjoy this. You're going to hate this. You're going to regret this. It's like, why would you choose to do something so awful and wrong? I'm like, oh, really? Is it so awful and wrong that I can do it with a smiling face, constant interest, and I chose to do it? No. That's coming from someone who doesn't understand what they like, choose to do, and is incredibly regretful in their life. And very, very overly cautious about their decisions. To the point where when they make a decision, they would have decision remorse. I don't question my choices. I make the best of them. And I constantly look for more and more. Like, my list of things that I want to do in my life is so piled high. I would be more concerned about not living long enough to do those things. I don't have time to worry about someone thinking that I'm wasting my time. I don't ever waste my time. Like, there are some absolutes. There are some absolutes that I can put out as really hot take. I don't ever choose to waste my time. And I don't think other people should either. So what I mean by that is, people can waste your time. Things can waste your time. But if you're a person making a decision for yourself, how could you possibly choose to waste your time? But when someone asks me, you're gonna hate this, I'm like, I chose to do this. I probably won't. Like, well, you're gonna regret how little you know. I probably won't. It's a different mindset, but things I choose, I never regret. Or I try really hard to. Right? I don't give time to the whole, oh, what if I could have won here, or what if I did this different? I don't linger on that. That's such a, that, in my opinion, ironically, is a waste of time. Oh, you finished so to speak earlier? Yeah, I did, or yesterday. I was gonna do a wrap up today, but I think I've digressed. I think I've digressed, so I can't do my wrap up. I was gonna write like it's gonna be like a 3 or 4 hour summary. Oh yeah, no worries, Eric. No worries. I quite enjoyed it. I have a lot of things to say. They're neither bad or they're pretty agnostic. I enjoyed it quite a lot. It was fantastic. I also saw that you were trying to consider expanding the feature set, you know, like modes and stuff. I think that's a great catch-all, you know, like if you're able to have the time to provide an option, that is definitely a great catch-all, right? Of course, you are also one person, and that takes a lot of time. Hopefully, you're able to balance time with like creative processes, because I can definitely tell how I have been around seeing many games where when you have a constant focus on trying to be accessible, right? Accessibility, focus on accessibility. It comes at the cost of putting out more content or the creative process, and it can bog a creator down. Yeah, you're trying to be careful not to add too much stuff. Yeah. So I totally like accessibility for sure. Like some of my oh yeah, and testing. Yeah, cuz you have to QC all the feature sets, right? All the accessibility stuff. And by accessibility, obviously I was reading your recent comment about adding the toggle for repetitious things, right? You have to QC that. I mean, if you were working with other people, maybe you could find someone who really enjoys doing that type of thing. But back-end QCing and constantly putting accessibility can end up being a diminished return a lot of times for it at the expense of your creative process. So there are quite a lot of few developers that I've had like somewhat of a relationship with that ended up being bogged down by quality of life features. And on like a pragmatic side of things, it doesn't quite lead to bigger reach a lot of time. So I absolutely appreciate those type of things. Like Kevin, right? For example, to give you an example in terms of Chinese, Evan and Phil are two brothers who work on HanziHero, and they constantly make sure their curriculum is being updated, the content side of things. However, the back end is like a huge laundry list of people requesting, hey, can we have this feature, and ultimately, if you're thinking about like if someone's gonna onboard into HanziHero, a lot of times, like I haven't even used 3 or 4 of those features that they're testing and implementing, and I am already playing catch up. Like I'm basically catching up and still reviewing at the moment. So oftentimes it's like I start to wonder how it is going to be for you when you start looking at, should I work on quality of life stuff or work on my next thing? I've came across a few creators who like one person who's pretty extreme. They're like, okay, all right, we're done with this. It works as is. I'm moving on to the next thing. So it would be interesting to see what you end up doing. And how you're gonna scale up. But yeah, working hard. Thank you again. I really enjoyed the game. I now will have like a final video and thoughts, but it's largely agnostic things. So I'm probably going over what the gameplay loop might look like for varying levels of entry, and then what I did outside on top of playing your game, and then those things could be things that could be added as a quality of life things, but I don't particularly think they're mandatory, right? And I'm gonna like do that the whole time in the next one. You're continuing to debate what to do next. Yeah. It's a how does it feel? Like I feel a 7-year process, that's like you're finally done with your thesis. Now what? You know what I mean? That's you did go to graduate school. It's one of those things like, oh okay, well I've been working on this forever, and it's like, what do I do now? You could do anything, but what do you do? Do you improve on your existing principles, or do you stretch out? Do you explore? I can only imagine what it's like to end something for 7 years. The longest thing I've ever done recently was Duolingo Chinese course. It took like 200 days, and then a lot of writing in between and whatnot. So not 7 years. Although it did take 7 years for me to complete my thesis for molecular biology. So that's why I was using that example. Like, I don't even know what you do after. Clearly, I didn't continue in academia. That's not what ended up happening. Your thesis took 7 years also? Dang. May I ask what it was on? You did mention it might have something to do with programming. Mine deal with retrovirology. Avian retrovirus. So avian leukosis virus, ALV, and Rao sarcoma virus. So we did virology back then. Was it on the educational gaming thing? It was on educational technology. My research sounds cool. It sounds cool. I'm not sure if you feel the same way oftentimes. It sounds cool, but the day-to-day, maybe not so cool. There's not like interesting things to look at. It's numbers and computation and looking at cells day to day, mixing a solution that may look cloudy sometimes or clear. I imagine if I asked you like, oh man, back-end coding must look really cool, and then you like bring up your code, your source code. It's like, this is what cool looks like. I'm like, and a lot of people are like, oh yeah, what does this do? It's like, oh, that's just a true false statement. Like, oh, that's an if loop. Like at least that's how I think about it. I think sometimes being on the outside makes a lot of things look cool. I can only imagine what a thesis on educational technology was like. Is that like a hybrid discipline, or is that completely under technology or science, or what is that under? Like, how does one do a thesis on educational technology? Like, for instance, retrovirology is biology. It's under biology. Oh, computer science? Okay. Intriguing. So do you have like any background in psychology or education? Did you have to like do backgrounds in, I don't know, methodology, convention, what is it called, pedagogy, as in like how to evaluate technology based on like the educational principles, maybe even like a background? I did not. I didn't have to do all that, but I did have extracurriculars, so I did it anyways voluntarily. No, but you learn how to do user studies. Ah, okay. I see. So, is a educational technology, do you have to perform case studies? Or can you use like meta-analyses and like data mining in order to look at correlational trends and whatnot to support your thesis? I without saying too much, I looked at chicken tumors. Avian retrovirus. So I looked at chicken tumors in a controlled space. So I used like, we induced experiments with samples, like tissue samples. You can do either, but you did all the user studies yourself. Ah, okay. I can't even imagine how you set up user studies for educational technology. I can only imagine what this is like now. you're practically doing an application of that now, right? With so to speak. Hear me. This might be a little too bold, but how often is it that when someone produces a, say, an educational technology program, are they in academic? Like, I don't even, obviously people don't disclose this stuff, but like, for example, maybe if you said you might have had an opportunity to talk to Wagotabi team, like how often is it that when you have something like an educational product that people have a background or a academic background in education and the technology? I have a very jaded, possibly, or stereotype that when it comes to computer science, it varies dramatically. And I think the vast majority of people who are designing apps and games these days are not from an academic background. They tend to be people who are hands-on. They're individuals who end up acquiring most of this for like this experience and whatnot, not like conceptually. They approach it pragmatically. There's a bunch of ed tech in academia, and then there's a bunch in industry also. But yes, I agree. The majority of products are coming from industry development. Okay. I didn't want to like presume since I'm not in that, but yeah, industry. That's kind of how I feel about science representation as well. Like low key, here's a little bit of a hot take. 23andMe. I was in virology, I was more like a geneticist, where like I studied more on the genetic side, like epigenetics and like mutational changes in genomes. And most of the technology that was popularized by 23andMe, the corporation that is now bankrupt and up for sale, they use technology that are industrialized, that have very concerning aspects coming from the perspective of an academic scientist who works in genetics, like sequencers and whatnot. So that's kind of my relation on how, I don't know how you feel when you look at your product, you know, so to speak, and compare it to, I don't know, like, for example, HanziHero. I'm not sure. Kevin doesn't disclose that, so I imagine Kevin is a hobbyist who, over COVID, wanted to explore this language. Then they researched online and then learned from experience how to produce a product like this, and then refined it through iterations, and then the experience then speaks for itself, as opposed to potentially starting conceptually from something in academics. I don't know if you ever had a distinct feeling when you're designing, like, so to speak, if you ever want to talk about that thing. Obviously, this is something dealing with popularity and whatnot, but I can imagine in an interview process or someone asking you these things, your perspective would be perhaps quite contrasting with the importance that other academics would have. You think people shouldn't waste time arguing about which method's better? I believe that all methods are inherently slow when it comes to language acquisition. A philosophy professor proficient in Chinese, classical Latin, and English, and a renowned translator of philosophical works in Vietnam. Okay. Once told his student that he could not propose any language learning method as rapid as those advertised by intensive English courses. In reality, he has consistently maintained the habit of learning 10 new vocabulary each day and continue to consult the dictionary regularly. That sounds pretty cogent. Chong. I like it. In fact, by coincidence, 2 hours ago, that was a functional core of what I was talking to Protocol about. That regardless of how you dress the contextual understanding of the circumstances of methodology, the underlying methodology has an underlying foundation that is resulting in consistency in habit formation. And that habit formation leads to things that are sufficient in acquiring a language. Right now, though, the way you're talking might be a different perspective than me and Eric talking. I was just asking about Eric's academic background because I'm more interested in his interaction with his fellow peers, because I myself do not have exactly what you're trying to emphasize. You're talking to someone who doesn't have an academic background. Chong, like when you're saying you think people shouldn't waste time arguing about which method's better, I disagree. They should argue about it, but it's not a waste of time. That's like doing the exact same thing the other people are doing. You're eliminating options and methods. You can choose to argue about it and enrich yourself while using methods and whatnot. Without the peer review system or interaction between peers, one cannot integrate more ideas. So when I was talking to Eric about the difference between academic or trying to think about industrial and academic differences, is the idea of crosstalk, the collaborative nature. But the way you're making an argument is to embrace someone else's fundamentals over another, which I would disagree. It's never in my opinion, is rarely a waste of time to argue in a mutualistic exchange way in anything in general. It's of academic concern, at least in my opinion. Now, what that says to me, in my opinion, your comment about cherry picking a person who confers your suspicions of your opinion, that to me is confirmation bias. It's coming from an industrial perspective. It's whatever is pragmatically useful. So if your end goal is to acquire a language learning, like acquire a language, then yes, that is sufficient. And it can always be sufficient, which is nice. But me having a conversation about all the different types of methods is not a form of naturally arguing, but more an exchange in ideas and perspective. And to me, that is what paves the difference between someone who is industrial, application and sufficiency and goal-oriented, versus academics, which is the intellectual curiosity and pursuit of differing opinions and methods. So that's probably where I was leading to, but it's kind of humorous that you provided an exact example where you can highlight someone who is academically inclined as an example to present for an industrial approach in language learning. I like Eric's, so to speak, game because it is academically and intellectually interesting to me. Whether it get argued or it's opposite of HanziHero or contrast to HanziHero is irrelevant to me. It's of intellectual curiosity. I don't know if that came out clearly, but I like watching people argue, but it is up to them to decide if it's a waste of time. And I can definitely appreciate your comment about wasting time if it doesn't serve your purpose. And your purpose is to acquire a language. My purpose is not solely acquiring a language, but also understanding the different approaches to language acquisition. So it would be very counterintuitive or not a waste of time if I participate in arguments or debates about methodology. That other person, though, that you cited, I don't know who the prominent philosopher is, but they probably have different priorities and a disregard for entertaining other people's spurious ideas, which that's fair enough. You know, a means to an end, I suppose. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate it. Hopefully that makes it a little clearer of what I was getting to. And I don't want to hold Eric up as well. But this is a rare opportunity, so I really like to see what it's like if it's similar. I think I might be a little presumptuous, but my empathy for someone who has a background in academics bridging into an industrial dominated field or application of their background can feel a little isolating, or maybe it can be a little bit isolating and relatable, because that's been my experience a lot of times. It's not like every day someone who has a academic background in a different discipline suddenly decides, hey, we're gonna go and tackle language learning, and then have the expectation that people will come up to you and say, hey, you know what, I know exactly how to learn things. And my thought is, yeah, I do too. I spent most of my life learning things. In fact, I actually think biologists speak different languages than physicists and chemists, and you spend a lot of time learning how to do that. Is speaking scientifically as hard as, like, for example, as multidisciplinary as learning Chinese? I would argue yes, but that is from an academic standpoint. It would not be palpable or appreciated from a pragmatic standpoint. Right? Academia is the pursuit of knowledge and intellectual exchange, in my opinion, not simply a reductive pursuit for performance and output. Eric might differ entirely, of course. I was just curious if that's what they're going for. Because in academic industrial pursuit would be to move on to the next game. Basically, either make more content, right, for the current game, right? Like Eric just finished. I don't know if you are interested in Japanese, Tom, but Eric is the developer of So to Speak, and he's had a interesting crossroads. He gets to decide if he wants to Oh, here you go. Yeah. There it is. So that's Eric. I'm not sure if you're interested in evaluating like Japanese language products or not, but Eric, he finished his game and it was a 7-year project. And it's interesting that he's at this crossroad where if you take an industrial approach, you would release more content. So you would sideline quality of life changes, as in like methodology changes, because in a language learning game, you have to take feedback for methodology, like accessibility. Like there's already someone mentioning, oh, this game should have a flashcard system, or maybe it needs a reference for grammar structure, things that they are projecting based on different methods. Now that would enhance the quality of life of his game, and it would be very useful from an academic standpoint. Like Eric can take in most of this stuff and say, oh, we can figure out what the methodologies that are popular that can be implemented in the game at the back end, or the industrial approach, which is this game works well enough, it has overly positive remarks, let's make more of the game, right? So then you go into the industrial thing of like expanding. So do you hire or get more, start recording again and creating more assets? And that's kind of the thing that I I don't make video games, so I always wondered what it's like when someone suddenly goes from an environment where you spend a lot of time thinking and studying and like calculating to bridging into a industry that involves getting results, just getting results. I as a personal anecdote, I considered going into industry before, like becoming a what do you call them, like just industry science, right? Chemistry or biology. And 23andMe, the anecdote that I was making is an example of industry science in genetics would be 23andMe, the now defunct company that's up for sale. That's a way to show that a company that expands based on productivity and output, like if they get a means to the ends, what happens to foresight and clairvoyance, like risk taking and whatnot. And video games, I always often wanted to have a conversation with first time developers, especially ones that have different perspectives. It's interesting how there are similar patterns in, yes, educational technology and genetics. Yeah, genetics, oof. Let's not talk about AI right now, right? That is the monster in the room as well. The pattern that AI is going, where are we taking the industrial approach to expand as rapidly as possible and then worry about the consequences later? Or consider a more slower and balanced methodical approach where it picks some established conceptual understanding while expanding cautiously. And I often have this incredible duality between my academic side of me suggests maybe we should take it a little bit slower and let's argue or debate about methodology a little bit and then proceed to application, or the other way around. But usually it's a mix of the two, as opposed to like fully embracing industrial, which is what happened in genetics, especially the 23andMe situation. And then I think AI is kind of eclipsing that too. Educational technology is an interesting one. And I think from my experience, like on the consumer side of things, I think it's far more academia, despite more industrial developers, right? Despite more industrial developers, the academic side of things are still far less expanding than they are conceptualizing. So, like, what does expanding look like? Well, you don't have like an initiative to constantly expand more educational technology because the incentives for the risk taking still doesn't, in my opinion, outweigh the need for conceptual consideration. Genetics took off for a bit and then it receded. So then you had the 23andMe situation. AI, I don't know. But sorry, that was a little ranty. I look forward to seeing what you end up doing, Eric. But this is the person I was talking to, by the way. For both. So Tong and Eric, or the so to speak developer. You should give it a go if you're interested. I don't know. I don't think we established what you have been doing, but yeah. What are you doing right now, by the way, Eric? How do you know what? I have a wild card answer. What do you do for leisure? What does a graduate, a postdoc even, of educational technology do for leisure? Anime, perhaps? Hear me out. Anime? Oh, you go running? Oh, so do I. I actually go running to start my day. That's interesting. How about anime? Hit me up. Hit me up. Maybe manga? I don't do a lot of manga, but I could certainly relate online. It helps a lot for working long projects. Agreed. Agreed. You know, I have a pitch. This is largely a joke pitch, but maybe you have a more brilliant, more grounded way of implementing it. I think Duolingo did this a little bit too for their Japanese course. A DLC, right? A DLC for your game that has anime references. So like that to me sounds like industrial stuff. Now I'm not suggesting that you abandon your brand or anything. My thought was, here's a great example of how to apply industrial stuff. You immediately do a referential DLC using catchphrases and stuff from anime. That would be a very like pragmatic industry move for a game, right? Oh, okay, we'll just like do a mock-up of Miku, right? Do a mock-up of Miku and do a mock-up of, or not Miku, and like sure, let's throw in another one. You know, Ai and Vocaloids, right? Let's just do some Vocaloids. And then do a mock-up of like Naruto, but not Naruto. And not like a bunch of not things. And I can imagine that would create a lot of buzz. Quite a lot of buzz. This is an interesting... You think Duolingo did something like this with Squid Game? Yes. They did it with Squid Game as a promo for season 2. The Korean course lines up with the show. Exactly. A little bit back, maybe like I think more than a year back, they did a collaboration with Crunchyroll and I didn't finish the Japanese course yet, but some of it I noticed that there were a few anime like catch phrases. And it was a way to cross collaborate with Crunchyroll, which happens to be, you know, anime platform. So that, in my opinion, is what drives Duolingo's relevance. And it is a very industrial approach. Basically, more people would be driven by their sentimental connections, which is very powerful in language learning. Not that we're playing competitions. Again, I'm not suggesting this is best or good or efficient. It's one of the things that drive Duolingo's overwhelmingly positive sentiments despite QCs for language learning. Right? What I mean is, despite their long turnover time with the resources they have in using like quality of life changes to their system and introducing language, if one was considering expanding and getting more resources, that's kind of what I feel is very indicative of the industrial approach. I think the academic approach, and I say this with a very fond heart, because I understand that you're from academia, asking questions, taking polls, and collectively figuring out user feedback and peer review, that strikes me as an academic approach. And sometimes that can slow things down quite a bit. And in my opinion, it's personally, I'm very biased. Like, go as slow as possible to make informed decisions. And at the same time, as a consumer, I know very well sentimentally that consumers are content based. Like, they are driven by content. And oftentimes you get something like, I would even argue, Shashinko, where the elephant in the room is, when's the next DLC, despite localizing. So right now they're in a situation where they're localizing, which you already have a solicitation for localizing, right? For language apps and stuff, you got to localize your things, which is what Duolingo focuses on, ironically, or not ironically, predictably. They're often about expanding accessibility through localizing to other languages. So Shashinko is in that position. However, I would probably argue that while that is great and all, seizing the window in DLCs and whatnot is probably the unspoken rule a lot of times. It's less of the exception. I speak really well about I really like your game quite a lot, right? And it's because it seems like a lot of content that can be used. Like, I can see myself being able to tell other people, hey, so to speak is a great starting point. There's just so much there. It's a great selling point. And this is the things that I imagine you would end up considering as a developer and a self-published person, where if I tell someone, oh yeah, for example, if I told someone there's a light and dark mode on HanziHero, okay, that's fine. Oh, by the way, it has this like experimental dictionary mode where you can put in any term to throw into your life cycle of like the characters. That is kind of a selling point. It's like a meh selling point. But when I bring up, oh, this thing covers HSK 1 through 10, then the person's like, oh yes, I want that. So in Japanese, whenever I think about a conversation in Japanese, the first thing I would think about is, hey, guys, check out this game. So to speak, it covers N5 topics. So if you haven't done any N5 or you want to review your N5, it covers N5. There it is. And in the future, if you're interested, they will cover N4 topics. And that's kind of industrial advertisement. So like, oh, do you like anime? This game, it has anime references, which kind of like, it has a more of a consumer forward lineup with what consumers like, as opposed to like an academic one. Like, hey, like for instance, I spent like the last 2 hours yesterday talking about how the user is responsible for the retention of the material in your game. Because sure, you could spend a lot of time implementing more and more flashcards and reference material and whatnot, but it doesn't prevent the user from doing that. So the thing is, it's a diminished return a lot of times. If you implement something, there's no guarantee that the user would use that feature. And oftentimes, if there's someone who's complaining about not being able to retain or use critical thinking to solve something, and you provide the feature, how many of those people don't have that problem despite that person having that problem? And that's kind of a tough situation. Like, I do my own understandings. I use the context, but no matter how much you add these quality of life things, there's no guarantee, or like there's less than the turnover on creating more content, which is why I was crossing the industry and the academia thing. I believe in strong foundations. So if you can teach someone to fish, it's different than consuming the fish. So if a game has quality of life, accessibility things that give the player or the consumer an intuitive way to look at learning and acquisition, not like which is best, which is most, but a way in which they explore the way they interact with information, which I think your game does really, really well. Despite someone who don't, in my opinion, not necessarily get the point, that is enabling to me. So much like Chong is trying to implicate, it's a waste of time to look at which method is better. It's an excellent time to consider and be exposed to as many methods as you have time for, and figuring out what method works for you. And that, to me, is what I think your game does. Unconditionally. For now. Until you get into the conversation about this. Like, oh, which one's the best? SRS. Yes, you need flashcards in your game. SRS is the way, right? So that, to me, is probably the conversation you'll probably have for some time. And honestly, I don't even make games. I don't even teach people how to learn anything, and I still get all of that all the time. Like, it's the most common topic where someone would tell you what method is good or bad, but not talk about how the method works and why it works for them, and why it would maybe work for me or work for other people. So when someone goes around and say, oh yeah, you really need this because it's the best thing, it's like, for whom? For what? How does it work? At least my academic side would tell me, I need to know this stuff. I'm not sure how you learn Japanese. Oh, wait, I did kind of ask, right? Because your wife, you have immediate contacts, so you have forms of immersion at home and reinforcement. I agree with what you're saying. Your dream when you started the game was to make something that could get people to N5. Shockingly, I was about to say, I think you cover quite a lot. Now, the thing that I think you unconditionally have in your game is a no compromise to input. So like, it's everything about the input situation. And I actually think all the things you covered in your game, if they are able to implement it in a lifestyle choice and be able to output it without like just those concepts you have, it would cover like 80 to 90% of my regular conversations with my parents. With like Fujianese, which is a dialect, and that is fantastic. And I did notice that got a lot of topics in there. Now, it would be interesting how you would someone would be able to organize all that information, because you had the chapter like a stage select and whatnot, but I ended up organizing it in a very different way, largely because of how I started learning Japanese first. And that's in no way telling you that I would write down, oh, this is the way I learned it first, so you should add these features. I really like the way you went about it. It was really fun. There was a few places that I got stuck, and my thought was, oh, I should have just relied on the idea that the information's in the game. Like, it's not to an extreme as the other person where they were like, oh, this is absolutely confusing. because they can't imagine using the information in the game. So in the long run, turns out that all the things that, like the 1 or 2 times I got stuck because I was thinking of something else, turns out whatever you provided, it was right next door. It was like right in front of me. It's kind of like having the keys sit in front of you, but you look everywhere else except the key that's in front of you, And I think that's pretty that's a pretty telling sign for very, very well thought out. You agree? You're most excited about adding more examples and inserting more reinforcement that way? Yeah. You don't really want to add flashcards. The whole idea is to move away from that. Exactly. Eric, I actually think moving away from flashcards make your game complementary and or non-competitive with other games and other formats. Like doing well in a situation that you're not making yourself like directly comparable is one of the things that I find is very difficult when you're actively taking feedback from someone. So it's one of those things, it's kind of a mix, right? The industrial approach would be to do what everyone else is doing so that it reaches the standard of everyone else. And at the same time, the academic approach would be to stick to your guns conceptually and maybe make some concessions if it suits your integration purposes, but not to abandon your original approach. I think your approach is unapologetic. And making concessions to flashcards and stuff, I would even say, well, if you're adding flashcards, how does that differ from WaniKani? Which is what I'm currently using for the SRS side of things. I haven't ever used SRS before, so HanziHero and WaniKani are my first times that I've ever used some sort of flashcard system. I actually haven't ever used flashcards in my life. This is actually the first time I've ever used flashcards. So I went from, from kindergarten all the way to post-doctoral without using flashcards. This is the first time I've ever understood the pros and cons about flashcards. Yeah, I Procol I've never used at school. Like I didn't use flashcards. I skipped over it. I use mnemonic devices, like complex mnemonic devices. In fact, the moment I was able to conceptualize creative abstractions, I stopped using physical and literal and realistic contraptions. I actually use a combination of abstract thought and realistic thought. So to speak, when I was playing Eric's game, so to speak, grounded me back to when I was learning when I was in high school and college, where you would use the context of realistic, naturalistic environments to learn things. But you don't even need to do that anymore. Like, in order to understand like things like science, right? Like certain concepts that are really difficult to grasp, like mathematics and whatnot, you would need to also continue to elevate how far your abstraction goes. So whenever, like, for example, it actually worked to my detriment. Eric said, yeah, he thinks getting stuck part is the biggest weakness with the game. And for me, it was a huge weakness because I keep thinking outside of the game a lot of times. So when I'm like, things that would become very apparent to Eric and his design in the system, I would start thinking outside the box, and then I go through like a rabbit hole. Like I would go down a red herring that takes me like 10 minutes to get back to where it was, and it turns out the solution was right next. Like my inspiration was right next door. Like it was literally the thing that's next the object that I had to click on. So sometimes that can obviously have its pros and cons, but this is actually the first time I've ever used flashcards, and I think the closer type of like learning style, if there is a learning style, an approach, a particular approach, I find, so to speak, resonating with me so much more. And this might be before the fact or after the fact. It's kind of hard to know now because I know that Eric is in academia. It strikes to me a lot of times as an academic trying to capture something versus someone iterating on an industrial standard. And that also screams an indie developer as well, which Eric is an indie developer, so that's so for me, I actually think doing all of those things, like adding flashcards, adding like reference books and stuff, I think it's an exercise personally, it's an exercise in sacrificing one's own academic commitment, like their approach and their concept, for trying to normalize industrial standards. And one of the challenges about trying to compete with industrial standards is you hope that you have more resources than your competition. So if you're gonna add, like, if someone has to consider, oh, I'm gonna add flashcards because the next tool has flashcards, hopefully you have enough resources to add more flashcards than the next person, because that's your competition then. HanziHero is advertisable because it covers more than 4,000 characters. That is the industrial standard. The industrial standard, well, not even, that's above the industrial standard. The industrial standard for Chinese, for example, is like around 2,400 to 3,000. Kevin advertised that he believes it requires like 4,000 or more. And in Japanese, it's similar, where it's like, oh, what do you cover? The industrial standard for introductory edutainment technology games is N4, N5 to N4. In fact, it might be slightly higher. It's full and standardized is when you can get conversational enough to no longer need that medium. So it's between N4 and N3, because then they can bridge into other forms of very popular content. And that's anime, manga, and having casual conversation. What is N4 and N5? So JOPT is the Japanese scale system for examination. Like, it's one of the formal tests, examination. And N5 is the first level, and then N4, and it goes up to N1. And generally speaking, these have been ceremoniously being used as a gauge, a rough gauge of someone's language competence. More so reading than it is conversation. But it's like how much input. It's more like how much input you've acquired as opposed to your capacity to output things. So it's kind of like a language in English, which is the A, B, C. So A1, A2, B1, B2, and then, right. And for a native speaker, they would be past the top level. So a native speaker would be past N1, and a native English speaker should be past C2. And then for Chinese is HSK. It's separated to 1, 2, 3, 4. So for Chinese, it's about HSK 5. Between here and here is about N3, like low N3, and B1 to B2 in English. And this is the standard. This would be like more considered, in my opinion, what I'm cursorily understanding, the industry standard, as in the consumer interest. So if your product is going to be incredibly recommendable when it comes to, oh, this is the product, and then you have a natural smooth transition into something. Oftentimes, if your product is incomplete, in my opinion. What I mean by incomplete is it doesn't get you to fluency, for example. Oftentimes, if the product can bridge into something that naturally gets you to fluency, it's often far more positive viewed. So like N4 and like N5 products are not as efficient, not sufficient a lot of times. And they so when a product catches waves like Wagotabi, for example, a quick expansion into N4 and then at least N4 and then trying to touch on N3 will be like, oh, I can play this game to review my foundations all the time at any time I want, and now I can stand alone as a product, and then there will be another stepping stone. So the natural stepping stone most of the time is that when you hit N3, you can start engaging conversationally, or hopefully be conversational. Not fluent, but conversational. And that's where I think Eric has got to answer the question of how they approach that. And I'm so curious what they're going to do. I've been following the Wagotabi team for a while, so it's very interesting to see the different approaches. Ryan from Shashinko has no aspirations for this, so I don't even know. It's very difficult to know what he's doing. I think he's more doing the accessibility standpoint, so the outreach, which is to localize the game to as many languages as possible with like volunteers and like collaboration volunteers. So Shashinko is expanding based on language, so they're expanding laterally by localizing the game to as many sources as possible. It's another industrial approach, so more platforms, right? The first thing they did was to launch it on the Switch. So lots of commercial stuff, more access to it, like literal access, platforms other than Steam and so on. And he's also largely a solo developer as well. Yeah, you think the getting stuck part. So you're working on trying to smooth the things out and don't really want people to suffer. Yeah, I think the smoothness and suffering thing is a tough call. When you're smoothing things out, it makes it very intuitive. Like here's one thing. One thing, I don't know if this came up or not. Oftentimes a smooth run can often correlate with boredom. Not sure if you ever get this, but or you do if you do spikes dynamics, you tend to get challenge in like the quote unquote video game world, like when you're talking about video game consumers. So oftentimes I love this like smooth thing. I take things like smooth. It's fantastic, like a smooth learning curve. But there's also something to be said about people who get bored when it's smoothed. And I actually don't think this is the case for your game. I think the smoother, most of the people who are very very positive in your game are self-selecting. They are like smooth learning curve. However, you're gonna occasionally get the person who talks about challenge, and challenge is like where there's like it's a fast learning curve, and then a new mechanic is introduced, so then the rate goes down. Like, oh sorry, this is a plot of rate. So like it would be at this rate of learning, and then the rate would increase once you learn the mechanic, right? Whatever the mechanic is. And the mechanic could be like a grammar point or something, or like a gimmick. I think gimmick is a little cheap to say, but like grammar point or a part of speech. And then they would introduce the next dynamic, like the next mechanic. of the language. And that's kind of how Duolingo has been doing it. That's what Duolingo is offering, where they don't do it in series, but what they ended up doing is they're diversifying their most like developed courses, right? The Spanish course is what I've been using. You would have different prompts like adventures, podcast, and speak, story, etc. And Wagotabi is kind of doing that too, as well. Wagotabi is also doing that, where they're switching up the input, right? Or technically, in my opinion, they're switching up the output. So the way you're interacting, how do you output the solution, is they're diversifying, which is very industrial. It's what I would consider as gamification, right? Gamification, industrial gamification is an expense. I think there's pros and cons to it. In your view, there are two different kinds of challenges. There's a bad kind where there are too many combinations to think through and no internal structure. Exactly. And a good kind where it's not immediately obvious where the answer is, but you have enough threads to pull them. Yeah, exactly. And you think sometimes, so to speak, has the bad kind of challenge and want to make it. Yes. I think the one criticism that is interesting, that I have mixed feelings about, and it's a lingering one, is I think you're resource limited. I think this is a consequence of resource limitation that creates this vulnerability. And the challenge oftentimes is like, if you don't know something, right? You don't know something, you're stuck. Because of possibly the resource limitation, since your game is really well crafted, you can use the process of elimination and also mechanical execution to circumvent, like to supersede any need for discovery or understanding. And I think that underlies that one person's comment, where despite your best intentions about your game, which I still think is true for those who think that way, is that you make educated guess. There's enough threads to pull things together, and with that thread, those things come together. But if there's enough negative sentiments at the beginning of the game, someone can resort to this. And then they would make a comment where like, oh, you're basically just dragging the words around until they match, right? Then it became a matching game. A matching game in which a person that is disinterested or have become disinterested in learning anything from it, they can complete your game without learning anything, or learning the meta subtext, which is Japanese. And you're going to have those, but I think sentimentally, while you can iron out those things and smooth those things out, I think the vast majority of your viewers, your game, in my opinion, is targeted. Like, it has a target audience that is very receptive to it. If it attracts a larger audience, I can probably see that might become a larger concern for, oh yeah, there are certain things that when you get stuck, what do? You default. A lot of people who mechanically would default to, which I've done, which I tested to see if it works. You click on a dialogue and you take that element and you just drag it and then see whatever lights up, right? Whatever turns green. And to me, I think it's also a resource limitation because it's so well crafted, in my opinion. It's so precisely encapsulated that the solution is there. So mechanically, it might end up taking less time to take a thing, click on all the bubbles, and then just take the thing you're missing and drag it until you see if it matches with something. And that's kind of what that person was talking about. Where, yeah, and I think, in my opinion, here's me being relaxed a little bit, like I'm being a little loose here. I think these things will continue to happen largely because you would have to expand a bit or put in like stopgaps somehow creatively to discourage that, but in a positive way. Like, hey, there are things that people do where like, oh, this is wrong. Like, for example, this is wrong. Like, you drag something and it didn't match, right? It didn't match and it shakes. And then after the second time, there will be a hint system. But that hint system gives you more context clues. That's curated by you. So it's not the answer. It's the hint. Like something would glow or something would ping. So I don't know how easy it is to enter a subsystem like that, but a lot of times puzzle games, what they do is they create a hint system, a layer on top of it. So they would point the person in that direction because you have elements that you know already matches with it. So occasionally, if you have some sort of detector, like if your game loop always have a the input is baked in, the hint system makes it so that a person can learn new hints or new contexts. So then the strategy would be more habitual forming. Like, you can imbue your own form of logic or thinking in it into the extra things. Like, some people make it for fun. Like, their hints would be like a sarcastic joke or something. Like, hey, I don't know what the word for grass is, right? And the hint would be an opportunity for the developer to be like, it's green and everywhere. And this could be also an opportunity to choose words that are also in Japanese. So you could say midori, comma, everywhere. I don't, everywhere. I can't think of what is everywhere right now. But the idea is you can also cycle and relate the words back to the thing. So you don't even need a shining system or a fancy hint system or a location system, which can be a little bit more complicated. You can associate another word that shows up and say something green. これは緑? Midori no? Right? So that I've seen implemented quite a lot as a subsystem that doesn't require you to overlap everything else. Like, oftentimes this is placed on top of a game, especially a learning game, where you can get people to connect ideas slowly, and the hint system wouldn't always come up, because if they start making less errors and get stuck less, the hint system naturally goes away. So in my opinion, that's what makes this work. HanziHero and WaniKani, it makes this work because the mnemonics are an abstraction. And once you end up getting your own system, you shed those. So it wouldn't be like a toggle on and off thing. It would be just, it's there as a safety net to smooth the learning curve. So that is probably one thing that I was going to talk about tomorrow. How to smooth like stuck areas, right? Learning curve smoothing can come in many different ways. And I think default hint system is often a very voluntary thing. It's there, use it or don't use it. Very, very like cheap. I'm gonna say like low cost, not cheap as in like low in quality, but low cost, like click and find games, right? Click, find games use context specific hint systems. Or, oh, you have no idea where to go, and instead of using like a huge logbook or something, they typically like, all right, I'm done. I've been staring at this. I need some help. You click on it, it's like boop, right there. And usually point and click adventure games, which that person mentioned about, point and click adventure games, they can be incredibly obtuse, like so obtuse. Like Deponia, the Deponia point and click system, like their dialogue and stuff can be so abstract to the point where I can't connect the dots. Like oh my gosh, like I can't think like that. Like what, like you want the horn, so you would put the horn in the mirror in order, but when it's revealed to me, I'm like, oh, that's really clever. And they have hint systems like that. You know, just that's what I thought about when I was thinking about like smooth transitions and whatnot. And it can end up being a learning experience because you can do it in Japanese, which is different. I think that's what makes learning a language, a target language, even more different. You can actually use Japanese, so you can use the descriptors and stuff that you might have learned, but it can be a little tough because you have series, so it has to be graded in your game, and that can be tough. Like the target language has to be graded. But Wagotabi had a solution for that, or Wagotabi did it differently. What they do is when you learn something, when you clear it, right, it's retroactively replaced. So any instance of like Midori, right, it can come out as Midori. We won't use Romaji, but green. And then later on, you can ascribe green to be Midori after a specific chapter. So then your hint system will be graded by the idea that, oh, they haven't gotten to that chapter yet, but this thing is green. How do I give a context clue as a hint for green? Well, you can use green, and then when you get green in the game and then you hit on that hint system again, it replaces it. Oh yeah, you played a little bit of Wagotabi demo and noticed this. The replacement mechanic's interesting. Yeah, I enjoy that quite a lot. The downside of it is, for Wagotabi, is that also means they're in the long haul. Like, yeah, it's a long commitment. The downside for like a developer perspective, right? It's a long play, but from a consumer standpoint, at least from my standpoint, that means they're in it for the long haul. Like, it takes a while to realize those replacements, and you might not even get appreciation for those in the long run, like, because it's so smooth. Like, you can't tell when now you're just going into your logbook and all you see is kanji, or kanji, not romaji or anything like that. So they ended up smoothing the option for that at all. Like, they circumvented it. Like, do you care if there's English or romaji or kanji? Eventually all of it's just going to be smoothly go away, and that's kind of a really interesting solution. I think that's one of their highlighted features. But you don't, obviously, that's not necessary, at least in my opinion. Like, I rely entirely on translation and interpretation in real time when I'm speaking to my parents. Like, my life has always been between two languages. I think someone mentioned this in a thread before. Oh, it was in like a WaniKani thread. Oh, someone who is bilingual or even trilingual. They find that I'm not like this, but here's a contrasting experience where when someone is learning a language or using another target language, they only use the target language and that compartmentalize. Like a lot of people who grow up in a multilingual household, they tend to compartmentalize their language. So like you only speak English at home, or you only speak English outside, and you only speak Spanish at home. For me, I haven't ever done that. I have consistently translate and interpret my entire life. So this might be a minority feedback, but for me, I like that you can use English and Japanese. So for me, I think even having hints with the English attached to a Japanese word can be a wonderful like stepping stone to encouraging someone to think of it as, oh, now I know green is midori, and then you can have kusa be midori, right? Midori no kusa. I don't even know if there are other colored grass. I mean, maybe there are blue colored grass, but it's pretty cool. Okay, yeah, no worries. I just thought whatever time you have for me, I take the opportunity to talk about your game because I like interacting with people who make things, and you're a creator. So thank you again for the opportunity. Yeah, take care, stay safe, Eric. Good luck with everything. I look forward to reading and lurking about what you're gonna end up doing. Take care. Thanks again for your time. All right. Oh yeah, we didn't finish this. Okay. Let's actually finish this now. Let's finish our routine. There you have it, folks. By the way, I don't know. I know we're using HanziHero right now for Chinese, but if anyone know of a Chinese game, I'm on board. I have yet to find a readily available edutainment game using Chinese that's available on a Steam platform, by the way. So I'm still looking for these things. And again, it's not because of like language learning progression. It's more like opportunities for education, right? You learn sometimes learning how to learn and exploring how to learn makes learning new things exciting again, at least in my opinion. So probably one of my favorite things, and I hope I get to do this in the future. I actually am thinking this is the type of stuff that I want to go back to do professionally, which is consulting education material, right? It was also a potential to like be an editor or something, but this stuff gets me going. Like having the opportunity to talk to someone who actually can make things happen is absolutely incredible. And then of course like doing a nonchalant pitch for ideas and then leaving them to their devices to see what they make of the ideas. So much fun. all right, we'll finish this stuff. All right, we'll do this one more time from the top. Sorry about the delay. Totally worth it. I'm not sure if you're here, Procall, but I wanted to say one thing about what we talked about earlier regarding like happy dollars and stuff. At the end of every day, right? If I have extra time, I often tell myself, can I do even better? And what I mean by that is sometimes you tell yourself you're going to do something, right? And then you get achieved, and that's great. Like, pat on the shoulder, nice to be consistent. But at the end of the day, I throw all that extra currency at something. And that's when I do the max thing. So in case you're still around, and I had this graph earlier, right, of my things. So if I had currency left over, what I would do is at the very end of the day, I would throw it at something very, very difficult, quote unquote difficult. And we do a what is it called? A burn, yeah, for lack of a better word, a burnout at the end, so I can go to bed exhausted, a good exhausted. So in case if you ever see this later, there's still one last thing at the end of the day before sleeping. Gotta go to bed feeling like you did a hard day's work, regardless of whatever the type of hard work it was. Some people might be, well, you didn't do a hard day's work. You didn't go out and, I don't know, ship boxes and stuff. Yeah, my body would probably crumble from that for sure. I understand. There's hard and easy for every person, but for my mental state, put it all on the line at the end of the day. Do something to make sure you're ready for bed. All right, let's go back. So Fei, Yang, Ming, Ai, Zhi, Shan. Okay, let's do these. Chu ci.配送冉双向否定另外双边初级是否分配不易 oops 不易相见最区 okay Alright, and then our one thing. Ooh, that's terrifying looking. Okay. 自自愿 self. If self wishes to do something, we volunteer. Volunteer. And then let's do our that's not it. Frodo. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to this. Let's see if I remember this. Frodo is outside of the beach house, right? Oh yeah, where a prisoner, he was really tired, so prisoner just straight up showed up and shoved coffee in his mouth to wake him up. Right? That's actually pretty funny. It works really well. So we have Yoshi. Yoshi is inside the chapel. What is Yoshi inside the chapel? There was a ton of holy sheep. Holy sheep hanging around. And he ate all of them and turned them into eggs. Whimsical, it's fine. Young, it'll be good enough for young. And then we have Kermit the Frog, who's outside of the auditorium, and he's tired. So naturally, floating muscular arms decide to come by with coffee and shove it into his mouth to wake him up. Clap. Alright. Then we have Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse is inside the infirmary. What was he doing inside the infirmary? So he was injured, right? Mickey Mouse was injured. Maybe injured defending his coat of arms, right? Defending his coat of arms. And it has cheese on it. So he's trying to fend off all the other people who are in there trying to eat his coat of arms because it has the cheese on it. So all the other people. Yeah, this one's okay. It's kind of sloppy the way I thought about it. It's good enough for a visual. So Tarzan. So Tarzan is in the classroom in the high school. And he's doing a presentation. Ooh, this one's weird. He's doing a presentation where he's on a platform and he's on like a pile of elbows and he's like taking elbows out of his mouth. You're just gonna think about it like a ritualistic, cannibalistic demo or something. It's fine. That's sufficient. It's tough. Mouth and elbow as a component is pretty tough. You're trying to think of like body horror or visceral things, which can elicit memories. Not my cup of tea. But you know, we do what we do. So now we have James Bond. James Bond. And then also I'm not too concerned because Ty already graduated. I already graduated to be a reliable read and definition, so I really don't necessarily need the mnemonics. But it's to practice the act of the mnemonics pattern. So James Bond is in front of the house. Oh, where he's on a secret mission. He's on a secret mission. So he took a orange juice box. Or an orange, stuck it with a cross, right? and then sprayed orange crosses marking the house, the door of the house, for the target for the mission, right? So juice, orange juice, spray orange juice all over the house door, or made a cross in orange juice. This one's pretty good. This one's nice. Resonates really well. This one's a bit rough. Shrek. So Shrek is in, oh no, that's the wrong tone. Shan. So Shrek is in front or outside of the pawn shop, and he's relishing in his wonderful new silk, or a shirt made of smooth hair. He's so excited that he just decided to bust out of his suit in order to try on the smooth hair shirt. It's good enough. We'll see how well that sticks in the future. Alright folks, there you have it. Wasn't expecting a really wonderful time, an opportunity to talk to Eric again, so I really appreciate that. I feel like it's more of very beneficial for me just as much. I really don't mind, I don't know what becomes of these things, but again, I always exercise the one foundation of why I'm streaming. It's to present generosity regardless if it's reciprocated or not. So make the absolute most utter effort to seize every opportunity. Whether I get my lessons done or not, I'm sorry for those who are very pragmatic about keeping on touch. I catch up. So much to the chagrin of a lot of people when I digress, but that happy dollars thing, the thing about managing deficiencies in effort and literal money versus happy dollars, that type of remark, it is a reflection of how I approach doing my streams as well. Money is invested in any form. I am liberally investing most of my stamina and creativity to constantly cultivating ideas at the chance of reciprocation and generosity. Rarely is it to expect a return. And much like how I tackle language learning, I do the things because I know enough to start doing. And then the rest, I trust myself to understand how to do better over time. So consistency is one of the core foundations, and I still agree with what Chong said about in reality. The reality is do it consistently, aim for a little bit better for yourself comparatively, and integrate other people's ideas, right? I tend to participate in other people's ideas, and they benefit me far more than I could even begin to express. So while it might seem like I think it goes without saying that I really truly mean that I'm thankful for Eric for stopping by and talking, because it's a mutual exchange. I wouldn't be able to talk about this stuff or form these ideas without the contribution and construction and creativity of other people. That does include criticisms, taking other people's perspective, understanding the realities of things, and as well as the conceptual of things. And I think one of the greatest opportunities is to do it as well. So I placed my practice and my experience forth and offered as a generosity. Whether it's received or not, it's perfectly fine for me. The act of also doing it is kind of telling yourself, you can learn a lot of characters and read a lot, but have you spoken yet? And I don't mean even leaping to the pragmatic standpoint, but you're not talking to anyone.
It's like, yeah, I'm talking to myself. That's not just anyone. It's myself. And then at some point, when an opportunity strikes, like Eric stopping by, I'm already well practiced. It can be flimsy, you know, I trip over things and pronounce things and likes, but I practiced. And I had a lot of things that I was going to talk about today because I thought I might be able to get through it with Shore and WaniKani, but it was originally planned for tomorrow. So most of the stuff that I was going to say today about language learning, and then at the intersection, taking some of my anecdotes and talking about the pros and cons or things that could be done or not done or exchange. I was going to talk about most of this stuff tomorrow. I already had this prepared regarding like feedback or stuff, but I presented the one thing that I felt it's very provocative. There are other things that I was going to talk about as well, so more on that tomorrow when we have a shortened day. But for today, I think we're going to cut that and that last thing we're going to do, but we still got one more thing to do today because this is every other day. So Duolingo Spanish is coming up. So for now, that's the end for HanziHero. Pardon the digression. If you're gonna watch it later, 谢谢, right? As always, feel free to hang out, follow along, give HanziHero a try. Again, it's free for the first 100 characters, and after it's a subscription base. Someone asked this earlier, and yeah, if you're only interested in Chinese, right? 大家下次见. I'm gonna get up, take a really necessary bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Duolingo Spanish. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día número 49. It is day 49. We're back from our break. What do I mean free for the first 100 characters? On the app HanziHero, the characters, the Hanzi, right? And it measures how many different characters. So when you learn 100 characters, that's what you have access to. So once the 100 characters are learned, you can keep using the app to iron out those 100 characters. But then the rest would require a subscription. And to get 100 characters with the default schedule, that's about a month. So I can kind of see why they chose 100 characters. Alternatively, like WaniKani, the app is free for the first month. So the alternative is, okay, you have a month and you could learn more than 100 characters, but at the same time, if you're really busy during that month, then eventually you could learn less than those characters and have to pay for a subscription. So it's like pros and cons. So HanziHero went for, at least to my understanding, basically you use whatever is there for the 100 characters. Now I'm not sure if the dictionary thing is accessible, but you could theoretically add things too. I don't know how it works ultimately, since I started with investing right away. So that's full disclaimer. How long does it take per character roughly? The default way, it's very different in the beginning because there's a lot of components. You have to learn the components as well. But it took me about a month to reach the first character, 100 characters, and that was using the default schedule, which was 10 lessons a day. You can speed that up. You can get to 100 characters really quick if you turn it up to 40 lessons a day. So it can go quick, but the idea is it's raw. So you get 100 characters no matter what. It is the 100 characters. I would say if you're taking an average, it would take about a month. So I can imagine that's what they were thinking about. You either get a month free, which is the minimum subscription time for most other apps, or 100 characters, which is roughly a month's time if you take the default lesson base. Which that's an interesting way to go about it. You can learn the 100 characters as slow as possible, but ultimately on an average basis it will still be like a month's time, which is the cost of a subscription, right? So the trial period is very similar on average between offering a 1 month free trial subscription like WaniKani or learn the first 100 characters of HanziHero. I think one has the benefit of doing it at your own pace. So it's irrelevant of your pace. So they remove pace out of the equation, and the person can say, oh, okay, this is how much time it would take me to get to 100 characters at whatever pace I am. On WaniKani, you're immediately locked into obligating yourself to making the best of the 100 days. So both cases, it kind of selects for a specific type of person. And for me, I remove all of that out of the factor because I chose based on an even higher order, and I bought a lifetime subscription to both WaniKani and HanziHero. Full disclosure, I've already disclosed this on day one. I make choices and I invest forward, and it's going to unequivocally provide more value back because I don't only use it for its own purpose. We use things for far more purposes than they were even originally designed. Like Duolingo is free, right? So I used it for almost a year, and then at the end of the year, I also bought a year subscription with Duolingo, and that also leads me into being able to eventually access Duolingo Max for Spanish. So all of this is calculate, invest forward, and whatnot. Obviously, you might be thinking, also as a counter argument. But you're still spending money without making money and all that. How is this sustainable? It's not. It's not. And then why do you do it? Because I can do it. That's probably the answer. I spend what I'm able to spend, which is how I go. Like, that's how I'm rationalizing. Day after tomorrow, we start playing Clair Obscure, right? I bought the deluxe version, by the way, as well, and it's like 6 cosmetics for $10 extra. But since they're running on a 10% discount on Steam, I bought the deluxe version because I like cosmetics, and I think the people that made Clair Obscure take my money. So oftentimes I might not think the same way as people, but when I buy things because it's a privilege. Like, you don't need video games to live. You don't need technically you don't need these apps and devices to learn a language. So it's extra. It's really, we live in a world where it's kind of weird, where the choices you make for purchase comes at the expense of the person's product that you're buying. Like, for example, oh, this game wronged me because I bought it voluntarily and it didn't deliver on my expectations. That is something I cannot empathize with. However, I do sympathize with people who may be misled based on advertisement. I totally understand that. However, a lot of times, it's actually the other way around. People have higher expectation than what is advertised. And that is where I kind of draw the line. What is the prices on the subscriptions? That's a good question, and that would be something I would try to know, you know? I think they're both the same price. That's not what I meant to do. Hold up. One second. Let's see. Price. Subscription. Oh, I can't see subscription prices because I have a lifetime subscription. $9 a month. $9 a month. $90 a year. So you save on 2 years if you buy a year, right? That's kind of standard practice. Duolingo is very similar when it comes to like buying a year as opposed to month basis. And then HanziHero is $15 a month. $15 a month and $10 per month annually. So it is the same price monthly, like for annual. So they're both 100 annually. However, HanziHero has a higher monthly than WaniKani by $5. And then their lifetime also is more expensive. It's $350 for the lifetime subscription, and it was $250 because of year. It was $250. Both had a discount. It was $250 for WaniKani. Is a lifetime subscription actually unlimited? It's unlimited for as long as the product is supported. That's what lifetime means most of the time. So if the developers suddenly like had to close up shop and the server becomes inaccessible, then that's the end of the subscription. So it's a lifetime of the product, not the lifetime of the creator's IP. To be very clear, there's a difference between like buying ownership of a copy versus buying ownership of accessibility. So this would be an accessibility thing, which people are not used to sounding. Wow, that's a rare subscription option for what you've seen. It is. And it's a really, really risky decision oftentimes. So both of these, both WaniKani and HanziHero, had lifetime subscriptions. It actually factored into my pledge for doing these projects. I think it's a very brave move, and there was a lot of deliberation on Kevin's thing, and by coincidence, HanziHero reached a point in which he was comfortable in releasing a lifetime subscription. Because if you buy a lifetime subscription on vaporware, right, people can sell lifetime subscriptions based on promises. But Kevin waited substantially until the product is worth what it is now, and then guarantee everything else. And if you think about it this way, Wagotabi, the Japanese video game, the app, is also technically a lifetime subscription, barring that they don't add microtransactions. Because they continue to add on a near monthly basis more content for $5 on your app, on your phone. And there's no microtransactions in sight. So that might as well be constituted as a subscription because they have a live rolling update model. How they make money? Crowdfunding. To offset their cost. So these are, in my opinion, are things I take into consideration when I invest in things. So I do earnestly. And there's other things. For example, WaniKani contributes all of their stuff to open use, and so does HanziHero. That makes me a lot more comfortable in not being pursued for like some sort of royalties or copyright or something. And obviously it is being pedantic. I add far more than what is offered by the tools, but they also are other people's products. So I do give back regardless of how absurdly disagreeable some people think I might be trying to think that my small amount of money would change the face of large enterprises. It starts with people like me. So I believe in products. I put my money where my mouth is most of the time. That's kind of the thing. Did Japanese Duo work on me? I mean, I'm still reviewing in WaniKani, I'm still reviewing some of the stuff I remember from Duolingo Japanese. So it's been like over 100 days and I still have not run out of things that I remember from Duolingo Japanese. And when I played So to Speak, almost all of it was entirely So to Speak was almost entirely fueled by Duolingo Japanese. Like I breezed through So to Speak largely because the way they show the input is very similar to, but even more augmented. As in, what I mean is there's even more context. So when they say when you say that you saw everyone complain about Japanese Duo, it's because it doesn't do enough for them. It doesn't make it easy enough. And then because it doesn't make it easy enough, it doesn't force enough retention. So what I mean by that is it's twofold and they contradict each other a lot of times. Duolingo operates on like 99% comprehensibility. So you're doing like 1% of the work. So it gets boring super fast. It also relies on synthetic voices, which people keep pointing as a place of complaint, but it's a place of reference. But you could have 0 voices at all, which is what most people interact with Japanese a lot of times do. They just read. They don't even listen. So even not having synthetic voice, they make the argument that having synthetic voices will make you even worse at Japanese from where you started. It didn't for me, but maybe it does for other people because they're creatures of habit, but it didn't do for me. It actually gave me the point of reference to contrast and point out all the differences that I can modify in So to Speak. So to Speak has all recorded audio, and they are produced by native speakers that Eric knows. So Eric knew all those people, and they all spoke in a way that I recognize from anime and stuff, like from podcasts and vlogs. I noticed their yos and their nes and stuff, and I can produce that, which is fine. In terms of Duolingo Japanese, I have yet to resume it, by the way, after 300 days. I am about I would say arguably only halfway through the Japanese course, and it covers most of like all of N5 and then like half of N4 so far. And I think it's mostly just N5 and N4 most of the time, with a sprinkle of N3 possibly. When it comes to like concepts, implicit concepts, not explicit. They don't explain all of those things. It was my motivator to occasionally dabble in grammar and whatnot. And then when I was playing So to Speak, everything was contextualized. So it was like working downhill as opposed to uphill. And the thing that people complain about a lot of times is Duolingo does not present enough context. There's not enough context to make it easier and to associate context. So oftentimes when you associate context like realistically and naturally, it removes the effort needed later on, right, to make that association. So like, oh, I walked into a bar. Well, if a device like Duolingo presents a bar situation with these words, you would naturally then come up with the idea like, oh, I'm in a bar now, I would say some of these words and whatnot. That is not what Duolingo does. It does not do that. Not really, not at all. And they don't explain grammatical concepts, like not to the extent that would be satisfactory for most people. They do explain grammatical concepts, not to the extent of industry standards or whatever the Japanese diaspora industry standards is. At least that's what the complaint is. Also, in terms of vocabulary, most people say it's really, really slow. Agree to disagree there a little bit, because the slowness is what they're talking about is kanji introduction. And that is something that I would say I totally understand. So it takes about 150 to 200 days for me to get to a point where they shift over to introducing kanji. Now, in that time, the next 50 to 60 days covered almost all of WaniKani's kanji. So yes and no, in the sense that you could skip all the way over there because they kind of like do this thing where, okay, now you've seen these kana, you've heard this so many times, now we're just gonna replace all your kana with kanji. So every time a vocabulary word is introduced, it's an old vocabulary word, now it's represented with kanji. So they kind of compartmentalized it to the point where they're like kind of underestimating people or their impatience. It doesn't take someone 150 days casually to get used to kana, or most of those Japanese people, language learners, would think. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I mean, I drop kana still every once in a while, so I'm not gonna say I'm one of those people. But what happened is, by the time I got to them introducing kanji, they introduced kanji on average 10 kanji every single unit, and those units are unlocked. So those units, it takes less than a day, it actually takes less than 2 hours to complete a unit with 10 kanji. And not just 10 kanji in the sense of repeating kanji, but often 10 unique kanji that you haven't learned, and 20 to 30 new vocabulary words using old kanji and the new kanji. So if I were to compare it with WaniKani, it takes 11 days. Across 11 days to cover 30 characters, right? 30 characters. So ultimately, it kind of comes out the pacing that people think in the long run. It's actually fairly, almost unrealistically rapid in Duolingo. And I've compensated for that. So I did my own way to try to reinforce, because one of the biggest weaknesses of Duolingo is it's not an SRS. It doesn't dynamically track how reliable you are. They're hoping that you retain something. They're not there to reinforce and keep you due diligent on your accuracy and tracking your own progress. Progress is masked as a participation reward. So I would say Duolingo is very synonymous with getting rewarded for attendance. And that, in my opinion, is the basis of the foundation of Duolingo's philosophy to begin with. It's the one very consistent thing that the founder, at least, the representative, the CEO of Duolingo, constantly reinforces. The goal of Duolingo oftentimes is to get you to show up. Now, whether you choose to retain something, you hope that showing up leads to some sort of retention. And the retention comes from engagement. So the gamification. And that's what I was talking to Eric about. The diversification of input, or the diversification of output, as in gaming output. Like the ways you interact with a game is an output. From a language, in my opinion, from a language perspective, like you're entering answers. That's the output of you entering an answer, because you should already know these things. And they try to diversify it. Now, the downside about Duolingo Japanese course compared to Spanish is that Duolingo Japanese course has about like 5 ways of output. The input will stay the same. It's translational. But there's 5 ways of output. Spanish has like 13. So not only do you go from one to the next, it always like they don't follow each other. The outputs are different. So you're interacting with the thing in a different way as many way possible. The downside is that all of these ways are largely synthetic. And people that learn Japanese, especially Japanese, believe that the synthetic way that you're interacting is a worse use of your time, as in it's a less efficient way to use your time than if there's another app that does it naturally. Like if you can have a friend who is at your beck and call and you can just learn from them, then you can. And that is a better use of your time. And that's why I really appreciate what you said, Chong, about it's about consistency in the long run in some ways, and that most things are sufficient for language acquisition. And Duolingo does one thing that I feel, with an asterisk, far more consistently than most of the communities that I've been looking at so far. And that's dealing with burnout and like low bottom line consistency. Now, does that equate to a quote-unquote productive language acquisition? That's where they get normalized. It's like, oh yeah, sure, Duolingo users are basically obligated to attach themselves to the app even if they don't want to. Like they're voluntarily doing that. It's like your 5-minute lesson each day. Like you got to keep that streak going. This is the core of human interaction. It's capitalizing on effort deficiency is what I mentioned earlier with my discussion with Procol. But it's very difficult to have a scalable model, which is what, so to speak, Eric is going to have to struggle with or decide, because industry standards require that you pump out content like a maniac, right? Content is the thing. So how does Duolingo go about doing content? They continue to expand what they have by laterally expanding, and then occasionally taking a showcase feature and then staggering its development going down. So they're simultaneously expanding while like taking their time with adding feature sets. So in Spanish, French, and English are the three that has the entire suite of features. And then even math and music have unique feature sets because that's their newest plug. So it's a hit or miss. Japanese is tier A. Spanish, French, and English is tier S. And Chinese is tier B. There's like 3 output engagement. I'm going to stretch Japanese to like 6 if you include the momentary things. And Spanish has, if we were to stretch with the same thing, 16-ish. So you can see that there's far more ways that if you wanted to learn Spanish, you're locked in. It's very easily going to promote a lock-in situation. Now, there is a downside to this, in my opinion, like a habitual thing that I think Duolingo doesn't do because it's not part of their business model. And that's what happens. How can you get someone to grow out of something? Like, what is the natural progression, right? And that's where I think I was trying to lean towards for Eric's so to speak thing. In Japanese, it's often N3. You offload N3 into your immersion of choice. There's a maturation for that. And many games now, or at least the few games, they tend to encourage that here's a leaping point, here's a step up point. WaniKani does do this. Literally, when you hit like level 10, then 11, and even the entire community on itself, when you hit like 20 or 30, everyone has like a constant reinforcement like, okay, this is about the time where you want to slow down and then integrate other inputs in other forms of input and engage in other forms of output, because it's a natural leaping point. Duolingo doesn't do that. I mean, it's not that they have to, but they don't. Their natural leaping point is actually different. They want you to, if you're interested in Spanish, here's French. Try a little bit of French. Oh, French is pretty good? Here's so on. So what happens is you end up having someone who forms the basis for learning language, like picking up languages, as opposed to mastering a language, which I feel is a disservice a lot of times to what Duolingo does. You don't complete the Japanese you don't use the Japanese Duolingo course to master Japanese. You use it because you like to see Japanese and engage with Japanese in a different way, regardless if it's natural or not. I like playing video games. If you're going to tell me playing video games is a natural way to interact and entertain yourself, that is a hard sell. It is a natural way to someone who finds it natural. So why did I bring up video games? Because Duolingo is gamification. So for a lot of people, that is a natural way of how they engage with the language. Now, if you go around saying the natural way is how Japanese people do it, like, you'd be surprised how many times Japanese people also play video games. So how do you think they interact with English? I mean, would prefer to interact with English. They could make an argument like, oh yeah, but we learn English in school. Yeah, unnaturally. Like like I would say it is a hot take here. The nice thing about English is there's a double standard. When I see someone speak English, like when a Japanese person speaks English and there's an accent, that's actually normal. It's normalized nowadays. It's not the same the other way around. So there's this like incredibly bitter like elitism that comes up with the double standard, where you speak a language that is accepting of other accents or proficiencies, and on the reverse hand, you alienate and ostracize people who do not adhere to a specific thing. Like insults like, oh hey, oh that guy is Duolingo competent in Japanese. It sounds like that synthetic voice. I'm like, okay. That's how it goes right now. Now the complaints, I say most of the complaints are valid. Like I've encountered my fair share of complaints about Duolingo Japanese, and most of the complaints are incredibly valid. The one criticism I have about their complaints is that they're looking for something that wasn't there in the first place. So like, for example, one of their complaints is, I wish Duolingo didn't use synthetic voices and bring back all the native voice, or hire a in-house standard paid voice actor to voice all these things. Like, well, yes, but they're not going to do that. They're not doing that. And then oftentimes they're like, well, they make a lot of money. Maybe they should invest some of that money into those things. Yeah, they're investing it in expanding, encouraging people how to learn more than one language instead of acting like an elitist towards one language or something like that. You could make an argument for all of these things, and I think everyone has valid complaints. The criticism I have is they don't seek solutions to those complaints. They wish for a product to be something that it's not. Like, I can understand when something is wrong, which Duolingo has, proofreading problems. So there's there are QC issues. Like Spanish course has some errors, much like HanziHero has some errors. And that can throw someone off the deep end. But rarely is it make up for, like, hey, guys, I wish Duolingo focused on Japanese instead of paying attention to Spanish. That's what they're actually saying. Like, why, if Spanish has all this stuff, why can't Japanese have all this stuff? The facts, the reality is there are less people interested in Japanese than in Spanish. Like, by a long shot. Duolingo kind of discloses some of these stats publicly, and it's a no competition. But Japanese is doing pretty well. It's in the top 10. And then you start going down to Chinese and you have the same complaints. Chinese like, oh, this is crap. Like, it's synthetic. It's so awkward and it doesn't teach anything. HSK 1 through 3, pretty much. And then it covers, still to this day, I'm still seeing things that it covers in HanziHero. And I'm 100 days in. And we're getting into like HSK 3's characters. And I still have yet to see the counterparts. And it's in simplified, by the way. Duolingo is in simplified, so there's a little asterisk. I have to make the connection between simplified characters and traditional characters because I've decided to use traditional characters up to the point. So I've yet to exhaust the, I don't know, like 800 to 900 characters. And that includes like, okay, maybe some of it's Akame. We're going to say conservatively like 700 characters. That's about HSK 1 plus 2 and a third of 3. So we're finally getting there. and it took me 200 days, right? 200 days for the Duolingo Chinese course, and that's the B tier course. It's the B tier course. So I don't construct sentences in HanziHero at all. They both use synthetic voices, by the way. And Duolingo Chinese course has 7 synthetic voices. Some of them are a little bit wonkier than others, so you can definitely tell. And then there are definitely errors in them, so does HanziHero. But that doesn't make it so that I know it's an error, so I can correct it myself. So that's perfectly fine. If I don't understand that it's an error, then that can be a problem. I totally understand that. That's one of the concerns that people have, right? And yeah, it covers most of the topics up to this point, and it's in 200 days, and I'm doing way more. I'm writing also. I write because of Duolingo Japanese and Chinese. All of my writing skills, all my fundamentals now cover about 95 to 96% of every possible stroke order for the characters. Now I just need to know what is in those characters. So mnemonics, radicals. If I know the mnemonic, I know how to write it most of the time, right? And I don't do any of that in WaniKani or HanziHero. So if you equate all of that, it's still roughly about the same time, like in value for myself. Now, I haven't done any other things yet, and I don't think I will, because I'm already sufficient in starting to interact with other things. So we're moving on to LLMs next. And the LLMs give me the flexibility of writing plans and synopsis training and creative process. So I was going to do this in July or in May, actually, next month, but it got shifted because of other interests that came up. But the idea is I'm going to start prose writing. So I will use an LLM, and I'll use my skills, my foundational skills, to correct and or adjust the stuff. I would ask them things like, how do I explain the pros and cons of Duolingo in Chinese to someone who wants to use Duolingo Chinese, for example, to learn Chinese? Or how do I explain to someone who is Chinese in Chinese if they want to use Duolingo to learn English, right? So those are the things that I will be doing in the future. How do I describe this video game? How do I describe, so to speak, in Japanese and to someone who is going to learn Japanese with it? Or how do I explain what I play to a Japanese person, like a game like So to Speak or Shashinko in Japanese? So all of my like experience and life and the things that I would do normally as a content creator or like this type of commentary, I will slowly start to create using LLMs. So I will create the motivation for myself, what I want to say in Chinese and Japanese, learn those things through LLM, and that's my next step. And the rest, I'm actually, and this is going to be a very, very hot take, I'm not concerned about conversation and sounding natural and speaking to a native speaker, because to me, that is the most exciting and rewarding and low effort for my life. And my specialty, in my opinion, if I have any specialty, is conversation and like conflict resolution and stuff like that. So while everyone else, which I rarely relate to nowadays, scorn and make any possible excuse to seize opportunity to talk to people in a meaningful way, regardless of your competence, and be worried about, oh, this person speaks better than me, or I'm so nervous. I don't have those things, unfortunately. I mean, you have my sympathies. I have that same feeling about being addressed as an expert. Like the same dread is when someone comes up to me and they say, I said this because I'm an expert. That is dreadful. I'm not an expert in pretty much anything outside of what I just mentioned, which is conversation. So for me, I don't emphasize conversation because it will happen. For me, that's the most natural thing to come about. I could sound extremely unnatural, but it will get the job done. So, and that's how I approach English. When someone says, oh yeah, you know, the best way to learn language is to learn like you were a kid. I am. It's pretty ironic, but do you know what it looks like for you? Do you remember how you learn English when you were younger? That's how I learned. This is how I learned English. Like my current perceptions and whatnot, Duolingo is it reminded me why I loved English when I was younger. Like what propelled me in English was vocabulary. I absolutely loved vocabulary. I love repeating things. And one day, all my things that I repeat, I can structure it around anything that I learn right away. I motivate myself to want to learn those vocabulary words and challenge myself to be interested in things that are uninteresting. That's kind of, but this is in no way a reflection of the vast majority of people. I think people think a certain way and they learn a certain way because they believe and that's the only way they learn. So to that regard, they have my sympathies. Occasionally someone stopped by and try to sell the idea of learning styles again and personality styles, personality styles and learning styles. And I'm going to do a little asterisk here. They were presenting that old conventional wisdom, which is debunked substantially now, that your personality and your preferences glass ceiling your ability to learn. So what happens is people think that there's a fundamental way with that transitionally, like knowing that people have an optimal way of learning based on their type, their personality. But there's a caveat to it. Those studies that suggest those things, or like a corollary meta-analysis, is pre-selected oftentimes. So it is through the experience of those people that they have those preferences. So I can agree and concede that certain people have developed learning styles and personality types when you're trying to teach an adult something. A child is more agnostic to that because they are inexperienced. They don't leverage those things. So this comes with that whole like conventional wisdom where if you're learning like a child, it means you're agnostic to the learning style. You take in whatever you have, not you learn like a child and it is a style. The theory is children are agnostic to learning styles and methods. They take in whatever they can proficiently because there isn't a pre-selection yet. There's less of a pre-selection. In adult life, we can bicker and argue and optimize styles and methods because adults are spurious. They have developed identities and experiences. So for myself, I know what that is, and I choose to expand it as much as I can. So when I say Duolingo Japanese works, it's because I've done it before, or I've done something that makes this workable. HanziHero and WaniKani, I haven't ever done flashcards before, but the foundation that they operate on, the mnemonics and stuff, I have done as well. So through my exploration as a kid, when I became older as an adult, I am less restricted. That also means I'm not specifically good at one thing, which a person who is very good at one thing and there's like a tool that optimized for that, they're gonna supersede me by like landslide. The statistics is in their hand. It's kind of like I sprint sometimes and I jog sometimes. I'm just gonna go and join a Olympic class field of only sprinters. How well am I gonna do? I'm gonna do terrible. It's gonna be absolutely terrible. But then I'm gonna pull up a math exam and race them on a math exam. Well, I spent a little bit more time on math than I did on the track. So that's kind of how I feel about the complaints about Japanese Duolingo. People come in with specific expectations, and the ones that speak the loudest are the ones that know what they want. They know how they are going to learn a language. They are the loudest because they can complain about exactly what it is. And then those people have so much influence that their entire community around them, regardless if they know or not, also perpetuate that echo chamber. Meanwhile, the vast majority of Duolingo users continue to use Duolingo. It's shocking. It's not even a close competition. So if you're talking about reality, like we're talking about orders of magnitude, and then you can point to like, oh yeah, it's because Duolingo got these kids addicted to Duolingo. It's like, would you prefer TikTok? Like you keep making arguments about apples and oranges comparison. So let's use a comparison that the Duolingo founder specifically used. Would you prefer the kid doom scroll on TikTok? That's their competition. And that's where I was talking about Eric, if he had considered integrating other like popular topics, because it does create an incentive, a tether. And Duolingo doesn't have a tether. I think that is probably the biggest complaint. That is the root of most people's complaint about Japanese Duolingo. It does not capture Japanese. And what I mean by that is it does not sound like native Japanese, because it can't, it's synthetic. It can try, but it will always be synthetic. Just knowing that the voice is synthetic will be enough to convince someone that it can never sound native. That's fair. Like, it is not a native speaker, period. Nothing is going to ever change that. The people learning Japanese, they can be native-like. Nothing is going to change the fact that they're never going to be Japanese. Right? It's the same strict objectivity if we were going to do apples and oranges comparisons. And at the same time, most of the stuff that I learned, I retained. Now, the one other complaint that a lot of people do in Japanese is that they know someone who never learned Japanese. As in, like, cue the testimony. I have this friend. They have like a 3,000 day streak on Duolingo, and they can't even construct Japanese sentences yet. I'm like, okay. May I ask you, did you sit and watch your friend use Duolingo for 3,000 days and observe what they did in those periods? Because I can show you what I did for 300 days interacting with Duolingo. Now tell me with your truest and honest perception, like perception in any way, that you think your friend interacts with Duolingo Japanese like I did. Because that is how big it can vary between user and user. So I will concede that a vast majority of the users pre-select themselves into Duolingo because they're looking for something very, very easy. Effort deficiency, right? Effort deficiency is the core of the post-internet world. Things that people can get hyper dependent on is effortless, not effortful. So yeah, I do agree with a lot of people that say Duolingo Japanese course doesn't work because it's a person. I'm sorry for victim blaming in this case, but Duolingo Japanese doesn't work because that person already doesn't have the motivation to do so anyways. They might even lack the discipline. Now, one thing Duolingo can do is get the person to think about Japanese every single day, at least for 5 to 10 minutes. Is that enough for that person to make that 5 and 10 minutes into 30 minutes, into 40 minutes, into discovering Anki, being upset with Duolingo and discovering Genki, Dogen, Matt versus Japan? Probably. And then you have those complainers. Those same complainers that talked about Japanese Duolingo are now matured Japanese language learners who discovered a more advanced text and a more holistic way of doing things. Interesting. So this, in my opinion, is the essence of the life cycle that I'm more familiar with when it comes to the bigger picture. It's kind of like a person who is a really, really fast runner and they say they're too good for walking. Or a person who drives very, very fast and say, I'm too good to drive slow. Everything that comes in the beginning is cheapened by perspective of someone who's more advanced. So the biggest criticizer of So to Speak's game, actually the only criticizer of Eric's game, is someone who operates on the logic that it's a game and it's a puzzle game. Because when that person started talking about the Japanese terms that were confusing and stuff, I looked at those specific terms. It deals with the intricacies and nuance of Japanese. So it is surprising to me that that person would make those criticisms, suggesting that they were errors or obtuse, when I don't think they fully appreciate, in my opinion, the nuances of Japanese in general when using English. So that is, in my opinion, also one of the short-sightedness of people who compartmentalize their language. So you can say you learn Japanese really, really well without depending on English, but that also means you do not know how to practice explaining Japanese in English. You do not if your goal is to become fluent in Japanese, you can take routes that completely avoid needing to understand how to explain things in English to another person. So you can most definitely beat a puzzle game without learning anything about the puzzle game because you know how to play video games. And that's kind of how I feel about the complaints about Japanese Duolingo. It's largely related because Duolingo is gamified. So I love this topic, by the way. And it worked for me, but I want to take a very, very big bowl of salt, right? And say most things work for me. How well do they work? It's irrelevant to me in a sense, because this is what I like to do. If I'm voluntarily doing something and someone says painting sucks, right? This painting sucks. Be my friends. We'll sit down and we'll make it not suck. That is the challenge. Now, remember though, if you're painting for your life, go find an expert, get her done. Because if your life is dependent on it, this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about exploring, being consistent That's something you love to do, despite it being Duolingo. Let's elevate your Duolingo. Duolingo doesn't have to elevate you. You can elevate yourself. So I think that's my mentality. So I think it would be a disservice to say that Duolingo Japanese works and end the discussion there. I think most things work for me. And because this is a stream or like content creation, I choose things that will likely work even before I start doing them. So I choose from the highest probabilities and then go down. And that list is so long that if someone said, hey, do you want to learn how to do a backflip? It's like, sure, let's jump on it. It's somewhere on my list of things that I would love to be able to do one day. Or again, do a backflip or do a handstand. There are quite a lot of things that is on that list. And that to me is my way of saying, I'm not like everyone, but I try to be like everyone. Like, I like being relatable. So, while at the same time, I don't think Duolingo Japanese will work for everyone. In fact, I think it works even less. What is the success rate of, like, if I had to estimate, if I were to bet on Duolingo Japanese, I would say I would lean 60% against and 40% for. I think there are more people who would likely find out that they have retention problems with Japanese Duolingo and find something constructive than have after the honeymoon period. This is after the honeymoon period. And I think honeymoon period is about 3 months, is what I gathered. Like anecdotally speaking. So after this is good. This is honeymoon. Honeymoon period is awesome. This is like the person who first got into the gym, cranked out, and they're like, oh, I'm really good. And then you just keep cranking out, and then suddenly you burn out really quick. That's the honeymoon period. And then after that, I think it's about this, because it's too passive. It takes so little time. In fact, I might even shrink this down to 1 month these days. For me, my honeymoon period is a year. If I enter a program, for example, like a school program, right? Like a BS in business, or like a bachelor's in business degree. In most cases, students and graduate schools back in the day, like when you go to college, the honeymoon period is your first year, your freshman year. You learn like the ins and outs, things start to sour, things start to set in, and then you realize it's time to pivot or drop out of college or something. It's usually the first year, right? You get selected out hard by design. And for apps now, it's even lower. Sometimes, like for example, refund periods, right? For Steam, a game's refund period is what? 2 hours or something? If you have more than 2 hour playtime, you can't refund it anymore. This ends up being a psychological honeymoon period for trying out a video game. What is Duolingo's honeymoon period that I've heard to the extreme? Some people said they used it for 15 minutes and realized it's boring. Someone literally told me it took them 5 minutes to hop on to the next best thing, which is Bushu, which I imagine in maybe 20 minutes, they're like, nah, it's Anki. And then Anki, maybe you'll give it like 2 months, and it's like, nah, it's, I don't know, Migaku or something. That's kind of how I feel people progress. So I think Duolingo does a fine job getting people to either be frustrated and or be interested in the language enough that they will go and seek it. Other than that, it's a great litmus test, in my opinion. Duolingo is a great litmus test to see if you even care about the language enough. Like, if Duolingo is not enough for you to keep your streak in Japanese, I would first question whether something else can keep you consistent in the first place. Because it is such a low effort. It's so low that you do not retain anything. I rarely ever say I'm not doing work when I'm studying. To me, if I say I'm cruising along, then I am more than likely to learn less. And that is the nature of the beast. Would you break down a topic that considered to suck to see which components are more enjoyable to try and implement those aspects more in learning that topic? Yes, this is what we do. Yep. I took the way I interact with HanziHero and WaniKani now are taking some of the elements that I know works really well and works like cross wires. I cross wires. And I continue to farm more from Duolingo because this is Spanish now, right? So I've been drawing dioramas in my mind from the adventure thing that they use. What's the use if retaining the information is rare on Duolingo? What's the use? Stimulation. Stimulation and reminder. So what's here's the thing. What's the use of drinking water if it's rare to provide satisfaction? And then you're gonna be like, well, water hydrates. It's like, yeah, it does. You're retaining the information that water hydrates. But do you have to keep remembering that water hydrates? No, but if you're thinking about your water all the time, you could also think about hydration. Like, what other ways can you hydrate? Let's think about tea now. Oh yeah, that's dirt with water. That's an inside joke, by the way. I do enjoy my teas, but I often the people who first have their first tea experience, they often say this thing where like, wait, this just tastes like dirty water. It's like, no, that's tea. so that's kind of what's the use? The use is Duolingo does something that others do not. What is it? What is it that it does not do? Habit formation. This is what I extract from Duolingo. If you wanted something to teach you, like for example, if someone is asking me, oh man, how do I stay consistent learning language, right? Like how do I stay consistent in wanting at least to think about language? Okay, the first thing I would ask you is, what works now? Do you have any habits that you do that is unconditional? Like you can't live without it, right? If you can't, and they're all too hard, say like too hard to relate to language learning, try Duolingo. And then you hope, but this is not what happens most of the time, in my opinion. I think most of the time this does not happen. You hope that if Duolingo works for the habit side of things, not the language side of things, the habit side of things, the person is like, okay, now I know what to look for. I want something like Duolingo, but now I want it to help me with the language. So I need something with a native speaker. And maybe also I need something with stories. Because Duolingo doesn't have those. But I want the thing that makes me consistent. And that's why Duolingo exists, in my opinion. One of the bigger things that makes Duolingo a facet of things. Regrettably, lots of these things, it's not like someone's explicitly telling you, hey, by the way, these things work because of these things, right? Like, this is why you want to continue your streak. This is why no one's explaining those type of things. And usually it varies dramatically enough that you do not want to use like a carbon copy. It's kind of like school and prescribing things. Like, oh, your source of motivation may differ substantially. But the thing is, when you engage in something and it works, you got to know how it works and why it works. For the record though, Duolingo, I didn't extract the motivator part of things. It was irrelevant to me. I have other sources of motivation. It is interesting to know what works for other people though. It does work quite well for other people. I think it is something that if you have nowhere to go, you just have nowhere to go. You're like, where do I start? How do I get interested in Japanese? I mean, like, I'm interested in Japanese, for example, or I'm interested in Spanish. And I just don't know what a regular thing looks like anymore. I haven't gone to school in a long time. I just don't know what it's like to constantly be reminded and nagged and incentivized to go on like TikTok. I don't know what it's like to be so dependent on having to go on YouTube the first thing I get up. Duolingo. That's the closest thing, in my opinion, to a language related thing. So if you want to hit a nail on the head of trying to develop a dependency, which is not the greatest thing, but you're desperate, right? You're desperate in not a bad way as well. You want inspiration. This is a great way to extract some information about your habits. Like, do streaks matter? If streaks matter, and then you go to WaniKani, there's no streaks, right? What can you do? You can make it a streak. What do they do in WaniKani to do that? Study logs. Wiki stats. Even if it's not in the system, people have ways to track their streak. Anki. How do you do Anki? Numbers. Numbers. Counting days. Still happens. So, mind you, right? Do you think the rarity of retaining the information is a motivator to further expand your knowledge of the language outside of Duolingo? I don't think so, unfortunately. I think the rarity of retaining the information is often a motivator to quit. I'm not saying everyone, but I think it's more likely to cause the person to quit and be maybe even satisfied with whatever they have. And that's not in the sense, that's a twofold thing. It tells the person of their own motivation, whether they believe it or not, or like whether they want to or not. And oftentimes I think people discover that their motivation to learn another language is less than they originally thought. Now, for those who do happen, which are more like part of the minority, it does end up becoming a motivator for them to expand their knowledge. So yes and no, but I think if I had to take a guess, more people are likely to discover that their investment in language learning is less than they originally thought. And in my opinion, if there's any resources that does not take a lot from you in the long run, it would be Duolingo. Like, what I mean by this is perspective requires some tact here. When you say, oh, I invested 300-day streak in Duolingo and it meant nothing. Like, I'm quitting. So it was all for naught, right? Because of end goal aspirations. They wanted to become fluent in Japanese or something like that. Then you lose this 300-day streak. In reality, I would argue this 300-day streak pales in comparison to a more extensive, matured program like 3,000 days in Anki, for example. So if this person quit, where their motivation is already lacking here, but they decide to power through, this would be an even harder quit. Like, in reality, when someone, I don't think quitting is a waste of time. I think it's a waste of time when you don't learn anything from it. So if you use a 300-day streak, right, and it meant nothing, and you decide to quit, did you learn anything from it? If you didn't, then yeah, I would concede with you. And a lot of people say yes, they didn't learn anything, and that's unfortunate, right? That's unfortunate. Was your motivation for language learning already solidified enough by the time you started using Duolingo for Japanese? It was solidified since I was born. I loved English and grammar when I was growing up. Again, English was my second language, technically. I had to learn English all the time outside of the household. Yeah, it has always been, it's about when I got to language learning, when I would tackle language learning. Not about if, it's always when. Most of the things I choose is when as opposed to if. Solidify enough for the content of Duolingo was irrelevant to your motivation. Yeah, it wasn't. I think most things are useful because I make them useful. Whether they provide a profound revelation to my perspective on life and whatnot, not so much. Is that not a good critique for Duolingo usefulness in terms of language learning, or is it more of a filter for people who aren't as invested in language learning as they thought? A little bit of both. Duolingo is about spreading interest for language learning. Like that is probably the plain statement that I would say. And when they say like it's the best language learning app, right, in the planet, they're really specifically saying it's the best language learning app. As in, what I mean is language learning. It didn't say it's the best way to become fluent in every single language. It didn't necessarily say it's the fastest way to learn language. Those are interpretations, in my opinion, but that's being a little loose. Like, if you want to be pedantic, then I can be pedantic as well, right? When someone says, oh, Duolingo said that this was the best place to learn Japanese to become fluent in Japanese. I'm like, okay, how do you know that? Well, they said specifically those words. I'm like, no, they didn't. So if you want to qualify it, then I want to qualify it as well. They did not say that. That is an exercise in reading comprehension, which ironically is required for language. Alternatively, is it a use? It has its use. So I use Duolingo nowadays to test the waters if so happens someone trusts my judgment about language learning. But oftentimes, a lot of people who end up searching for things, they already answer that question for them. Like, it's rare for me to find someone who says they haven't tried Duolingo. Then they have tried Duolingo. So whenever I ask them about the question, it's like, oh yeah, I want to learn I want to spend the next 6 months cramming Japanese down my throat. It's not Duolingo. If you do that, you're likely going to quit. That's not Duolingo's design language. So yes, it's an excuse for their design language. Ultimately, I don't really find that critiquing a product from a fixed perspective is useful. I think critiquing the product and using it appropriately for the person is excellent. So it's more so a filter, I guess, for people. I look at products as a filter. If Duolingo works, I prefer to not try to change things that I can't change. Like, for example, I don't work for Duolingo. So regardless of how much I complain and whatnot, I will offer my criticisms where they're have an open ear, but I'm not going to go around and say I'm going to single-handedly change Duolingo. But I do know what Duolingo is useful for. So if I find an appropriate opportunity to match someone openly to a product that I have used before, I will try. That's what recommendations are, right? You understand the person and you understand the product, and you know if they're a good match, or attempt to increase the likelihood of a good match. I think nowadays people recommend products without the filter of people. Rarely do they ever filter for people. If I was the representative tester for everyone's method, then they would have very useless information. Right? Like, what I mean is, if they're measuring the efficacy of their product, like if 3 opponents are measuring the efficacy of their products and they target me, then they'll probably work. So what's the difference between the 3 of them? Well, I could explain those things, but their bottom line is not concerning how people interact with them. They're reading out metrics, right? Duolingo is reading out metrics, like millions and millions of people's metrics at the same time. It's very different if you're building a game and your audience is like 1,000. You can probably find some granularity in that type of thing. So there is resolution problems, even despite considering filter for people. Did you first start learning English when you started formal education? Yeah. English, I learned Mandarin. Mandarin, the first words that I said were probably Mandarin and Fujianese. So far for you, Duolingo has seemed very similar to just looking up the translation of words, short sentences in Google Translate, which feels like a loose definition of language learning, but that seems like the usefulness of it as you have described. Yes, along with reminding yourself that you have to do it, which is the most essential core to Duolingo. So if you don't use those features, then you strip Duolingo of what it does best. If you do not turn on email notifications, you do not turn on notifications on your phone, you do not embrace or participate in upkeeping all the tasks that it tells you to maintain your streak, for example, and whatnot, then you are stripping Duolingo of what it does. It's kind of like saying, this plane sucks if I take off the wings. Or, man, this train sucks if I remove the tracks. It's like, well, you know, basketball is not so fun if you take the basket away. Or, man, football really sucks if you take the goal away. Then it'd just be people running back and forth in the field. So that, in my opinion, is why there's a true double standard for comparative analysis. When an Anki person comes up into a Duolingo stream, they say, Duolingo doesn't do this. Anki does this. I'm like, okay, what does Anki do? Oh, okay. Take that away because Duolingo doesn't have that. So now Anki sucks. That's apples and oranges comparison. You strip the tool of the thing you don't want to use because you have a learning style, an adult learning style. You do not want to educate yourself and use the learning curve again. It's a waste of time. If you know how to learn a lot of things without doing this new method, then there's no reason to do it. And that is incredibly pragmatic and reasonable. It's incredibly logical. And those are the people that I would not recommend Duolingo if I knew what they were like, right? If a stranger comes up to me, we spend 3 months educating each other about the way I like each other learn, I would know how to conservatively recommend or not recommend Duolingo, right? I wanted to use Duolingo to see how they're teaching, like how they're showing language. So I liked participating in streaks, practices, like the leaderboard, the quest system, the shop. I was exploring what Duolingo was doing most of the time. It was interesting to me. Whether I get the Japanese or not, I'll get it eventually. It doesn't even matter in what shape or form it's gonna be. I'm gonna find a way to retain the material. Like actually, the highest retention rate that I have, it's not necessarily due to Duolingo. It's using what information Duolingo already collected for me. So yes, it's like going to Google Translate. Actually, it's more like going to a dictionary and having the dictionary on you at all times. Like, what I mean is, it's like having your smartphone with you the whole time. So if someone says, oh yeah, Duolingo is like using an auto translator and keeping the auto translator on you, it's like, yeah, it is. It really is. It's also your calendar. It's also that person that keeps nagging you that you don't want to listen to. Because the last time I checked, people don't even like to go to school on time. People don't like to show up on time. The things they love, they don't even make time for. They have absolutely garbaggio time scheduling situations. And also, another important thing, they have so many things going on in their life that they don't really like to do. And the last thing they want to do is schedule and make time for when to look at a language lesson. SRS is very excellent at doing that because it also schedules everything for you. In fact, it is so flexible that it even schedules things when you get them wrong, and it also keeps track of everything when you're absent. In fact, SRS slaps you in the face so hard for slacking off that you can't slack off. Duolingo gives you a little bad tap on your hand. Like there's like, no, go back to your lesson. We're not going to add more workload to you, but that's a fair warning. You're making Duo cry, okay? Stop making Duo cry. Get back to your lesson. We're not going to double your volume or make you do homework. And then SRS, what SRS does is, here's 5 times more volume because you skipped 5 days. So get on it. That's in my opinion what people need. So if I were gonna say, if someone comes up to me and say, oh yeah, you know, I hated school, I'm never on time, I love procrastinating, Anki, off to you. Anki, go find an alarm clock. Go and find some friends that nag you every day. Did you learn Japanese yet? Go find those things because you're going to need more than that. You're going to need more than Duolingo to help you retain things, because Duolingo is not going to help you double down on things when you're skipping and being light on yourself. And that's where the seriousness comes from. So was your first experience with English language on the first day of kindergarten? It was on the first day of first grade. I actually spent kindergarten in a bilingual school. And the bilingual school was not English. It was Mandarin. So it was Mandarin dominant. Actually, I might have learned some English in kindergarten. Maybe. In K5, I might have learned some English. But it was not till first grade. We moved out of New York. Yeah. I might have learned more mathematics and Arabic. Like, I might have learned more mathematics and English before I learned English. Exploring a language learning app where the way in which that app teaches you about that language is irrelevant due to your immovable interest to learning that language sounds quite freeing in a way, as you don't have to consider anything like the efficiency of it because it's given no matter what. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Freak. So, Procall, what you just said, I'm gonna say again. Exploring a language learning app where the way in which an app teaches you about that language is irrelevant for progress towards an end goal due to my immovable interest in learning that language or learning the way that language is being learned is absolutely freeing, because in no way am I ever going to likely fail due to the underlying immovable interest. And because of that, efficacy, efficiency, and stuff becomes a secondary concern. It's often when someone asks, oh, I need to learn fast, right? A lot of times, here's the thing. People need to learn fast because they're afraid they're going to fail. So there's a timer on their success, right? And yeah, you could say there's a timer on my success, death. But I'm going to be real with you. If death is my upper limit, then I could care less if it's efficient or not. It's death. But hear me out. That's being absurd. So, for me, I'm consistent. In fact, sometimes I don't even get to this point. Like, I don't even get to wherever the point they're talking about, like fluency. There's a very likelihood that I would be N3, like N3 for the rest of my life, right? B2 in Spanish, and HSK 5 for the rest of my life, and I will still be playing video games and doing things in those languages. It's irrelevant because it serves my purpose. These are the things I'm interested in. Nothing is going to stop me from getting to these things, regardless of the things. Now, hear me out though. I have an interest in language learning. Like, I have an interest in language learning. And that has motivated me quite a bit. So, every year, I like to hope that I keep being interested in language learning. Notice I didn't say Japanese, Chinese, or Spanish. I legitimately am saying in the English language, I'm interested in language learning. Not the same as being interested in being fluent in Japanese, Chinese, or Spanish. Most people say they're interested in language learning, but in my opinion, they mean they're interested in becoming fluent in their one language that they're interested in, or maybe in their two languages that they're interested in, or they are interested in becoming a polyglot. They're not interested in learning. That is different. That is my motivation. I play video games again and again. I play different iterations of similar video games to understand iterative design. I play indie games to understand what goes behind indie development. A polyglot? This is someone who speaks more, we'll say more than 4 languages. Sometimes it's a bit of a wiggle room. This is above multilingualism. So, I say 4 because I'm using myself as a personal milestone. Someone who speaks more languages than I do, basically. Polyglots are anyone who speaks more languages than I do. And it's arbitrary. I don't speak 4 languages. I speak at most 2 languages. If not that. I think recently with my little foray in Spanish, I can make myself sound like I can speak casually in Spanish. And I can say I can casually speak in Chinese now. Off reading, as opposed to having the person directly in front of me. Not Japanese. Like most time was invested in Japanese, but Japanese, of course. I feel like there's a better word I could have used instead of immovable, but I can't think of one. So, the idea is motivation. The nice thing about motivation is one of those, like, if there's a will, right, there's a way. And it's a pretty decent like idiom with some asterisks. If there's a will, there's a way to be satisfied, is what I want to add to that. I am satisfied. So it's very freeing. It's very freeing if you know you will be satisfied. Like, like ask yourself, right? Here's a rhetoric. If you wanted to be in my mindset, right? If you want to get into my mindset, and we're not talking about jobs and stuff, things you have to do. Now, you wake up and you say, okay, what am I gonna do on my free time for the next 30 days, right? Like, what can I occupy my time being super interested? Like, I just want to do it all the time and think about all the time. You pull out a little list and you look at all these lists and you realize that you have more things in your life that you can possibly do before you die. And you pick any one of them and you rest assured that you will be satisfied if you dedicate any amount of time to them. That's probably how I feel right now, most of the time. Now, hear me out. That's to balance all the things you have to do. So most people are juggling 2 lists. The list that they want to do, and then the list that they have to do, which is working, family, relationships, taking care of like older family members, like my parents and stuff. All of that is still there. Now, it's interesting how a lot of that can bleed into your demands for the things you choose. So language, right? When a language learner becomes infatuated with their target language, Japanese, it ends up becoming an obligation. And that's when satisfaction is not guaranteed anymore. Satisfaction is not guaranteed. The moment there are other contributing factors, but one of the strongest contributing factors is when your hobby or the thing you want to do, the guarantee of satisfaction disappears with obligation. So when someone says, I don't know if I want to start Japanese right now, I'm afraid I never become fluent, my first thought is, would you ever be satisfied with just learning Japanese? If the answer is no, then I would strongly consider revising that to be consistent. Is it helpful if you broke it down to you're going to be satisfied if you can be N5? So you can start there, as opposed to saying fluent in Japanese. Because your goal is so far off and you already set yourself up for a standard that might be an obligation that you can't outlast. So getting someone to start is fantastic. And Duolingo teaches that. When you start something, the Duolingo is not telling you, like, I mean, you can look at it if you want, but it doesn't tell you like, oh, hey, by the way, you're what? You're like 50 out of 300 characters into JLPT, N5, by the way. And you keep on looking at this ticker like, oh man, I'm only going, oh man, that's tomorrow. Like 10 months later, it's like, oh man, I really should be getting closer to this 300. That is looking down the path. Duolingo is asking you one more day, 5 more minutes, 1 more lesson. Do people extract that? It's a mixed bag. I think most people are goal oriented, like long goal oriented, before they even start using any of this stuff. It's they're far like more specialized in goal oriented thinking. So like when you start Anki, how do they pick their decks? 4K deck. That's the goal. 4K. Let's go. My deck construction, I probably start with 100. Maybe a 300 deck. maybe like a 500 deck later. Maybe a 1K later. And then like not related to these, like not these, another deck, I would construct it myself probably. So the idea is you have goals and then you have the big goal. But in my opinion, most people start with here and they stay there. It's just that. So every day will feel insignificant. This conversation would feel insignificant. Because if you start thinking about the course of one's life, this conversation might not mean a lot to you anymore. Like, the promise of future conversations could make this conversation insignificant. Kind of one of those things. Human. It's a very human condition. And I do this, for the record, I tell myself this a lot because oftentimes I have to step back and look at a bigger picture, biology, for example, and then try to bring myself back, because sometimes you have to look closely and far away, closely and far away, not like restricted to one thing. That's besides the point. I'm belaboring it. The Oxford definition is knowing or using several languages, but several is often subjective as to what the count. Yeah, that's why I said that I'm using myself as an arbitrary metric. So it's greater than 4. Because a polyglot could be 2. That's more than one language. That's several. But multilingual is defined as 2 plus. But then multilingual isn't only 2 plus, 2 to 3. So polyglots is 4. Now, where did this come from? It's kind of like saying a compound. What is a compound? 2. What's a polycompound? Or a polymer. We'll just say a polymer. More than 2. But it's usually more than 3. Because we have compound. Or like a monomer versus a dimer, and then a trimer. But you can keep going, or you can just hit polymer. So that's where the whole polyglot thing comes from. Although a polyglot, there's no like monoglot. Like it like English is, this is an English thing probably. Like there's no like monoglot or like a biglot that goes into a polyglot. Like I don't know. Maybe a linguistic person, a linguist, will be able to answer that question for you. But I adjust it. I was learning by immersion. I'm learning linguistics by immersion. So it's filled with patchy holes. It's one of the in my opinion, one of the drawbacks of not having discipline while you're trying to learn by immersion. What's a great way of learning by immersion? Telling people that the secret to a healthy diet is to never eat carbs. That's learning by immersion. Is it the fact that you want to dedicate the time to do what guarantees the satisfaction? Yes, it probably is. It's one of the core principles. Satisfaction is often a self-constructed when you are voluntarily doing things. So we have to remember the axiom. The axiom is voluntarily. If it's a voluntary choice, one of the highest guarantors of satisfaction is your desire of investment. I'm not saying that reality it is useful. We have to be careful here. I'm not talking about literal stuff. Satisfaction is equated and proportional to the time you're willing to invest into something. Elevates the chances of it being satisfactory. It does not guarantee anything, but it elevates the chance. Because there are plenty of situations, what's a rebuttal? What is a way that weakens that my suggestion just now? Passive learning through immersion is arguably the most misrepresented. This is passed off as best in slot, like the best thing. And what I mean by this is, in theory, when people read the theory, they're assuming active learning or active participation. But when advertised and practiced, people are passively learning through immersion. So when someone tells me, oh yeah, you gotta learn by immersion, immersion's the GOAT. It is, if you apply the theory of comprehensible input with immersion, it is the GOAT. And then you have you have the qualification when applied appropriately. And where does that go to? You want to learn. As in, you want to be active. So if you want to dedicate time to something, you are more likely to be active in that process. If you don't want to learn a language, you are less likely to learn regardless of the method. In fact, the easier the method, the more it is sold, the more likely you are passive in the response. So when someone says, I want the easiest way to learn a language because I want to be fluent in Japanese, and they pick the easiest a method that they can find, they are more and more likely to be passive. So when someone says, I've optimized my learning, I disagree. Because if you're saying, oh yeah, I'm just cruising through Japanese, this stuff, it plans everything out for me, like, that's not optimized learning. Optimized learning is when you're doing all of that and you also want to learn and you're actively improving it every single time because you care about your learning. You want to invest your time into your learning. If you are not interested in that learning process, it is not optimal. In my opinion, it is very unlikely to be optimal. Now, it will still work. So it is not optimal, but it could be sufficient. And those are the quote-unquote experts that tell me what's the best thing to do. I don't want to work easy. I don't want to work as hard as I want. I could. So it's irrelevant. As in, you don't know if you give me a product that takes away all my efforts. Like if I just cruise along, I don't know, tap the thing and I trust the process, that could actually slow down my rate of learning. Will it still work? Yes, it will still work because I will probably do it. I will be consistent at doing it. So it will work. Will it be the best? No, probably not. Because there's no room for improvement or there's no room for my engagement. And that to me is not a problem that everyone has. In my opinion, I think the vast majority of people do not have that problem. They typically have the problem where I only have 3 years to invest in this. So if I don't get this by 3 years, it'll be a waste of time. So they spend the next year contemplating about how to do things, and then they start the thing and realize they only have 2 years left. But then they're like, okay, well, I have 2 years left. Okay, let's go look for a better lesson. And then 1 year eclipse again, and now they have 1 year left, and they're gonna go look for a method that only has 1 year left. And then the sad, disheartening part is they may never start. And I'm using years, by the way. This can happen in months. Actually, this would be a more realistic scale for people who are deciding to start new things. I'm using years because that's my scale. So I think of things in years, but you could say something like, oh man, I really love this song, but I will only pay attention to it for a month. How could I learn this song in a month? If they achieve it, success. If they take too long thinking about how to learn how to play a song, like maybe 2 weeks, and realize they only have 2 weeks left, may never start. How do I go about it when it comes to wanting? The Japanese seem like fun. All right, let's start. Where do I start? This looks good. Took 2 days. Let's go. What does it look like in 10 days? It could not even involve what I started with. Like, you just keep going. Like, it's not like the thing I'm going to start is going to be the thing that I stop with. It's a journey. Like, you start somewhere and you get somewhere. In my opinion, personally, for myself, if I took the time to figure out the best method, right? Like, people spend more time, in my opinion, now we're comparing apples and oranges. I would argue people spend more time looking and scouting and worrying about optimization, about the best start, than I spend completing Duolingo. Now, you might be thinking, well, that's not a big deal, because if they first start, they'll catch up, right? They'll catch up really, really fast. It's like, yeah, but it's not like completing Duolingo means I don't do anything else in the process. I do other things. What they believe in, what the people who talk about the best start is, they want to start and finish the same way. So they want a tool that takes them from start to finish. So meanwhile, while they worry about that, if I complete Duolingo, I might move to their tool, whatever it is, and then I move on to the next one, the next best thing, and then the next best thing, sure. And what I mean by best is whatever is the next most interesting thing. And I stop deliberating about which one I should start, which one I should go about it, because I trust my own process. I trust that whatever it is, I'll extract what works, what I like, what I don't like. And what I don't like, I actually use as examples, by the way. Like, for example, today when I was talking to Eric about the negative and positive and pros and cons about industry and academia, I didn't go into industry. There are so many things that didn't strike me as interesting in industry. But that didn't stop me from learning about industry enough so that I can use it as an understanding. So most things that I don't want are learning lessons, and they can be used in order to inform my next decision. Remember, in my opinion, that if you don't know what you don't want, then you also don't know that. So if you're doing things and you think I'll always be able to avoid bad things and worse things and less efficient things, you wouldn't ever be able to leverage that to prevent yourself from doing so anyways. So in my opinion, here's my last final punchline. And this is a hot take. If you think you never do inefficient things, right? If the internet can convince you that everything you do is max, it's best, how do you know you are inefficient? Now, the easiest answer to that would be comparison. Right? Comparison. But hear me out. If you don't know what is efficient and you're going to compare it with another person, how do you know what's inefficient? Like, how do you know what to look for to compare inefficiency? I don't know how to answer that question, by the way. I actually legitimately, I asked people, hey, so do you know why it didn't work? And they're like, I don't know, it's boring. Like, okay. So what are you doing now? It's like, yeah, I just find most things boring. It's like, okay, so how do you not make it boring? Like, do you know what you mean when you're saying boring? And they're like, well, yeah, I do know. Then how do you not, if you know what's boring, then how do you not avoid it? Or like, how do you not work on it? Like, for example, how do you not find something that isn't boring? Or be interested in finding something that isn't boring. So you hate tomatoes, for example. You hate tomates, right? You hate tomates. No me gusto tomates. Los tomates. Then what about other things? Or if you know why you hate tomatoes, then isn't there some way you can use that information to hate tomatoes less if someone wanted you to try tomatoes? That, to me, is how I feel about criticism these days. I've yet to meet someone. I'm sure I'm not going to, because I'm a novice, right? I tend to be a novice in most things. So, the odds of me meeting someone who knows what they're talking about is if I go seek them out myself. But I do have some leeway. Indie developers tend to have a habit of showing up sometimes, and I absolutely love it. So I double down on indie developers. Like, what was the last time? The last 5 times, I'm like 5 for 5, I think. I've talked to Elemental Evil's developer. I got a chance to talk to Corpseman's developer, or one of them. I got a chance to talk to Shashinko's developer, Ryan, like just once, but still, it's more than I thought. All this is extra, right? And now, so to speak, I think I'm missing one. Oh, Wakotabi. So that's kind of neat. Like, there you have it. You gotta start somewhere. Are they like leading experts and industry leaders? No, but I'm ever grateful. It's satisfactory to the max. Like, what someone else might be thinking is, oh yeah, no, like these are small time developers. They're, in the grand scheme of things, I'm gonna become like a AAA star. Like these are just stepping stones. That, in my opinion, that's kind of the opinion that I feel people have about Duolingo. Hey, yeah, go ahead, use Duolingo for like 2 weeks. You're gonna grow out of it. It's gonna suck anyway. So, use it as a stepping stone and then move on to new and better things. Like, okay, that's how I can recommend Duolingo for most people. And I wouldn't have it any other way, I suppose. I mean, that's what it serves. You can use Duolingo until you're not dependent on it. Anyways. Oh, I still have to review my Spanish. Today's been a long, drawn out. Okay. I gotta review my Spanish thing. Sorry. This is good. This is good. All right, let's get back to this. Okay. Talk about plans. What do we have? You're gonna head off to bed. It's been good chatting. Yeah, it's always been great. I hope you can catch up on study that you lost from a long digression. Nah, we got this. We got this. You know me. I've already planned for this. We already got this. Sleep well. Sleep well, Pokral. I'll catch you when I catch you. Stay safe. Think deep thoughts, I look forward to our next deep thought. Deep think. Take care. Sleep well. Okay, so section 3, unit 13, talk about plants. This actually took me by surprise. I was very rusty with the direct object, right? So we got introduced to more direct object. The heck? Direct object shenanigans. And this was dealing with introducing more verbs. And let's go over the verbs. Decir, quedarse, pensar, oh yeah, till after you sleep. You're right. Yes, tomorrow. Leave a notebook, write down some stuff. Decir, quedarse, pensar, invitar, a special one, gustaría. That's actually a gustaría is a different tense. Gustaría. I feel like I missed one. Oh, venir. I think that's all of them. And we're using, there's also new indirect objects. So these things you can either use like the plus the direct object, or you can move the direct object to the front. Things like te. And then the phrasing is even more interesting when it's combined with a gustar verb, where you get like, how did it work? Oh no, not a gustar verb, but more of a ir plus a plus an infinitive, where then you can add the direct object in the front. So that's where I got tripped up quite a few times. So something like ir a decir, so you could like say like decir. So going, right? To go, you can say like voy. Voy a decir, and then you can say te up here. So I'm going to tell you, hey, voy a decir. And that, I was a little bit rusty. I forgot that's how that worked. So I was like tripping around a little bit yesterday, or the day before. That was pretty neat. It's sobering. And then there is a lot of vocabulary as well. There was some significant vocabulary. We had primero, which segundo was not in it. It's the complement like próximo. It was also que tiene, like the next thing. So like día, el día que tiene, right? The next day. Other plans. Oh, por supuesto. Which is of course. Or alternatively, claro. Claro is okay. Maybe there's some nuance between those. We have like objects or something. I feel like this is pretty good. This is pretty much everything. And then we have podcasts. Let's go through our podcast stuff. So pod 1. This is where I break out the title because I'm not very great with titles. Terrible with quotes. Secret fiesta. This was Lucy because secret. So two guys, dos hombres, right? Dos hombres. One person is staying. Oh wait, staying. Oh no, quedarse. Staying. So one person's like staying for 3 days in Madrid, I think. And then the other person invites that person for a party. And that's what the secret party is. And Lucy's like, well, you know what they say, La Fiesta can be a secret meeting for, oh, there was a rhyme, he said. But anyways, secret fiesta, right? Secret meeting, clandestine meeting. Okay, part 2. What was part 2? Park plans. We nailed park plans as well. It's a Lin and one guy talked about how they schedule plan fun. Wait, fun. I think pensar is also plan, so it's fine. A pensar can be think as well. So one person planned like to go to the park, el parque, and have a fiesta. Well, most of it is dealing with like fiesta. And Lynn is like, I prefer to plan my naps. Right. I was gonna make like a Spanglish joke, El Napo. Fiesta. I guess like piensa mi siesta. Then part 3 is party invitations, which we were on the mark as well. And that's Lucy. I mean, not Lucy, Lily. Honestly, I have no idea what happened here. I have no idea. I'm pretty sure it was like 2 peeps again. And they were talking about what time. What time is the party? Which is important. I guess we have todo el tiempo. There's also todo el mundo. Or is it todo del mundo? I think it might be del mundo. Or like everyone. I think it's todo el mundo. I'll have to double check. For everyone. And then Lily's like, nah. Party's too much. Or like party of one. And then we have adventure, which was kind of interesting. Let's do the park. And I think it was Lily. So we played the role of Lily. There's some hidden lore in here. So we have a bus stop, right? And Vikram is up here waiting at the bus stop. And then here we had weird, but we had a fish cart, and it was Falstaff. Falstaff was just chilling by a fish cart. And then down here, there's sidewalks, and Eddie is just chilling here. And a car. Right. So a car down here. And there was a duo. A duo suit here. It turns out Eddie is the person in the duo suit. So secretly duo might actually be Eddie. Anyways, and then you're here. You're Lily. So you go to Falstaff and Falstaff's like, hey, ¿quieres un pescado? Right? Do you want a fish? And your response was like, no, I want to go to a park. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué tienes que ir al parque? Right? Like, why do you have to go to the park? And you get to respond, it's Zari. Zari, cumpleaños de Zari. It's Zari's birthday. So Falstaff's like, oh, okay. If you want a bus, it's nearby. It's over there. Ahí. Right? Ahí. So you go over and you go to Vikram. And Vikram asks, ¿qué pasa? Right? And Lily says, oh, when does the bus, right? Cuando llegar, or cuando llega el autobús, like when does the bus arrive, right? When does the bus arrive? And Vikram, right, was like, oh, it'll arrive in like 30 minutes, right? And that'll take him to las tres de miedo, 3:30. But Lily's or Zari's cumpleaños is at 3 o'clock. So they're like, I know. So then you go down here and you ask Eddie, because his car is just magically sitting in front of the block. And Eddie's like, so what's up? Like, I need to go to the park. And Eddie's like, oh, me too. I need to go to the park. It's like, but I can't go to the park right now. I need my keys to go to the park. And Lily's like, ¿a dónde su llave? Right? And they're like, oh, it's in my suit. So he had a mascot suit, Duolingo mascot suit. Everything is in there. So you go in there, you pick up the llave, and then you go back to Eddie. It's like, sweet, now we can go. And that was it. I'm looking for a game. I need to look for a Spanish game. Like, I'm very close to booting up Cyberpunk 2077, picking up Phantom Liberties and playing it in Spanish. Cyberpunk 2077 is in. Yesterday I discovered that I didn't realize how big CDPR's investment was into their games. Cyberpunk 77 has like 9, or I think like it's like 8 or 9 different voice casts, and it includes Spanish. We can also do a Japanese playthrough, a Chinese playthrough. Like, I'm eventually gonna get back to Cyberpunk 2077. I played it on launch, but I haven't played Phantom Liberties yet. So maybe sometime this summer sale I'll pick up Phantom Liberties and we'll do stuff before Witcher 4. And I still have yet to do Witcher Legacy, and Witcher 1 might be remastered at some point. So we'll play the OG Enhanced Edition Witcher Witcher 1, which, by the way, also has a language learning fun trivia. Back in the day when I played Witcher, before the Witcher Enhanced Edition was available, the English version was like a poop shoot. Like, with all due respects, because this is fun retroactively, it was a poop shoot because it was largely a game geared towards the Polish audience. Because even by then, the Witcher books weren't even translated yet. I don't know how I came across Witcher before then, but somehow I came across Witcher even before then, like the early days, and it was different. It was very different. So there was English like version of it, and it was rough. It was very rough. It almost felt like the early days of JRPG games where, like, what did they just say? Like, what does that even mean? So nowadays, though, the Enhanced Edition came out and they redid all the dialogue. So the English is now, because it became a commercial success, right? More successful than they thought. The CDPR was very humble back in the day. And then, of course, Witcher 2 comes out and the rest is history. But nowadays, CDPR productions are like 7 to 8 voice crews, apparently. So we can totally play Spanish games. But what I really want, in my opinion, it panders to me. I'm not like asking someone to go and do this, but if someone happens to find that there's a Spanish and or Mexicano production crew, maybe adjacent, that has like a Japanese infused cultural thing where they were written much like Witcher is written for Polish, I would love to play that game. The reason why now is I have such a different connection with listening to languages now. I have so many things I can listen for and talk about, as opposed to back in the day when I say, oh, this is the phrase in Japanese that I associate with this meaning and stuff. Not as abstract anymore. And sure enough, I'm delaying my other plans for May because Claire Obscure, Obscure, probably Obscure, is one of those games for French, of course, for French. And I'm looking forward to finding like games of different things. The closest thing I've had to like French was anything from like Santa Monica Studios. A lot of times it's Canadian, but Santa Monica Studios often have some infusion of French Canadian. So like a game back in Ubisoft days, like Santa Monica Studios, was Child of Light. That was the last thing. I'll be talking about that in another 2 or 3 days. I'm trying to reflect on it because I'm doing like an introduction to Claire Obscure, which is what I'm going to spend most of my extra time in for May. Just, in my opinion, need to interact with another language, which I have no idea what's happening, right? I don't know any French that's beyond like your hello, goodbye, thank you, and some of your earlier stuff. And I want to know what that feeling's like again, like differently. It's not the same anymore. However, I still listen and consume a lot of shows where I don't have comprehension of a lot of it. Japanese is no longer that thing, so I kind of want to see how it's differing now. Like, I watch anime now through a very different lens, so it's very, you can't undo that. So now I want other things, be inspired to be interested in other languages. It would be great to have like staggered developers in different languages that have voice casting crews, because I want to hear the language too. not just see. I think for the longest time, the vast majority of games are localized in text only, and it's fantastic to see that a French studio is getting an accolade of that nature. Might be a great reason to brush up on some French. Not that I have a lot of French to brush up on. Okay. Anyways, just a plug for another Romance language. Alright, let me see if there's anything. Luego. I forgot about luego. How could I forget luego? Oh, cambiar. I forgot about cambiar. Todo el mundo. Okay, todo el mundo. And that's it. Yep. So I missed a big one. Cambiar is a great verb. Luego? Luego is going to come up. Right. Alright. So express wants and needs. What time is it? We're already past 1 a.m. Okay. Alright. Wants and needs. ¿A dónde quieres ir a cenar? Oh, to eat lunch. To eat dinner. ¿Cenar esta noche? Quiero ir a cenar al restaurante nuevo. Fair enough. Empezamos a pintar la casa mañana. I want to start painting that. Okay. Necesito una taza. Order? No, cup. Taza para hacer té. Oh, para, in order to. Yeah, that precedes the infinity. Okay. Or the infinitive, I meant. Mañana vas a levantarse a las 6? Going to get up and. Sí, necesito levantarme. Oh, there it is. Levantarme temprano mañana. I need to wake myself up. Levantarme. Estamos aprendiendo a cocinar. We've already seen that English we say that I want to something, but Spanish you can simply say yo quiero estudiar. Oh yeah, because yeah, we already covered this. But certain verbs such as aprender, ayudar, and empezar require an yeah, before the infinitive. Yep. And boy howdy, am I going to forget that. Every once in a while. It's going to be trial and error and repetition. Empiezo a trabajar el lunes. Siempre te ayudo a estudiar. Yeah. And then you have te.
Siempre te ayudo a estudiar.
For the direct object. Alright, hold up. Alright, let's get into it. We gotta lock in today.
Ellos salen a cenar.
You sounded really weird, Falstaff. Ellos salen. A cenar. Okay. It's fine.
Queremos salir a almorzar.
I think that's more of an English interpretation, but that makes sense though. Queremos salir a almorzar. Oops. Yeah.
No tenemos
ganas de salir a cenar hoy. Oh, ganas. Oh. No tenemos. I like tripped over my own lips.
¿Tu
there.
madre te enseña a nadar?
¿Tu madre te enseña a nadar? It sounds weirder in English than it does in Spanish. Oh no. Oh no. I know.
¿Quién te enseña a tocar el piano?
No está bien.
¿Quién te enseña a tocar el piano? ¿Quién?
¿Quién enseña a tocar
A.
a tocar el piano?
El piano. T.
Oh, I'm teaching you probably.
¿Quién te enseña a tocar el piano?
Ella me enseña.
Ella me enseña a manejar el carro.
¿Estás aprendiendo a dibujar?
¿Estás aprendiendo a dibujar? Uf.
Estoy aprendiendo a cocinar pollo. ¿A qué hora quieren cenar?
Pues ahora. Son las 10 de la noche. ¿Y dónde pongo los naranjas? Oye, estoy aprendiendo a cocinar pollo. ¿A qué hora quieren cenar? Pues ahora. Son las 10, yeah, it's already late. Well, right now it's 10 p.m.
¿Cuándo empezamos a estudiar?
¿Cuándo empezamos a estudiar? When do we begin studying? To study? Empezamos a hacer la tarea ahora.
Es la 1. ¿Empezamos a cocinar el almuerzo?
Pues yo quiero salir a comer al restaurante nuevo. Okay. Well, you just want to go out to the new restaurant.
Nunca te ayudo a lavar la ropa.
Nunca te ayudo a lavar la ropa. I never wash his clothes. I never help wash his clothes. Okay. Or your clothes. To wash. Jeez Louise, using two. Todas las mañanas. Yo ayudo a Carolina a cepillarse el cabello.
Cepillarse.
Ella tiene el cabello muy largo.
A veces ayudo a mi abuela a trabajar en su jardín, ¿sabes?
¿Sabes? Yo quiero aprender, pero el español es difícil, ¿no? Pues puedes ayudar en mi jardín también, ¿no? Well, you can help in my garden also, can't you?
Él está.
Él está aprendiendo a fly 飞是什么 volar
Volar.
un avión
Avión. Pequeño.
pequeño. I don't think I got volar, and it's not highlighted. All of a sudden, volar. Los pájaros. Los pájaros tienen que aprender a volar.牛子需要牛子 or 牛这个牛 需要洗飞？
Queremos.
我们要
Aprender.
学，我们要学
A.
学
Volar.
飞机。
Aviones.
Okay. It's after midnight. Oh my gosh, it's already it's well after midnight. The Yap Nation. Okay. La taza.
El
El
papel.
papel. 纸 right 纸 or kami.
La entrada.
La entrada. Entrance. Iriguchi. Iriguchi.
Entrada.
Entrance. Okay. Iriguchi. Piao. Right, piao. Oh, I forgot about fecha. I think fecha was part of the last unit too.
Entrada.
Entrada is also ticket. It's interesting. So this piao works kind of like...
Necesitas papel.
你需要纸吗？
¿Dónde quieres desayunar?
我们喜欢吃早饭在哪里？我在哪里？我们喜欢吃饭，或晚饭早饭。Oh, you, not us. Whoops.
Desayunar.
Desayunar.
¿A qué hora?
¿A qué hora quieres desayunar? 什么时候你喜欢吃早饭吗？ Or I don't think you need to say that. Just 什么时候 It's good enough.
Necesito recordar tu dirección.
Necesito recordar tu dirección. Recordar. Remember? Oh, your birthday. Jeez, your address.
¿Cuántas tazas de café quiere usted?
几多？几个杯？几个杯子？咖啡？你喜欢几个咖啡？几个杯子？几个瓶？几个杯子？咖啡？
Vamos a la librería para comprar libros.
Libreria. Bookstore. So something like Honya. Honya ni Honya ni ono kau. Like kau ni ikimashou. Something like that. We're going, we are going, should we go? Yeah. Should we go to buy? Maybe not so should we go. Just ikimasu. Ikimasu works. And I'm not sure if you use ni to make the infinity phrase. But I know you use the plain form. So this is Honya. And then Honya.
Librería.
Honya ni. So you're doing the buying, right? And then we have hon. Hon o. And then kau. To buy. Kau. And maybe like kau do. Or kau ni. Ikimasu. So going to buy books. Position at the bookstore. Interesting. Oh, but it's kind of viewed somewhat as a no, they're both future and present. We are going. Oh, in order. How does this work? In order. We're going to the bookstore. Oh my gosh. In order to buy books. Oh my word. ¿Necesitas un libro nuevo?
Libro.
Yo trabajo en una librería los fines de semana. Yo mo, right? What is this? 週末 necesito ir. So like what? Hon. Atarashi hon o naru no? Maybe? That sounds okay. Atarashi, yeah. Atarashi hon o naru no? Iru no?
Necesito ayuda. ¿Puedes recordar la dirección de la librería?
Pues no. Yo nunca compro libros. Whoa. Calm down.
Necesito encontrar mis libros para estudiar.
Encontrar. To find? Or what is that? Yeah, to find. Mis libros. Mis libros? Okay. Estudiar. 学习.
Tienes que encontrar la dirección.
Tienes que encontrar la dirección del hotel. Hotel. What is hotel in Maybe passenger like Lü. Oh, Lü Guan. Maybe Lü Ting. Lü Lo. Something. Something like travel plus a place.
Compro 2 entradas para ir al cine.
Lü Shi. Or maybe Lü Si. Sorry, respiratory allergies.
Compro 2 entradas para ir al cine.
Compro dos entradas.
entradas.
What the heck was entradas again?
Compro 2 entradas para ir al cine.
Para ir al cine.
Ir al cine.
Entradas. Tickets, dang. Tipu. Or chequeto. Chequeto? Perhaps. Piao. Piao. Fecha. Fecha. Date. Too many things.
Tasa.
Tasa. Bay. Bay and kapu.
Examen.
Examen. Examen. Espero. Espero. Esperar. Esperar, to wait. Motsu. Or matsu. Matsu.
Gatos.
Gatos. Neko. Right, Neko. Mao.
Necesito recordar tu dirección.
How did I screw this up? Oh. I don't want to talk about it. Ashi? Ashi.
El pie.
El pie. Tui. Tui. Jiao.
El pie. La oreja.
La oreja. Mimi. Mimi, and I have no idea. Ear. La oreja.
¿Cuándo vas a ducharte?
¿Cuándo vas a ducharte? Ducharte. 你什么时候洗澡？你什么时候会去洗澡？洗澡。
¿Por qué no quieres ducharte?
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué?
¿Qué?
¿Por qué no quieres ducharte?
No quieres ducharte.
Ducharte.
Mis pies no me escuchan.
Mis pies no me escuchan. Oh. What? My... What?
Pies.
My feet don't listen to me? I see. That's kind of an idiom, sort of. That's kind of funny.
Queremos lavarnos las manos.
Kind of like these feet don't lie or something like that. Or these hips don't lie, sorry, not feet. These hips don't lie. Queremos lavarnos las manos. Okay. En esta casa tenemos que lavarnos los Nani. Ojos, dientes.
Dientes.
Dientes antes de ir a la cama. Fair enough.
Mis orejas están muy sucias.
Mis orejas están muy sucias. Okay. It's kind of weird. Kitanai. Right. Totemo kitanai. What is that? Watashi no mimi wa totemo kitanai. Kitanai da.
Tienes que levantarte ahora.
Tienes que levantarte ahora. Okay. Wait. You... Okay. 你需要起床。你现在需要起床。
¿Para qué quieres levantarte temprano el domingo?
¿Para qué quieres levantarte temprano el domingo? ¿Para salir a correr en el parque? ¿Vienes? Okay. Vienes. I got it confused with something else.
Voy a levantarme en media hora.
Voy a levantarme en media hora. Okay.
No me gusta levantarme temprano. No, me gusta
Levantarme. ¿Ne? Temprano.
Quiero levantarme tarde este domingo. ¿Usted quiere probarse la camisa?
Oh, try on the shirt? Oh, okay, that's fair.
La
mujer, ¿no? La señora. La señora.
Señora.
La señora necesita probarse esa falda.
Falda.
Mis.
Watashi no mimi wa mimi?
Orejas.
Orejas
Están
muy sucias. Totemo inai. Or yeah, I think. Los señores o no. El señor quiere to try probarse. Zapato.
Zapatos.
Aquellos zapatos. Yeah. Send help. My allergies are acting up.
¿Pueden ustedes esperar?
Wait.
Quiero quedarme contigo hoy.
Quedarme, that's stay, right? Ana, no quiero salir. No quiero salir. Me gustaría quedarme en casa y ver una... I want to see a película. That's fine. Contigo.
No tenemos que quedarnos aquí.
Quedarnos. Queremos quedarnos en casa hoy.
Esta aldea es pequeña y bonita.
Aldea. Nani kore? Aldea. The heck? Village?
Aldea.
Aldea. Village. What do we got for village? I had village today. Don't remember. Oh. Twin. Yeah, twin. Esta aldea. Aldea es pequeño y bonito.
¿Para qué quieren cambiar sus boletos de avión?
Cambiar. Something I forgot yesterday. Para quedarnos unos días más en esta aldea. Claro.
¿Quieres ponerte esta chaqueta?
¿Quieres ponerte esta chaqueta?
¿Necesitas ponerte este abrigo ahora? Necesitas ponerte este
abrigo ahora.
Ahora.
Me gustaría ponerme este abrigo.
Okay. I would have said would you, but do you like to put on this coat? I would. Oh my goodness, that's not a question. Quiero ponerme estas botas porque creo que hoy llueve.
Ya tienes un abrigo rojo. ¿Para qué compras ese abrigo negro?
Pero no ponerme el mismo abrigo todos los días. Oh, what a... That's spoilage right there. Privilege right there. Not wearing the same coat every day. That's an antihistamine. Sorry, guys. My allergies are really kicking my butt right now.
¿Quieres probarte esta chaqueta?
¿Quieres probarte esta chaqueta?
¿Por qué no quieres probarte la camisa? ¿Por qué no probarte la? ¿Quieres probarte? No. La.
What was the item? Camisa?
Camisa. ¿Por qué no quieres probarte la camisa?
I totally forgot the item.
¿Vas a probarte?
¿Vas a probarte estos pantalones? Probarte. Aldea. Oreja. Escuelas. Nota. Esperar.
Aldea.
Aldea.
Me gustaría ponerme este abrigo.
That's a lot of stuff today. Quite a few that I'm not familiar with.
Necesito recordar tu dirección.
Me gustaría ponerme este abrigo.
Quiero ir a cenar al restaurante nuevo.
What? Okay.
Cepillarse. Largo.
¿Para qué quieres más papel?
¿Para qué quieres más papel? Y
Empezamos a hacer la tarea ahora.
empezamos a hacer ¿Nani? A cenar. ¿Cenar? Hacer tarea. What? Ahora.
Empezamos a hacer la tarea ahora.
Oh yeah.
Ahora.
Empezamos a hacer. Ups.
¿Por qué no
quieres probarte la camisa?
¿Quieres salir a cenar con nosotros?
¿Quieres salir con nosotros?
Nosotros.
¿Cenar?
Cenar.
Or cenar con...
Salir.
Salir. Hold up.
¿Quieres salir a cenar con nosotros? Salir. ¿Quieres salir a cenar con nosotros?
Makes sense.
Tienes que desayunar.
Tienes que desayunar para empezar bien el día. I want to have breakfast or eat breakfast in order to start the day well.
No tenemos ganas de salir a cenar hoy. No tenemos ganas de salir a cenar hoy. No, tenemos ganas. Salir.
What?
No. Tenemos ganas de salir a cenar hoy.
We don't want to feel like leaving to go out to have dinner today. We don't feel like going out to dinner today. We don't feel like going out for dinner today. Okay.
¿Tienes que desayunar antes de ir a clase?
Pues no, solo necesito 2 tazas de café.
Queremos
Cold.
salir a almorzar. Queremos almorzar. Salir.
Wait.
Queremos salir a almorzar.
Empezamos a hacer la tarea ahora. Empezamos a hacer la tarea ahora.
Okay. An SOS. My mucus
Queremos
factory
quedarnos
is.
en casa hoy.
Oh, my mucus factory is in overdrive. Queremos quedarnos en casa hoy.
Lo siento, no puedo esperar.
Esperar.
Empezar,
Queremos aprender a volar aviones. Aviones.
A veces ayudo a mi abuela a trabajar en su jardín, ¿sabes?
Ay, Daniel. Tú siempre pones los pies en la mesa. No me gusta.
Estoy aprendiendo a hacer pájaros con estos papeles de colores.
Pues esos papeles son mi tarea de español, ¿sabes? I mean, that's weird. María quiere probarse. Okay, that's fine.
Los chicos quieren salir a bailar.
Los chicos quieren salir a bailar.
Bailar. Los chicos quieren salir a bailar.
To go out to dance. Yeah.
Me gustaría quedarme en casa hoy. Quedarme.
Necesito dinero para pagar esta taza de té.
Necesito dinero para pagar esa de té. Wait. Usar para.
Necesito dinero para pagar esta taza de té.
Para pagar taza de té.
Necesito dinero para pagar esta taza.
Compro 2 entradas para ir al cine.
Compro 2 entradas para ir al cine. I am buying. Buying? No. Oh, these these verb phrases though. Compound verb phrases.
Mary, ¿te gustan estos pantalones con esta camisa? A mí no. La fiesta es hoy y no sé qué ponerme. Necesito tu ayuda.
No tiene amigos. Yeah. No sabe qué ropa usar. I wanna put on this jacket.
¿Quieres ponerte
esta chaqueta? ¿Qué tienes en tu oreja? ¿Queso viejo? Tienes que ducharte ahora. Por favor. That's cheese. Old cheese in your ears? Explícame.
¿Quieres?
¿Quieres probarte
Probarte esta chaqueta.
Necesito levantarme a las... okay,
Levantarme.
las 5. Y mi amigo tiene que levantarse a las 6.
Levantar.
No queremos desayunar esta mañana.
All right, time for the best segment. Arguably, very debatably, a love letter.
Una carta de amor.
Not Zadi this time. Interesting. Okay.
Sari está con Junior
Oh, just kidding.
en la biblioteca.
¿Qué estás haciendo, Junior?
Estoy escribiendo una carta.
¿Y para quién es la carta?
Es para una chica muy genial.
Ah, ¿es una carta de amor? ¿Es una chica de tu clase?
What's the catch?
No, es una adolescente.
Adolescente. Interesting.
¿Una adolescente? ¿Como yo?
Sí, y es mi vecina.
Vecina. Neighbor.
Un momento. ¿Esta chica es una adolescente y es tu vecina?
Sí.
¿Y es muy inteligente?
It's not you, Zadi. Get over yourself. I'm kidding.
Sí.
Junior, ¿la carta es para mí? Lo siento, pero eres...
Demasiado joven.
No
No
es
es para ti.
Es para tu mejor amiga, Lily.
Lily. Oh, that's awkward.
¿Le puedes dar la carta a Lily, por favor?
Oh my gosh. That's weird. Oh, there's no follow-up. Genial. Estás haciendo momento mejor dar. Alright. That's a bit cute, you know?
Una carta de amor. Sari está con Junior en la biblioteca.
¿Qué estás haciendo, Junior?
Estoy escribiendo una carta.
¿Y para quién es la carta?
Es para una chica muy genial.
Ah, ¿es una carta de amor? ¿Es una chica de tu clase?
No, es una adolescente.
¿Una adolescente? ¿Como yo?
Sí, y es mi vecina.
Un momento. ¿Esta chica es una adolescente y es tu vecina?
At least we know they're neighbors.
Sí.
¿Y es muy inteligente?
Sí.
Junior, ¿la carta es para mí? Lo siento, pero eres...
No es para ti. Es para tu mejor amiga, Lily.
The same difference, though.
¿Le puedes dar la carta a Lily, por favor?
Estoy escribiendo mejor. Adolescente. Chica. Lo siento. Alright. Time to get our typing in.
Luego.
Lección.
Lección.
Pensar.
Pensar. What was this? Volar.
Volar.
Volar. Mi padre enseña a cocinar. Me enseña.
Siempre te ayudo a estudiar inglés.
That's so weird sounding. I always help you to study English. Nunca te ayudo a lavar la ropa.
Ellos están aprendiendo a manejar.
¿Tu madre
te enseña a nadar? Madre. Nadar. Nadar.
Me gustaría salir a cenar esta noche. Cenar.
Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar.
¿Quién te enseña a tocar el piano? Al.
¡Wow!
Ellos salen a cenar.
¿Quieres salir a tomar
That helped. Oh, heckin' avión is masculine.
A menudo te ayudo a cocinar el arroz.
A menudo te ayudo a cocinar el arroz. Okay. I can't do this. Oh, it's just I. It's fine. I can't do the do thing. I don't use infinitives. Apparently I don't use infinitives very often.
Empezamos. A leer un libro nuevo.
Otros. Oh no. What is... Oh no. No sé feel. Oh, you know. No ganamos? No ganamos. A cenar ahora? Does that include the going out? It doesn't. I need salir. Okay. We have... Oh yeah, it's have feeling. Yeah, we need tenemos. Tenemos ganas. Please.
Empezamos a estudiar la japonés en escuela. La
hacer tarea.
¿Quién te enseña a tocar el
A menudo te ayudo a cocinar el arroz.
Is it or ganas straight away? Ganas ganas de salir. Salir a cenar ahora, hoy? Son of a bee sting! Oh no, I forgot about the no. Save me. Too many special things together. There are a lot of special things compounded in this dense sentence. What the heck? Okay.
Taza.
Taza.
Venir.
Venir.
Papel.
Papel. Lección.
Entra.
Malo.
Malo.
Luego.
Luego.
Lección.
Lección. Papeles.
¿Cuántas tazas de café quieres? Tazas.
Escuelas.
Escuelas.
Lección.
Lección.
Encontrar.
Encontrar. Entrada.
Entrada.
No puedo
No puedo recordar tu número de teléfono.
Necesito encontrar mi teléfono para llamar a mamá.
Esta taza es más talla. Taza.
Para
recordar tu cumpleaños tienes que tomar muchas fotos.
Quiero mirar mis fotos para recordar las vacaciones.
¿Quieres salir a desayunar?
¿Cuántas? Taza de café. Usted
I put usted here?
quiere. Usted.
I think usted goes at the end. Son of a... Oh, I put quiere in the wrong place. Whoops.
Estudio mucho para encontrar un trabajo bueno.
I...
¿A qué hora quieres desayunar?
Estamos en una librería. Solo hay libros. Okay. Para comprar libros. You need to necesitas ir. Or necesitas ir or oh no. Necesitas ir a la librería. Oh no. I think I need an here. Son of I don't! I overthought it! Oh no! Oh no. Yeah, I'm having trouble remembering the verbs. Oh no. Ayúdame. Por favor. Don't want to eat breakfast this morning, okay. Oh no. Oh no. Save me. Okay. I don't remember which ones use Oh no. I don't remember anymore.
¿Cuántas? Taza de café. ¿Quiere usted?
Examen.
Examen.
Gustar.
Dar.
Venir.
Venir.
Oreja.
Oreja.
¿Cuándo vas
a ducharte?
Gatos.
Gatos.
Oreja.
Oreja.
Aldea.
Aldea. Esperar.
¿A qué hora vas
¿A qué hora vas a levantarse mañana? Necesito... ¿Ne? Necesito levantarme. Levantarme temprano mañana.
Esas botas son grandes para mis pies. 10 pies.
Queremos lavarnos las manos.
Hola, Amanda. Soy Marco. Mañana no puedo desayunar contigo porque necesito levantarme temprano para ir al trabajo.
Mañana Marco se levanta temprano.
Vamos a lavarnos las orejas.
Quiero levantarme tarde este domingo.
Qué bonita día en la playa, pero ahora nosotros tenemos que lavarnos los pies. That's weird. I guess the sand is fine. La señora necesita probarse esta falda. Oh, I wrote esta instead of esa. Esa. Don't you want to shower? ¿Por qué ducharte? No ducharte. Oh no. No quieres ducharte.
¿Necesitas ducharte ahora?
Tenemos que lavarnos los pies. Pies.
La chica no quiere probarse el vestido. That's fine.
No puedes.
No puedes levantarte hoy. Oh.
Tarde
La señora necesita parte de esa falda. Mm.
Oreja.
Oreja.
Examen.
Examen.
Salsa.
Salsa.
Aldea.
Aldea.
¿Vas
a probarte estos pantalones? Probarte. Probarte. Ok.
Salsa.
Salsa.
Esperar.
Esperar. ¿Ne?
Ya.
Ya. Oh, ya.
Lección.
Lección.
Quiero
quedarme en esta aldea.
Tienes que ponerte pantalón. Ponerte.
Mary, ¿te gustan estos pantalones con esa camisa? A mí no. La fiesta es hoy y no sé qué ponerme. Necesito tu ayuda.
Bruno, tienes que ponerte esta. Ponerte.
Quiero quedarme en este lugar bonito.
No quiero ponerme ese vestido azul.
Okay. Necesito ir al baño ahora. El próximo mes.
Yo quisiera quedarme más tiempo.
Lo siento. No, wait. Espero. 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 Oh, no. Oh, no puede. No puedo. Esperar. Ok.
No tenemos que quedarnos aquí.
Okay. Tienes que ponerte pantalones. Wait, do I need a definite? No, okay. ¿Quieres poner? No. Probarte esta chaqueta. Oh, I think I misspelled something. Queremos quedarnos en este hotel. Vas a poblar. Oh, no. Oh, provided. Oh no. Because we're gonna do ponerte estos pantalones. Okay, it's either. Okay. Fair enough.
A menudo te ayudo a cocinar el arroz. ¿Cuántas quiere? Café. Tas de Café.
I'm about to sneeze. No está aprendiendo aprendiendo hablar. Does this require an I don't remember. Un avión pequeño. Son of a Okay. So I think it's entender, aprender, and then something else. So far. Oh, dang it.
No tenemos que
Oh, it's today,
quedarnos
not
aquí.
now. Oh, salir. Motion also needs. Oh, we don't have to stay here. Jeez.
Queremos
Oh.
quedarnos. Casa.
Empezamos a hacer la tarea ahora.
Nunca te ayudo a lavar la ropa.
Oh, even help. Yeah, help requires it.
Empezamos a leer un libro nuevo.
I'm gonna need to review these. All the
No tenemos que quedarnos aquí.
No tenemos que quedarnos aquí.
Okay.
Necesito encontrar mi teléfono para llamar a mamá.
Empezamos a pintar la casa mañana. Empezamos a pintar la casa mañana.
Oh, even to start. Oh. Oh, not this morning, but just tomorrow.
Tienes que ponerte pantalones.
Ponerte. Dang it. I wasn't reading the tense. Save me. Hot chocolate. Chocolate caliente? Oh no. Not caliente. No recuerdo. Oh, it was caliente. Oh, they would take it anyways. I see. Okay. What am I thinking of?
Queremos lavarnos las manos.
Quiero.
Quiero quedarme en esta aldea.
Yo tengo pies muy grandes.
I have very big feet. I'm taking pictures. Oh no. Is that different? Tomar? Estoy tomando fotos. Para to remember? Oh, no, wait. Ecuador? I am so uncomfortable with this right now. Oh my gosh. Oh, just tomo. Okay. Tomo photos. That's fine. I went. It says I'm taking pictures. Estoy tomando. Okay. Alright, that's fine.
¿Quieres aprender a volar un avión?
¿Quieres aprender a what? A volar. ¿Sales a comer, a comprar a la... ¿Sales? ¿Te gusta comprarlo? Okay.
Gusta.
Esta aldea es pequeña y bonita.
Oh, what?
Esta aldea es pequeña y bonita. Hola, Amanda. Soy Marco. Mañana no puedo desayunar contigo porque necesito...
¿Quieres probarte esta chaqueta? ¿Quieres probarte esta chaqueta.
Son of a... Okay.
Mari, ¿te gustan estos pantalones con esta camisa? A mí no.
Quisiera. Quisiera. ¿Ne? Or is it... Oh. No. Quisiera works. Quisiera... Salir de... Quisiera de salir a cenar tonight. Esta noche. Son of a... Oh, they use gustaría. I swear this works too. What if I put a meh in it? Yeah, what if I put a meh in it?
Menudo. Te ayudo a cocinar el arroz.
It is so hard for me to know which one is in infinitive. Oh boy.
Compro.
Compro dos entradas y al cine. Oh, para ir al cine.
Yo estoy
aprendiendo a bailar salsa.
Compro 2 entradas para ir al cine.
¿Qué?
Compro 2 entradas para...
Okay. Alright, we get to chill a little. Listen to a throwback story for a little bit.
Hoy no trabajo. Vikram está en la cocina. Su esposa Priti llega.
Buenos días, Vikram.
Oh, yeah.
Un momento. ¿Por qué estás en casa? Es martes.
Hoy no trabajo. Tengo el día libre. Estoy muy emocionada. Quiero hacer muchas cosas.
Priti va al gimnasio. Más tarde, ella visita un museo. Priti vuelve a su casa y lee un libro en el jardín.
Hola, Priti. ¿Qué tal tu día?
Bien, pero estoy un poco aburrida. ¿Hacemos la cena?
¿La cena? Pero son las 2 de la tarde.
Es muy temprano. ¿Qué puedo hacer?
¿Por qué no te sientas aquí y descansas?
Priti se sienta unos minutos.
No me gusta descansar. Es aburrido. Voy al trabajo.
Llega. Puedo hoy gimnasio minutos. Can't relax. Work.
Hoy no trabajo. Vikram está en la cocina. Su esposa Priti llega.
Buenos días, Vikram.
Un momento. ¿Por qué estás en casa? Es martes.
Hoy no trabajo. Tengo el día libre. Estoy muy emocionada. Quiero hacer muchas cosas.
Priti va al gimnasio. Más tarde, ella visita un museo. Priti vuelve a su casa y lee un libro en el jardín.
The choices.
Hola, Priti. ¿Qué tal tu día?
Bien, pero estoy un poco aburrida. ¿Hacemos la cena?
¿La cena? Pero
Pero
son las
los
2 de la
dos
tarde.
Es muy,
Muy temprano. ¿Qué puede
puedo
hacer?
¿Por qué no te sientas aquí y descansas?
Pretty se sienta unos minutos.
No me gusta descansar. Es aburrido. Voy al
Voy al
trabajo.
Whoop. Jardín. Descansar. Minutos. Lee. Aburrida. They're crazy from resting.
Un reloj para...
Un reloj para mi esposo. Reloj.
El jefe...
El jefe tiene una carta para la mujer.
Él va a vivir en México por un año.
¿El what?
Él va a vivir en
México
por
por un
año.
año.
Él va a vivir en México por un año.
Estos camisas son para nosotros. Queremos jugar. ¿Tocar? ¿Qué?
Queremos
tocar el
el
piano para mamá.
Mamá.
Ese
Ese sombrero
es para
papá.
papá.
Un regalo para mi hija. José no quiere tocar el piano para la familia. Oh, Jose. Oh, don't give me that. Oh, and doesn't like, whoops. Doesn't want, I used
Ella va a
one.
viajar por 26
Same
días.
difference. Yeah, that's fair enough. Flore, right? So este flore es para ti. Esta flor, oh.
Voy a estar en Barcelona por 3 días.
I don't remember.
Voy a estar en Barcelona por 3 días.
Voy a estar Barcelona.
En
esa-
Barcelona.
Por 3
3
días.
días. Voy a estar en Barcelona por 3 días.
Oh, es just
26. 3.
Este abrigo es caro para mí.
Una paleta. Pelota. Yeah, pelota. Necesito una pelota. ¿Jugar o a jugar? Oh no. I think it's a jugar, but. Oh man. I think it's a jugar. Football. Oh, I forgot about jugar al football. Oh, para. Oh my goodness. Oh, that English is not helpful. That English does not help. Oh boy.
Ella.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, the activity is to play football. That's right. Para.
In order to. That's it. In order to. Okay.
Escribe. Una carta. Para el jefe. Los
chicos nos ayudan con la fiesta.
Rafael y Ana nunca nos escuchan.
No escuchan.
Esa chica tiene...
Esa chica tiene 19 años. 19.
¿Quiere usted pagar en efectivo?
En efectivo.
Señor. Paga en efectivo usted.
I could have done it the other way. It's fine.
Las maestras nos ayudan en la clase.
What?
Las maestras nos ayudan en la clase. Las maestras nos ayudan en la clase.
Quiero buscar un sombrero para ti.
Ellas nunca nos escuchan. Escuchan.
Tú vuelves del trabajo a las 9. Tú vuelves temprano.
Vuelves. Oh. Okay. Oh, wait. No. That's just... I just had a typo. Or some. That works too. Don't even at me right now. Oh, but the pata doesn't work.
Vuelva, señor.
Vuelva, señor.
Señora, Vuelva a las 9, vuelva.
Señor, usted paga efectivo.
I refuse. Let's see. I was about to say, don't even at me right now. The para was unnecessary apparently.
La tienda.
La tienda abre a las 8.
Miguel me compra sombreros.
¿Cómo se dice
adiós en italiano?
¿Los pantalones cuestan 14 pesos?
Felipe.
Felipe, ¿estos pantalones son para ti?
Quiero comprar un sombrero para ti. Quiero comprar un sombrero
Dang it.
para...
Ese chico tiene 16 años.
Oh, that. Oh. ¿Tú sabes? ¿Tú conoces cómo se dice? Oh, sabes.
El vestido cuesta 14 pesos.
That one was actually kind of tricky because they're comparing conocer with saber, which can be a little bit mixed.
El vestido cuesta 14 pesos. El vestido cuesta 14 pesos.
Okay. Ese chico tiene 16 años. ¿Cómo se dice gato? Gato en italiano. ¿En italiano? Mi esposo está I guess está comprando una bici para mí. That's acceptable. Don't even. Oh, they wanted the direct object. Oh, okay, that's fine.
Gloria, cierra la maleta.
Gloria, cierra la maleta. Cierra? Oh, that was weird.
Cierra las ventanas, Pedro. Cierran. Cierra. Ese chico tiene 16 años.
Oh gosh, that's command. Okay, I got this. Hold up. Esposo, don't even. Está comprando or... Oh, I wonder. I don't think you can do that. Let's see. Oh, did it? Nah, it's fine. I don't want to try. I'm done for today. Compra una bici. At least accept BC. Okay, thank you. It's like, at least that, please. Oh, usted.
Mi mamá me canta en la noche.
Estos 20 pesos son para ti. Estos 20 pesos son para ti.
I got the verb. What? Oh, manejar. Maneja. Whoops, not moneja. Or is it sabemos? We're gonna use sabemos. Sabemos hablar el mismo idioma o la misma lengua. Oh, languages. Whoops. And then the other ones.
¿Quieres la camisa en talla 17?
My reading comprehension's hard.
¿Quieres la camisa en talla 17? ¿Quieres la camisa en talla 17? ¿Quieres la camisa en talla 17?
Oh, en talla 17.
¿Quieres la camisa en talla 17?
La tienda cierra en la noche. La tienda cierra en la noche.
Oh. Wait, did you just say la?
La tienda cierra.
Oh, save me.
Sabe.
What do you got? ¿Sabe dónde? ¿Sabe dónde está mi oficina?
Oficina.
¿Usted?
Usted.
Oh, they want usted there.
Mis hermanas saben manejar bien.
What?
Mis hermanas saben manejar bien. Mis hermanas saben manejar bien.
Oh, whoops.
Esta camisa es para mí.
¿Cuánto cuesta la camiseta verde? ¿Cuánto cuesta la camiseta verde? ¿Cuánto cuesta la camiseta verde?
Camiseta. Oh, how did I miss seta? Oh, I missed the accent mark. That's fine. Now let's do idioma. I hate you. Oh, I guess you can't do that, huh? That's interesting.
Felipe, estos pantalones son para ti.
There's a nuance between idioma and lingua.
Felipe, estos pantalones son para ti. Felipe, estos pantalones son para...
Okay.
Yo no sé la edad de mis abuelos.
What?
Yo no sé la edad de mis abuelos. Yo no sé la edad de mis abuelos. Yo no sé la edad de mis abuelos.
Señora, usted paga. Con crédito, tarjeta de. Todas las camisas cuestan 20 pesos. Todas las camisas cuestan 20 pesos.
You little dude. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it's se. Whoops. Sabo. Alright, it's fine. That was on me.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera. Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera. Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Oops, I had me. Oh, exhaustion. We're hitting exhaustion. Quiero aprender a volar un avión. I have to eat breakfast this morning. Checking time.
No queremos desayunar. Mañana.
¿A dónde quieres?
¿A dónde quieres ir a cenar esta noche?
Es mi taza y la necesito ahora.
What? Oh man, Day L. Oh my goodness, I should have said that out loud so I could hear it. Oh, I see the difference. I see what they. Okay.
¿Cuántas? Tazas de café quiere usted?
No tenemos ganas de salir a cenar hoy.
Cenar what?
No tenemos ganas de salir a cenar hoy.
Oh. Sorry. It just sounded really weird. Okay, so it seems like a bunch of motion stuff, like to start and to help. Okay. Ah! I really don't know how. The last two units. This unit and last unit is a problem.
Nota.
Too many things. Oops.
Pie.
Yeah.
Fecha.
Vamos a lavarnos las orejas.
¿Necesitas ducharte ahora?
¿Necesita ducharte ahora? Esas botas. ¿Ne? Esas botas. Botas son grandes. Son grandes para mis pies.
La señora necesita probarse esa falda.
What is it? Aldea. Aldea. So esta
Es
aldea. Aldea
es
pequeña y bonita.
Bonita.
Lo siento, no puedo esperar.
Quedarnos
en esta aldea bonita.
Bonita.
Quiero levantarme tarde este domingo.
Quiero esta
chaqueta.
No quiero ponerme ese vestido azul.
Tienes que ponerte pantalones.
No.
Tienes que ponerte pantalones. tienes que ponerte pantalones.
Ah, pantalones. Just pantalones. Oh, pantalones.
Quiero
Okay.
quedarme en este lugar bonito. Quiero quedarme en este lugar bonito.
Tú tienes que levantarte
Levantarte temprano.
temprano.
¿Qué tienes en tu oreja? Eso viejo. Oh, this one's gross. Ducharte. Rápido. Ahora. Oh, here we go. Mis orejas están muy sucias. Gross.
Tomo.
Tomo fotos para recuerda esta aldea.
Necesito
la entrada para ver el partido. Él. I need help. Necesitas ponerte este abrigo ahora. At least I know what is not required of an so far. Mi abuelo me enseña a hablar alemán. So something about knowing, helping, starting, teaching as but then necesitar, no recuerdo. Wait. Okay. I'm just gonna need a laundry list. We're gonna have to do some laundry listing at some point. Yes, you have to wash your feet. Tenemos que lavarnos pies. Los pies. Wait, why do I need a los pies here? I guess it's specific.
¿Vas a probarte estos pantalones? ¿Vas a probarte estos pantalones?
Oh, do I have to conjugate this? ¿Cuántas basas de café? ¿Cuántas basas de café? Son of a tazas. I said vasas. What the? Alright.
Vamos.
Vamos a lavarnos las manos.
Manos, ahora.
Oh, right. That's right. Washing and parts of the body. Yeah, they do require particles. That's right. That's right. ¿Quieres aprender a volar un avión?
Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar.
Wait, now why does this require?
Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar.
Whoa, slow down. Wait. Did you just aquel? Wait, hold on.
Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar.
Oh, this is not the way I went about this.
Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar.
Okay, that still checks out with the whole like aprendiendo kind of thing. Ah, and I spelled it incorrectly. That's what time? I guess we can do a qué hora. A qué hora quieres desayunar? Okay.
No tenemos que quedarnos aquí. No tenemos que quedarnos aquí. No tenemos que quedarnos aquí.
Es mi taza y necesito.
Oh, la necesito. Ahora threw in a pronoun.
¿Quieres salir a tomar café? ¿Quieres salir a tomar café? ¿Quieres salir a tomar café?
Oh, for coffee. Oh, okay. And then this is motion, so it requires an okay.
Me gustaría ponerme este abrigo. Me gustaría ponerme este abrigo. Me gustaría ponerme este abrigo.
I'm such a klutz.
Vamos a la librería para comprar libros. Vamos a la librería para comprar libros.
Oh, more than one book. God Very, very tired. Sorry. Last one. We'll have an extra day to work on this. ¿Dónde está mi taza de dúo? Yo solo pago. Bebo café en esa taza. Solo compro. ¿Dónde está mi gas? Para recordar cumpleaños, your birthday, you have to take a lot of pictures. Wait, in order to remember your birthday, tienes que tomar muchas fotos. Okay. Es tarde. Tengo que encontrar mis llaves. ¿Dónde están? ¿En la nevera otra vez?
Quiero quedarme en esta aldea.
Come again?
Quiero quedarme en esta aldea.
One more.
Quiero quedarme en esta aldea. Quiero quedarme en esta aldea. Quiero quedarme en esta aldea.
¿Quieres salir a desayunar?
¿Quieres desayunar? Siempre te ayudo a limpiar la cocina. ¿Quieres salir a tomar café? ¿Quieres salir a tomar café?
¿A dónde quieres ir a cenar esta noche?
Oh, that was the question. ¿A dónde quieres ir a cenar esta noche? Okay.
Quiero quedarme contigo hoy. Quiero quedarme contigo hoy.
Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar.
Volar.
Okay. Son. Hijo. Hijo. ¿Ne? Hijo. Hijo, tienes que ducharte antes de salir.
Yo tengo pies muy grandes.
Puedes wait. that stay. Wait. Oh no. I don't know. Okay. Quedarte. Oh, right. Esperar.
Con 2 entradas. Para ir al cine.
¿Puedes ustedes? ¿Puede ustedes esperar? ¿Pueden? Oh, I didn't. Jeez. All right. Ooh, did I expend a little too much today? Too much. All right. Let's look at what I have for tomorrow. Because we're taking every other day now. Taking a little breather. Okay, I see 3 pods. Let's go. What do we have? Weekend plans. That fits right in. What we want and need to do. Weekend plans. Weekend plans, you say? What else we got? Cafe and books. Cafe and books. But we did get phrases like going out for grabbing coffee and whatnot, right? Cafe and books. That kind of feels like the Falstaff thing. Learning German. What the heck? There was one phrase about German. Okay, if I had to guess. Lynn? I mean, this is Lucy. Learning German. What? That's suspicious. Cafe and books? Falstaff. And weekend plans? Lynn. Ain't got time for weekend plans. Couch. Weekend plans? Couch. Couch time all the time. Vegging it up, right? And then we have our adventure. The birthday gift. Another birthday gift. It's not Junior again, is it? Junior bought something for Eddie once. Alright, that's a wrap for today. Tomorrow we are definitely getting to the last thing on our list. Tomorrow is like WaniKani HanziHero as quickly as possible, right? And then we gotta wrap up the so to speak thing. It's kind of nice that I got a chance to mess around a little bit. And I mean by mess around, I mean I got to practice some of my spiel today with the person, with Eric. So that's kind of lovely. So much to think about, so much to say. Maybe I will try not to overlap with what I said today, or refine what I had to say today. Alright folks, there you have it. End of Duolingo Spanish. Vast quantities of digression. We still eclipse 10 hours despite spending less than 10 minutes on WaniKani. Impressive. Impressive, I would say the least. Incredibly rewarding. So until next time. Right. If you're gonna watch this later, muchas gracias. You're more than welcome to follow along. Duolingo is free, of course, and many hot takes about Duolingo. But feel free to follow along or practice whatever, or just flex on whatever you are very familiar. I think I'm getting close now to the point where I need to review some of these concepts. So section 3 is gonna be the last time where, like, I guess we're halfway through section 3. I think there are like 28 units. Once we get through section 3, we're gonna slow down, probably pace ourselves a little bit more. There's some time to ruminate on some of these concepts. I don't think I can keep up the concepts at this speed. Yes, to internalize it a little bit more. Reading and input is not a problem. It's more consistently outputting the stuff without having to think about it, right? Their reading is by far self-explanatory. Anyways, so you're more than welcome to follow along, pick up Duolingo yourself, just dabble if you want, and drop on by, ask a few questions, stay for the discussion, right? Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, hasta luego.